Welcome back, my loves. Tonight's story is a dark mafia romance filled with tension, heartbreak, and a forced marriage that changes everything. If you enjoy dangerous men, emotional twists, and stories you can't stop listening to, you're in the right place. Let's begin.
I was staring at Chiara from across the clinic room. I didn't look like someone capable of love. That child, I said coldly, eyes dropping to her stomach, belongs to me. She swallowed. I didn't steal anything. My voice dropped to a whisper sharp enough to cut. Then you'll marry me, and spend the rest of your life proving it. I'd buried love 6 feet under, sealed it with concrete, and built an empire on top of it. So whatever this was, this tightness in my chest, this flare of something vicious and protective when her hand drifted unconsciously to her abdomen, it wasn't love. It was control reasserting itself. Order returning to chaos. That was what I told myself as Chiara Romano stared at me like I'd just sentenced her to death. The clinic room smelled like antiseptic and fear. Mine, not hers. She was holding herself together with thin threads of dignity, spine straight, chin lifted, eyes too honest for the lies she was supposed to be telling. Too honest for a woman who had to know exactly what she'd done. You expect me to believe this was an accident, I said, voice calm measured. Deadly. My genetic material doesn't end up in your body by chance. Her fingers curled around the strap of her purse like it was the only thing keeping her upright. I went to the clinic because I wanted a baby. I didn't know who you were. I didn't know anything about you. A lie. It had to be. Because the alternative, that fate had reached into my life with bloody hands and dragged me back into this nightmare, was unacceptable. I stepped closer. She didn't retreat. Interesting. Your family has been trying to get leverage on me for years, I said. This is creative. I'll give them that. My family doesn't even talk to me, she shot back, heat breaking through the fear. I'm barely a Romano to them. That earned her a flicker of attention. Not sympathy. Never that. But curiosity was dangerous enough. I looked at her properly then. She wasn't what I'd expected. No designer suit. No sharp edges. No predator's smile. She wore a simple dress, hands bare of rings, hair pulled back like she didn't want attention. And she was pregnant with my child. My jaw tightened. Years ago, I'd stood in a hospital hallway listening to a flatline tone that erased my future. The woman carrying my first child had died bleeding on cold tiles because someone wanted me weak. Distracted. I learned my lesson. Love was a liability. Heirs were necessities. That was why I'd done it. Frozen sperm, anonymous, clinical. A future without emotion. A legacy without loss. And now here she was. Chiara Romano. Soft-spoken. Stubborn. Carrying the one thing I'd sworn to protect at all costs. You're going to listen carefully, I said. Because your choices ended the moment that heartbeat started. Her breath hitched. Just once. Then she steadied herself again. I won't give you my baby, she said quietly. Something ugly curled in my gut. You don't have that power. Silence fell heavy between us. Outside the room, life went on. Phones ringing, nurses laughing, footsteps passing by. While inside, the world narrowed to 2 enemies bound by blood neither had planned. You're afraid, she said suddenly. The audacity of it almost made me smile. I don't feel fear. You do, she insisted, eyes lifting to mine. You're just better at hiding it. I leaned in until my shadow swallowed her. You're not here to diagnose me. Her pulse jumped in her throat. I saw it. Filed it away. Weakness could be exploited, but it could also be protected. And God help me, I wanted to do both. This pregnancy ties you to me, I said. And that makes you a target. My enemies will come for you. Your family will disown you. The world will tear you apart piece by piece just to see me bleed. Her face paled, but she didn't look away. So what? She whispered. You lock me in a tower? I straightened, adjusted my cufflinks. The Pialo crest glinted under fluorescent lights. No, I said. I put my name on you. Her lips parted. We get married, I continued, tone flat final. You move into my house. You live under my protection. And in return, you do exactly as I say. That's not protection, she said hoarsely. That's a cage. Cages keep people alive. She laughed then. A broken, breathless sound that scraped something raw inside me. You don't even know me. I know enough. I knew she was carrying my heir. I knew her last name could ignite a war. I knew every risk and how to neutralize it. What I didn't know, what unsettled me more than it should, was why the idea of her saying no felt intolerable. I signaled to the men waiting outside. The door opened instantly. "Take her home," I ordered. "My home." Chiara stiffened. "I'm not agreeing to this." I met her gaze, letting the full weight of who I was pressed down on her. The man who ended bloodlines. The man who decided who breathed. "You already have," I said. "You just don't know it yet." As they escorted her out, she turned once more, eyes bright with unshed tears and something dangerously close to defiance. "This won't make you less alone," she said. The door shut behind her. The words stayed. I looked down at my hand. It was shaking. I closed it into a fist. Alone or not, the child would be safe. The woman would be contained. And love would remain exactly where I'd buried it. That was the plan. And plans never failed me. Until they did.
By the time the black SUV doors closed, my hands were shaking so badly I had to wedge them between my thighs to stop. I hadn't agreed to anything. I hadn't said yes. And yet I was being driven through Manhattan like a package already claimed. The men in the front seat didn't look at me. They didn't need to. Their silence was heavier than shouting. The kind of silence that said resistance had already been accounted for and dismissed. I pressed a palm to my stomach, the motion instinctive, protective. "I'm sorry," I thought, not sure if I was apologizing to the baby or myself. The city blurred past the tinted windows. Neon signs, people laughing on sidewalks. A normal world that didn't know. I'd just been told my life was over in a sterile clinic room by a man who looked at me like an equation to be solved. Tommaso Piallo. The name landed like a bruise. I'd known of him, of course. Everyone with even a distant connection to the Romani underworld knew his name. The Piallo syndicate wasn't whispered about. It was feared openly. And now I was carrying his child. Accident, I told myself for the 100th time. This was an accident. But accidents didn't come with armed escorts and marriage ultimatums. The car slowed, then stopped. When the door opened, cold night air rushed in, sharp and clean, stealing my breath. I looked up, and my chest tightened. The building in front of us wasn't just a penthouse. It was a fortress, dressed up as luxury, steel and glass. Security cameras like unblinking eyes. Men posted at the entrance with a casual alertness of people used to violence. This was where he lived. This was where he planned to keep me. I stepped out slowly, refusing to stumble, refusing to look as scared as I felt. If I was going to be caged, I wouldn't arrive trembling. Inside, everything gleamed. Marble floors, high ceilings, too much space, too much quiet. It felt less like a home and more like a monument to control. A woman approached, older, composed, eyes sharp but not unkind. "I'm Sophia," she said. "Come with me." She didn't ask if I wanted to. She already knew the answer. The room she led me to was enormous. Neutral colors, floor-to-ceiling windows, a bed that looked untouched, like no one actually slept here. "This will be your room," she said. "My room. Not ours. Not temporary. Mine. Like a designated holding cell." "Am I allowed to leave?" I asked quietly. Sophia hesitated. Just a fraction. "Not without permission." There it was. The door closed behind her with a soft, final click. I sank onto the edge of the bed, the strength draining out of me all at once. My breath came in shallow pools. The walls felt closer than they looked. I hadn't planned on this light. I hadn't planned on him. All I'd wanted was a child. A family that wouldn't disappear when things got hard. I told myself I could do it alone. That love could be something I built, not something given. Now love felt like the most dangerous thing in the world. A knock sounded. I looked up, heart racing. The door opened before I could answer. Tommaso filled the doorway. Without the clinic lights, he looked even more unreal. Tailored black suit, dark hair brushed back. His presence sucked the oxygen from the room. He didn't glance at the bed or the windows, only at me. "You'll be safe here," he said. Safe. As if that word could erase everything else. "I didn't agree to marry you," I replied. His gaze sharpened. "You don't have to agree. You have to comply." I stood, anger finally burning through the fear. "You don't get to own me because of a medical mistake." His jaw flexed. "That Mistake is my blood. And this is my body. I shot back. My life. For a moment something flickered across his face. Not guilt. Not softness. Recognition. You think I want this? He said lowly. You think this is how I plan my future? I laughed, short and bitter. You planned it so carefully you never thought about the woman on the other end. Silence stretched. He took a step closer. I didn't move. Tomorrow, he said, my lawyer will come. We'll make the marriage legal. Quiet, no press. No vows? I asked. A muscle in his cheek twitched. This isn't about romance. Good, I whispered, because I wouldn't survive pretending. Something in his eyes darkened. You'll survive because I say you will. He turned to leave. Tommaso. I called before I could stop myself. He paused, but didn't look back. I'm not your enemy, I said. I never was. For a long second, I thought he might turn around. That he might say something that proved he believed me. Instead, he said, You're a Romano, and walked out. The door closed. I slid my hand back to my stomach, tears finally spilling over. I tried, I whispered to the baby. I really did. Outside the window, the city glittered, beautiful and indifferent. And somewhere in this cold palace, the man who planned to cage me believed he was saving himself. Tomorrow, I would be his wife. Whether I broke or learned how to fight inside the cage remained to be seen.
I didn't sleep. I hadn't expected to. Sleep was a luxury for men who didn't have enemies circling and ghosts clawing at their ribs. Men who weren't standing on the edge of a war reignited by a woman carrying their blood. By dawn, I'd already ordered background checks rerun, security doubled, and every Romano communication line quietly monitored. And still, Chiara Romano was the variable I couldn't eliminate. I stood in the war room, jacket off, sleeves rolled to my forearms, staring at the city through bulletproof glass. New York looked calm from this height. Peaceful. It lied better than most people. Say it again, I said. Luca didn't hesitate. She's been estranged from her family for years. No money transfers. No visits. No protection detail. She lives small. That doesn't make her innocent. No, he agreed. But it makes her useless as a weapon. I turned slowly. Everyone is a weapon if you hold them the right way. Luca held my gaze. She didn't know who you were. I clenched my jaw. That was the detail that wouldn't settle. The clinic confirmed it. The doctor confirmed it. Even my own people, who trusted nothing that breathed, couldn't find a single connection between Chiara Romano and a plot against me, which meant either she was the best liar I'd ever met, or fate had a twisted sense of humor. You've increased security on her floor? I asked. Yes. 2 men outside at all times. Cameras live. And inside? Luca hesitated. Inside none. Good. I dismissed him with a flick of my fingers and poured myself a drink I didn't want. Whiskey burned down my throat, useless against the pressure building behind my sternum. I saw her again, standing in the clinic room. Chin lifted, eyes defiant, pregnant and terrified and still refusing to beg. Not like the women who usually crossed my path. She hadn't asked for mercy. She'd accused me of fear. The door chimed softly behind me. I didn't turn. The lawyer is coming at 10. I know. Her voice. It slid under my skin like a blade. I faced her. Chiara stood just inside the doorway, wearing a simple sweater and slacks, hair loose around her shoulders. No makeup. No jewelry. She looked younger than 26. Smaller. Like she'd been swallowed whole by my world overnight. And yet she met my eyes without flinching. You shouldn't be here, I said. It's my child's future you're negotiating, she replied. I should absolutely be here. I considered ordering her out. Instead, I gestured to the chair across from me. Sit. She didn't thank me. Another mark against her survival instinct. You've reviewed the agreement, I said. Yes. And it reads like a prison sentence. It reads like protection. For you, she countered. Not for me. I leaned back. Everything I do is for the child. That's not true, she said softly. Some of this is for your pride. The audacity stole my breath for half a second. Be careful, I warned. Or what? She asked. You'll lock me up harder? Her hand went to her stomach. Protective. Unconscious. Mine twitched at my side. You're alive because I'm being careful, I said. Your last name paints a target on your back whether you like it or not. You think I don't know that? Her voice cracked, just slightly. I grew up knowing my name could get someone killed. That's why I left. That caught. You left because you wanted to play house without consequences, I said, even as doubt pressed harder. I left because I was tired of being traded like currency, she snapped. I left because I wanted something that was mine. Silence hit between us, sharp and sudden. I stared at her, really looked this time. Not as leverage, not as a threat, but as a woman who'd walked away from power and paid for it in loneliness. You chose pregnancy alone, I said slowly. Why? Her throat bobbed. Because I didn't want to wake up one day and realize I'd waited my whole life for love that never came. The words landed too close to my own bones. I stood abruptly, the chair scraping back. Distance. I needed distance. You'll marry me, I said, turning away. That's non-negotiable. Then be honest, she said. Say it's because you're afraid to lose another child. I spun on her. The air went razor thin. You don't get to speak about that, I said. Her eyes softened. That was worse than anger. I'm sorry, she whispered. But I see it. You're not cruel. You're grieving. I crossed the space between us in 2 strides. Stopped inches from her. Grief makes men dangerous, I said. And you're standing in the blast radius. Her breath stuttered. She didn't step back. Then don't hurt me, she said. We're already bound. You don't need to punish me for surviving. Something inside my chest cracked. I straightened, forcing control back into place. The wedding is tomorrow. Her eyes widened. Tomorrow. Quiet. Legal. Final. And after, she asked. After you carry my heir. You stay alive. And you don't fall in love with me. A sad smile touched her lips. You don't have to worry about that. I didn't believe her. As she left the room, my phone buzzed. Luca's voice was tight. We have movement. Romano soldiers crossed into our territory. I closed my eyes briefly. War didn't wait for weddings. Double security on Chiara, I ordered. No exceptions. I ended the call and looked at the door she'd walked through. I'd planned for control. For containment. What I hadn't planned for was the growing certainty that marrying Chiara Romano wasn't going to cage her. It was going to expose exactly how vulnerable I'd become. And my enemies would smell it.
They dressed me like a secret. That was the first thought I had as 2 women I didn't know buttoned me into an ivory dress that felt far too soft for what it represented. No lace, no train, no romance. Just clean lines and expensive fabric meant to look respectable in court records and invisible to the world. A marriage designed not to be seen. I caught my reflection in the mirror and barely recognized myself. My face was pale, eyes too bright, lips pressed together like if I opened them, something irreversible might come out. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. But then again, nothing in my life ever had. Are you ready? One of the women asked gently. No, yes, I said anyway. They escorted me down quiet hallways that felt more like the inside of a vault than a home. Armed men stood at every corner. I felt their eyes track me, not with desire, but with assessment. Asset, liability, target, wife. The word landed heavy and unreal. The ceremony room was small. Too small for how permanent this was. A judge stood at the front, papers in hand, expression carefully neutral. No flowers, no guests, no music, only Tommaso. He stood near the window, dressed in black, posture flawless, face carved from stone. He didn't look at me when I entered, not until I stopped beside him. Then he turned. For half a second, something unreadable crossed his face. Not warmth, not tenderness, recognition. As if this, me, standing here, carrying his child, had finally crossed from plan to reality. Begin, he said to the judge. Just like that. The words blurred together. Legal language. Responsibilities. Terms. I answered when prompted, my voice steady even as my heart raced. I do. I said it without looking at him. When it was his turn, Tommaso didn't hesitate. I do. No ring, no kiss. Just signatures on paper and a quiet, irrevocable shift in the universe. The judge nodded. You are now legally married." Just like that, I belonged to a man who didn't believe in love. The room emptied quickly. The judge left. The staff disappeared. Silence rushed in to fill the space. I stood there, unsure what came next. Tommaso broke the quiet. "You handled that well." It wasn't praise, just an observation. "I didn't have a choice," I replied. "No," he agreed. "You didn't." We faced each other, the weight of the moment settling like dust after an explosion. "So what now?" I asked. "Now you live," he said, "under my protection." I laughed softly, the sound brittle. "You say that like it's a gift." "It is," he said flatly. He gestured toward the door. "Come." I followed him back through the halls, my steps slower now, heavier. Each one felt like it was carrying me further from the person I'd been yesterday. We stopped outside a bedroom. "Our bedroom," he said. My chest tightened. I thought, "You'll have your own space," he interrupted. "This is for appearances. Nothing more." Relief and something sharper tangled in my chest. "Good." His eyes flicked to my face. "Don't misunderstand. This marriage is a shield, not a promise." "I never thought it was," I said. He opened the door. The room was vast, dark, immaculate, a bed large enough to sleep in without touching. Windows overlooking the city like it was something to be conquered. "I won't touch you unless you ask," he said abruptly. The words startled me. "I'm not a monster," he added, as if that needed clarification. I looked at him then, really looked. The rigid control, the tension in his shoulders, the exhaustion buried under authority. "I know," I said quietly. "Monsters don't warn you." Something shifted in his gaze. He moved past me, shrugging off his jacket. "Security will remain outside at all times." "And inside?" I asked. "No," he said. "You deserve privacy." I nodded. It was more kindness than I'd expected. "Tommaso," I said before he could leave. He paused. "I won't try to run," I said. "Not because I can't, but because I won't risk my baby." His jaw tightened. "Good. I will ask one thing, though." He turned, eyes sharp. "What?" "Don't make me feel like a hostage," I said. "I can survive a lot, but not that." Silence stretched. Finally, he said, "I don't intend to." Then he left. The door closed softly behind him. I sat on the edge of the bed, my hand drifting to my stomach again. "We're married," I whispered to the baby. "I don't know what that means yet, but we'll figure it out." Outside, somewhere beyond the walls, a city moved on. Inside this fortress, I was a wife in name only, bound to a man who thought love was lethal. And yet, beneath the fear, beneath the loss of choice, something unexpected stirred. A quiet, dangerous hope. Because if Tommaso Piallo truly believed this marriage was only a shield, he had no idea how deeply it was already cutting into both of us.
By the third day of marriage, I knew exactly how Chiara Romano took her coffee. No sugar. A splash of milk she never finished. She drank it standing by the windows, one hand always resting on her stomach, eyes on the city like she was memorizing a world she might never walk freely in again. It irritated me more than it should have. Routines were dangerous. They created familiarity. And familiarity bred attachment. Attachment got people killed. I watched her from the other side of the room as she finished breakfast in silence. The dining table between us might as well have been a border. She stayed on her side. I stayed on mine. "Eat more," I said. She looked up. "I did. You picked at it." "I'm not hungry." "You're pregnant," I replied flatly. Hunger is irrelevant. Her lips pressed together, but she took another bite without argument. A small victory. One I didn't enjoy as much as I should have. After breakfast, the house came alive with quiet efficiency. Guards rotated. Staff moved like ghosts. Everything ran on schedule. Except her. She didn't pace. Didn't test boundaries. Didn't ask questions meant to provoke. She simply existed. And that was the problem. I followed her to the sitting room where she paused by the windows again. Always the windows. Always the light. "You'll stay on this floor today," I said, "until we finish assessing threats." "You say that every day," she replied. Because every day the threat remains. She turned then, finally facing me fully. Am I allowed to go outside? No. Am I allowed to speak to anyone? You can speak to staff. What about friends? I stared at her. Do you have any? The question landed harder than I intended. Her shoulders stiffened. I had, she said quietly. Before my last name made them nervous. Regret was a useless emotion. I pushed it aside. You're safer here, I said. That's all that matters. For you, she replied. Or for me. For the child. She exhaled slowly, one hand tightening over her stomach. You keep saying that like I'm not part of the equation. I stepped closer. You became part of it the moment you chose to carry my heir. Her eyes flashed. I didn't choose you. No, she hadn't. That was the truth I kept circling. I didn't choose you either, I said. But here we are. The silence stretched. Taut. Fragile. I want to set rules, she said suddenly. I blinked. Excuse me. If we're going to live like this, she continued, voice steady, then I need to know where the lines are. I studied her. The courage it took to say that to me wasn't foolish. It was desperate, and desperation made people brave. Speak, I said. No threats, she said. Not unless there's real danger. I considered. Fine. No using my family against me. That depends on your family. She met my gaze. No, another pause. Agreed, I said. And I want to choose my own doctor. That's non-negotiable, I said instantly. Her chin lifted. Then choose one who speaks to me like a person, not a vessel. The word cut. I nodded once. Done. She let out a breath she'd been holding. Thank you. The gratitude unsettled me. You'll follow security protocols, I said. No wandering. No windows open. No visitors without clearance. I understand. And Kiara, I added, stopping her before she could turn away. She looked at me. If anything feels wrong, I said, you tell me immediately. Her brow furrowed. You don't trust your men? I don't trust coincidence. That earned a small, humorless smile. Neither do I. Later, in the quiet hours of the afternoon, the house fell into a tense calm. I reviewed reports, fielded calls, issued orders, and all the while, I was aware of her presence like a constant hum beneath my skin. When the gunfire came, it was distant, but unmistakable. I was on my feet before the echo faded. Lockdown, I barked into my phone. Now, I was moving before the confirmation came back, already halfway down the hall to her floor. Alarms were silent, by design, but the guards moved with sudden precision. I found her in the sitting room, standing by the windows again. Get away from there, I snapped. Her eyes widened. What's happening? I crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbing her arm, not roughly but firmly, and pulling her toward the interior hallway. Stay behind me, I ordered. The sound came again, closer this time. Her breath hitched. I felt it through the contact. I positioned myself between her and the direction of the noise, one hand braced on the wall, the other still gripping her arm. Tommaso, she whispered. I've got you, I said without thinking. The words hung in the air, heavy and absolute. She pressed a hand to her stomach. Instinct took over before reason could stop it. I covered her hand with mine. The contact jolted through me like electricity. She froze. I froze. Under my palm, something fluttered. A faint movement. Not imagined. Not memory. Real. My breath stalled. That was, she whispered. I didn't answer. Couldn't. Because for the first time since the clinic, since the accusation, since the marriage without vows, I felt my child move. The gunfire stopped. Voices crackled through my earpiece, reporting containment, perimeter secure. None of it mattered. All that mattered was the fragile life beneath my hand, and the woman holding it together with nothing but quiet strength. I pulled my hand away abruptly. Stay here, I said, stepping back, rebuilding the walls piece by piece. I'll deal with this. She nodded, eyes still wide, not with fear now, but something else. When I turned away, my chest burned. This marriage was supposed to be control, strategy, protection. Instead, it was becoming something far more dangerous, something that could make me hesitate. And in my world, hesitation was fatal.
I didn't sleep after the lockdown. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it again. The unmistakable flutter beneath my skin. The proof that this wasn't just fear or theory or contracts signed in quiet rooms. There was a life inside me. And Tommaso Piallo had felt it too. The memory burned hotter than the gunfire. By morning, the penthouse had returned to its controlled calm. No alarms, no visible damage. Just the low hum of a machine that had decided not to break today. Sophia brought breakfast. Toast, fruit, tea. "You should eat," she said gently. "I will," I replied, though my appetite felt tangled up in nerves. When she left, I drifted back to the windows, as if the city might explain something it never had before. A knock came at the door. "Come in," I said, already knowing. Tommaso entered alone. No jacket, no gun visible, though I knew better than to assume anything about what he carried. "You're coming with me," he said. My pulse spiked. "Where?" "The doctor," I blinked. "Now?" "Yes." No explanation, no argument. The drive was silent, different car. Heavier security. Tommaso sat across from me this time, not beside. His gaze stayed forward, jaw set like he was bracing for impact. The clinic was private. Secure. Cold in that immaculate way that made everything feel unreal. The doctor smiled at me, spoke softly, explained things slowly, asked me questions. I almost cried at that alone. Tommaso stood near the wall, arms crossed, watching everything, guarding, measuring. "Everything looks healthy," the doctor said finally. "Would you like to hear the heartbeat?" My breath caught. Yes. The sound filled the room, fast, strong, undeniable. I pressed my lips together, tears slipping free despite my effort to stay composed. I glanced at Tommaso. His face had gone still in a way that frightened me more than anger ever had. "Would you like to see?" the doctor asked him. For a moment, I thought he might refuse. Then he stepped forward. The screen showed a blur of motion, shape not yet clear but undeniably present. "There," the doctor said, pointing. "That's your baby." Tommaso stared. Didn't blink, didn't breathe. Something inside him fractured so quietly I wasn't sure anyone but me could hear it. He didn't touch me. Didn't reach out, but his hand curled into a fist at his side, knuckles whitening like he was holding himself together by force alone. Outside the room, after the appointment was over, he walked ahead of me down the corridor. Too fast, like he needed distance from something chasing him. "Tommaso," I called. He stopped. I caught up, heart pounding. "You okay?" The question felt absurd, necessary anyway. "I don't need you to worry about me," he said. "I know," I replied. "But I do." He turned then, eyes dark, stormed. "Don't." The word was sharp, final. But his voice shook. Back at the penthouse, the house felt different, tighter, quieter. He disappeared into his office. I let him. Hours passed. I curled up on the couch, one hand on my stomach, the other gripping a throw blanket like it could anchor me. When he finally came back, it was late. Night had swallowed the city whole. "You should be resting," he said. I was waiting. "For what?" "For you," he paused. "Why?" I searched for the right answer and found only truth. Because today mattered. His shoulders rose and fell slowly. "Yes," he said. "It did." I stood, nerves buzzing. "You don't have to do this alone." He laughed softly. "Everything I've ever survived, I did alone." "And everything you lost?" I asked quietly. Silence. I stepped closer before fear could stop me. "I'm not her," I said gently. "But I'm not your enemy either." His eyes dropped to my stomach, lingering, torn. "I can't lose another family," he said. The confession stunned me. "You're not going to," I whispered. "You don't know that." "No," I agreed. "But I know I'm still here. And so is the baby." Something in his expression broke. He reached out, slower this time, asking without words. I nodded. His palm settled over my stomach. The baby moved again. Stronger this time. Tommaso inhaled sharply. That's real, he said hoarsely. Yes, I replied. We are. His hand stayed there longer than before. Protective. Reverent. Terrified. When he finally pulled away, his control was back in place. But it looked thinner now. Fragile. Get some rest, he said. I'll increase security tonight. Tommaso. He paused at the door. Thank you, I said, for letting me choose the doctor. A beat. You deserve more than permission, he replied. Then he left. I lay in bed later, staring at the ceiling, heart full and aching all at once. This child was changing everything, including him. And that scared me almost as much as it gave me hope, because men like Tommaso Piallo didn't survive softness. But maybe love didn't have to kill him this time. Maybe it could save us all.
The first rule of surviving grief was simple. Never give it a second chance to take something else from you. And yet that was exactly what Chiara was doing, without trying, without asking. Every time she looked at me like I could be more than the worst thing people said in whispers. I stood in my office with Luca on speaker, staring at the security feed of Chiara's floor. She moved slowly across the sitting room, one hand on her stomach, the other trailing along the back of a chair like she was teaching herself this cage by touch. Say it again, I said. We traced the clinic's internal access, Luca replied. The file was opened the night before her procedure. Not by the doctor, not by the nurse, by an admin login. My blood cooled. Name: a temporary contractor, hired through an agency. They disappeared 2 days later. So it wasn't an accident, or at least not entirely. I gripped the edge of my desk until the wood creaked. And Chiara. No link, Luca said. No payments. No calls. Nothing. The silence that followed was heavy, layered with the thing I hated most. Doubt. Because if Chiara didn't orchestrate the mix-up, then someone else did. Someone who wanted my heir inside a Romano woman. Someone who wanted a marriage to ignite a war. A knock came at my office door. Before I answered, Chiara pushed it open. I ended the call without a word. She stepped inside like she'd done it 100 times, not 7 days into a forced marriage, not still learning which corners of this penthouse were safe. She wore a simple sweater again, hair loose, face soft with tiredness, and that soft tiredness hit me in a place armor didn't cover. You shouldn't be here, I said. I knocked, she replied. You just didn't answer. I stared at her. You're supposed to have guards with you. They're outside, she said, then added quietly. They always are. There it was again. The truth I couldn't argue with. Chiara's eyes flicked to the monitor on my desk, security feeds, reports, names. She didn't ask what I was looking at. She didn't try to pry. Instead, she said, I want to go outside. I felt irritation flare, sharp and immediate. No, her gaze hardened. You said if I needed lines, I could set them. I said you could speak, I corrected. I didn't say I'd grant wishes. Her nostrils flared. She inhaled slow, like she was forcing herself to stay calm. I'm not asking for a party, she said. I'm asking for air. I feel like I'm disappearing in here. I watched her. The way her shoulders lifted slightly with each breath. The way her hand kept drifting to her stomach, protective and unconscious. The way she was trying not to sound like a prisoner begging. I'd caged her. And the disgusting part was, I'd done it so well she couldn't even prove it was a cage to anyone outside these walls. You're not disappearing, I said, colder than I meant to. You're surviving. Is that all you want from me? She asked. Survival. Yes, I snapped. Because survival means the baby survives. Her eyes flashed. I am not just a container for your child. The words struck harder than they should have. I stood slowly, forcing my temper into control before it became something uglier. You don't understand what's happening. Then explain it, she said. Stop treating me like I'm too fragile for the truth. I should have lied. It would have been simpler, cleaner. But she wasn't fragile. She was something else. Something that made honesty feel like a weapon I didn't know how to hold anymore. Someone tampered with the clinic, I said, watching her face. Your file was accessed the night before your procedure. Her color drained. What? It wasn't random, I continued. And if it wasn't random, then you're not just a target because of your last name. You're a target because someone planned this. Chiara's lips parted, breath catching. You're saying someone chose me. I didn't answer, because the next words were worse. And if they chose you, I said, They knew a Romano woman pregnant with my heir would start a war. Her hand tightened over her stomach, as if she could shield the baby from information. Why would anyone want that? I stepped closer, voice low. Because war makes men sloppy. War makes syndicates vulnerable. And vulnerability creates opportunity. Opportunity for who? I held her gaze. For whoever wants my seat. Chiara went very still. In that stillness, I saw it. Fear, yes, but not for herself. For the baby. For what this child meant in a world where everything had a price. You think someone inside your own world did this, she whispered. I don't think, I said. I know it's possible. She swallowed hard. And you still thought it was me. Guilt was a useless emotion. But it rose anyway, hot and unwanted. I thought it was the easiest explanation, I said. And now, she asked. I hesitated. The truth was dangerous. Now I don't know, I admitted. Chiara stared at me as if she'd never expected those words from my mouth. A man, like me, didn't confess uncertainty. But she didn't take advantage of it. She simply stepped closer, so close I could smell the faint trace of soap on her skin, clean and human in a life that was neither. This is why you're so controlling, she said softly. Because you're terrified. My jaw tightened. Stop diagnosing me. I'm not, she said. I'm seeing you. That was worse. Seeing meant understanding. Understanding meant connection. Connection meant loss. I turned away, moving to the window, putting distance between us before I did something stupid, like reach for her again. Like touch her belly and pretend the world wasn't made of knives. You don't go outside, I said, voice flat final. Not yet. Chiara's voice went quieter. Tommaso, I can't breathe in here. I forced myself to stay still, to keep my hands at my sides, to keep my heart out of this. You'll breathe, I said, because I'm not burying another family. Silence. Then behind me, the smallest sound, like she'd exhaled and something inside her had broken. When I turned, she was standing with tears in her eyes, furious at herself for it. I didn't ask to be your family, she said, voice shaking. I asked to be treated like a person. The words landed like a slap. I took one step toward her, then another, stopping just in front of her. I don't know how to do this, I said, low enough that it felt like a confession I could deny later. I know how to keep people alive. I know how to destroy threats. I don't know how to, her breath hitched. How to what? She whispered. How to let someone close without imagining their blood on my hands. I didn't say it. Instead, I reached out, not to her face, not to her waist, only to her wrist. Light contact. A question. She didn't pull away. I guided her hand to my chest, just over my heart. The beat beneath my suit was steady, controlled, but it was there, undeniable. You want proof you're not invisible? I murmured. There it is. Chiara's fingers curled slightly, as if she could feel the tension under my skin, the war inside me. Her eyes lifted to mine. You're not made of stone, she said. I leaned closer, so close my breath brushed her cheek, and for one suspended second, the entire world narrowed to the space between us. Then my phone rang. The sound shattered everything. I stepped back instantly, ripping the moment apart before it could become something real. I answered without looking away from her. Speak. Luca's voice came tight, urgent. We have a situation. Romano soldiers just hit one of our perimeter crews, 2 blocks from the building. Chiara froze. My blood went cold. Is it an attack? I demanded. Not sure, Luca said. But there's more. Someone leaked your route from the clinic yesterday. Only 3 people had it. I felt Chiara's eyes on me, wide with dawning horror. An inside leak. Close. Close enough to reach her. Lock the penthouse down, I ordered. No one in. No one out. I ended the call and looked at Chiara. Her voice was small. They know where I am. Yes, I said. I crossed the room, cupping her elbow, not gentle, not rough, just certain. Come, I ordered. Now. She didn't argue this time, because the air in the penthouse had changed. It wasn't a cage anymore. It was a fortress under siege.
Tommaso didn't lead me to my room. He led me deeper. Past the bright marble, past the glass walls and skyline views, into the parts of the penthouse that felt like they were built for storms. Windowless corridors, thicker doors, quieter air. The kind of architecture you didn't design for comfort. You designed it to survive. Where are we going? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Safe room, he said without looking back. The word shouldn't have comforted me. It should have made my skin crawl. A safe room meant you expected danger, Not someday, not theoretically. Now. My heart hammered as we reached a heavy steel door hidden behind a panel that looked like ordinary wall. Tommaso keyed in a code so fast it was muscle memory. The door clicked, then swung inward. He motioned me inside. The room was stark. Reinforced walls, a couch, a small table, bottled water stacked neatly, a medical kit, a second phone, a quiet camera in the corner. No windows. No way to tell time except the tightness in your chest. Tommaso shut the door behind us and turned, shoulders tense. I crossed my arms, instinctively curling around my stomach. How long do we stay in here? As long as I say. The old anger flared, even with fear scraping at me. You can't keep doing that. His gaze cut to mine. Yes, I can. I'm your wife, I said, hating the word even as I used it. Not your hostage. His jaw tightened. Right now, you're my responsibility. And I didn't ask for that? I shot back. I didn't ask for this either, he snapped, stepping closer. But the world doesn't care what we ask for. His voice was controlled, but I could hear it. The thread under the steel, the strain, the panic he refused to name. Tommaso, I said more softly, if someone leaked our route, it means someone close is compromised. He didn't blink. Or bought. I swallowed hard. And you don't know who? No. The word landed like a gunshot. I stared at him, my mouth dry. Then how do you know your people outside that door are yours? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device. Matte black, sleek, ugly in its purpose. He pressed a button. A faint hum vibrated through the room. Jammer, he said. No signals in or out. My stomach clenched. So we're cut off. We're protected. Same thing, I whispered. His eyes flicked to my belly again, like he couldn't help it, like the baby was a magnet he didn't trust. Sit, he ordered. I bristled on reflex, then forced myself to obey, not because he commanded it, but because my legs were starting to shake. I lowered onto the couch, breathing shallowly. Tommaso paced once, twice, then stopped near the door, listening. I listened too. At first there was only silence. Then faint sounds, footsteps distant and muffled, voices, too low to catch words. My fingers gripped the fabric of my sweater. Is there an attack? I don't know yet, he said. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one. He replied, and something about that honesty made my throat tighten. I'd asked him to treat me like a person. He was. This was the reality of his world. Uncertainty, betrayal, and violence that arrived without permission. My breath came faster. I pressed my palm to my stomach. You said they'd come for me. He looked at me then, fully. Yes. And you still brought me here. His eyes narrowed. I brought you here because you're safer with me than anywhere else. You mean safer in your cage, I said bitterly. His expression flickered. Something like pain, quickly buried. Call it what you want. Another sound outside, sharper. A sudden bark of a voice. My body went cold. Tommaso moved instantly, pulling his gun from where I hadn't even noticed it was hidden. He held it like it was part of him. My mouth went dry. Is that? Quiet, he said. Not cruelly. Just urgently. I clamped my lips shut, heart slamming so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Tommaso pressed his ear to the door. A thud echoed down the corridor. Then another. The air in the safe room turned heavy. My skin prickled as if my body knew what my mind was still refusing to accept. We're being attacked, I whispered. Tommaso didn't contradict me. He backed away from the door and came to stand in front of me, placing himself between my body and the only exit like he could shield me from bullets with bone and will. His voice dropped. If I tell you to get behind the table, you do it. My throat tightened. If you tell me to run? You don't run, he said harshly. You stay where I can reach you. Tommaso, his eyes locked on mine, dark and absolute. Chiara, listen to me. If anything happens, you curl around your stomach. You protect the baby. The words hit like a punch. If anything happens. I swallowed hard, forcing air into my lungs. What about me? For the first time, the answer wasn't immediate. His gaze dipped to my mouth, then my eyes, like he was weighing truth against survival. Then, quiet as a confession he would deny later, he said, I'll protect you too. My breath caught. Before I could respond, something slammed into the safe room door, violent, metallic, the whole frame shuddering. Dust trembled from the ceiling seam. I flinched. Tommaso didn't. He lifted his gun and aimed at the door. Stand steady, eyes cold. Who's there? He called. No answer. Another slam. The lock held, but I could hear it straining. My hands flew to my belly, panic rising so fast it made my vision pulse. Tommaso, please. Behind the table, he ordered. I scrambled down, crouching behind the heavy table, curling my body around my stomach the way he'd instructed. My cheek pressed against cold wood. I could taste fear. Tommaso stayed standing. Of course he did. I peeked through the gap, watching his silhouette. Broad shoulders, rigid control. The man who terrified everyone else now poised like a wall meant to stop the world. The door shuddered again. A crack splintered in the frame. Then, gunfire. Not inside the room. Outside. Rapid. Deafening in the hallway. I squeezed my eyes shut, every sound punching through me. My heart thudded so hard I thought it might tear loose. Tommaso fired once, through the door. The bang echoed, harsh and final. Then silence. A beat. 2. I heard a voice, strained and urgent. One of his men. Boss! It's clear. Tommaso didn't lower his gun. Say the code. A pause. Then, Black River. Tommaso exhaled, barely. He moved to the door, unlocked it, and opened it a fraction, gun still raised. I stayed frozen behind the table, unable to move. My whole body vibrated. Tommaso spoke low. Report. 2 intruders, the guard said, disguised as maintenance. They got past the elevator checkpoint. One's down. The other. His voice tightened. The other escaped into the stairwell. Tommaso's face went dangerous in a way I could feel even from here. How? We think someone inside gave them the access code. My stomach dropped through the floor. Tommaso turned slowly back toward me, eyes finding mine over the edge of the table. They're inside, I whispered. Yes, he said. And the scariest part wasn't the gunfire. It was the way Tommaso looked at me, like he'd just realized something worse than the attack itself. This wasn't just a threat outside his walls. It was betrayal within them. And whoever had done it was still here.
The safe room door was still open when I made the decision. Not the tactical one. Not the obvious one. Lock the building down, sweep the floors, interrogate the staff until dawn. The other decision. The one I'd been refusing since the clinic. If someone inside my walls had helped them, then Chiara wasn't just a target. She was bait. And if she was bait, then the only way to keep her alive was to make her untouchable. Not hidden. Claimed. I stepped into the hallway and the smell hit me first. Gunpowder, sweat, panic. 2 of my men held a third upright, his face bloodied, his maintenance uniform torn where they'd ripped his sleeve up to check for tattoos. Not staff, Luca reported, appearing at my side like he'd been born from shadow. His eyes went past me, toward the safe room, toward Chiara. She okay? I didn't answer him. I looked at the body on the floor instead. 1 intruder. Down. The second had escaped into the stairwell, which meant he was either gone already or still in the building, waiting for another opening. Either way, this was no longer a question of if someone had inside access. It was a question of who. Seal the stairwells, I ordered. Every exit. Every roof access. Nobody leaves this building without my voice saying so. Luca nodded once. Already in motion. I turned to my men holding the captured intruder. Bring him to the interrogation room. The man coughed, trying to laugh through blood. You think, he wheezed. You think you're the only one who can cage a woman? My vision sharpened into something cold and precise. I stepped close enough that he could smell death on my breath. Say her name, I said quietly, and I'll remove your tongue. His eyes widened, fear finally breaking through bravado. Good. I didn't kill him yet. Not because I was merciful, because I needed the truth first. I turned back toward the safe room. Kiara was still crouched behind the table, her face pale, eyes wide and shining. One hand curled around her stomach like she was trying to become a shield. When our eyes met, something twisted in my chest. Not softness, ownership, responsibility, rage. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me, cutting the corridor noise in half. "It's over," I said. Her voice trembled. "One got away." "Yes." Her throat bobbed. "So it's not over." I held her gaze. "No, it's not." Slowly, carefully, she rose from behind the table. Her movements were measured, like her body was afraid sudden motion might invite bullets back into existence. "You," she swallowed. "You shot through the door. I warned them. That doesn't make it less terrifying." The honesty in her voice did something dangerous. It made me want to reach for her, to pull her into my chest and let her feel that I was solid, that I was here, that nothing would get through me. I didn't. I stepped closer anyway. "You followed instructions," I said. "Good." Her eyes flashed with anger through the fear. "Don't praise me like a dog." The words should have irritated me. Instead, a grim satisfaction sparked. She still had fight in her. She wasn't broken. Not yet. "I'm not praising," I said. "I'm acknowledging you didn't freeze." "I did freeze," she whispered. "I just moved anyway." That was courage. Real courage wasn't loud. It was shaking hands and steady steps. My jaw tightened as I took in her face, too pale, too tight around the mouth. And the thought of her bleeding on my floor, no, not again. "We're changing the plan," I said. Her brows drew together. "What plan?" "The one where you stay invisible." "I'm not invisible," she snapped, then faltered when she heard the lie in it. "I mean, you are," I cut in. "To the public, to the families, to anyone watching us." Her voice went quiet. "That's what you wanted." "Yes," I said. And it was a mistake. A beat of silence. Kiara stared at me like she didn't know what to do with the words. "What does that mean?" she asked. "It means I'm going to make it clear," I said, "that you are mine." Her breath caught. "Tommaso, I'm not asking," I said, voice hardening. "This is protection. It sounds like possession." "It is," I said, and let the truth hit between us like a blade. Because possession is the language my enemies understand. Her hand moved over her stomach again, protective and instinctive. "If you make me public, my family—" "Your family already knows," I said. "They just haven't decided what to do about it yet." Fear flickered across her face. "I don't want to be used to start a war." "You won't be used," I said. "Not by them." I saw her swallow. Saw her try to steady herself. "And by you?" she asked softly. The question landed deeper than it had any right to. I stared at her for a long second, then stepped even closer, lowering my voice. "Kiara," I said, "if someone touches you, they die." Her lashes trembled. "That's not a promise," I continued. "That's a rule." I expected her to flinch. Instead, she lifted her chin, eyes bright. "Then stop making me feel like I'm already dead." Something inside me snapped taut. I reached out, slow, deliberate, placing my hand on her upper arm. Not to restrain her, to anchor her. Her skin was warm under my palm. "I'm going to deal with the traitor," I said. "Then I'm going to deal with the Romanos." Her breath shuddered. "How?" "With clarity," I replied. "And fear." I led her to the chair and made her sit, this time gently, not like an order, but like a decision. I crouched in front of her, bringing my eyes level with hers. "Listen to me," I said. "For the next few hours, you don't move without a guard. Not one step. Not for water. Not for air. Not for stubborn pride." Her mouth tightened. "I hate this." "I know," I said. "Hate it and live anyway." Her eyes glistened. "You talk like living is the only thing that matters." "It is," I said, because the alternative was a hospital hallway and a flatline and my hands empty again. I stood, ready to leave, when she caught my sleeve. The touch was light, but it stopped me like a gun pressed to my spine. Tommaso Piallo didn't stop for anyone, except her. I looked down at her hand on my sleeve, then at her face. "Don't go," she whispered, barely audible. The request wasn't romantic. It was human. It cracked something open in me I didn't want exposed. My voice came out low. "I have to." Her fingers tightened. "Promise you'll come back." Promises were for fools. Promises were how you tempted fate. "And yet, I'll come back," I said. Her hand fell away slowly, like she couldn't believe I'd said it. I stepped out into the corridor where Luca waited. His gaze flicked to my face. "Boss, get me everyone," I said. "All captains, all allies, every family that still answers when I call." Luca's eyes narrowed. "You're making a move." "Yes." "And Chiara." I looked back at the safe room door. A soft sound came from inside, her breath, her movement, proof she was still alive. "She's the move," I said. Luca inhaled sharply. "Publicly. Tonight," I said. "I'm ending the whispering." A guard approached fast. "Boss, your prisoner's talking." "Good." I turned toward the interrogation room, the rage sharpening into something clean and lethal. "Then I'll find out who opened my door," I said. "And I'll make an example so brutal no one forgets who she belongs to." As I walked away, my phone buzzed again. A message, unknown number. 2 words on the screen. "He knows." My blood went ice cold. Because there was only one he that mattered in this war, Chiara's brother. The Romano boss. And if he knew, then the next move wouldn't be mine.
The safe room didn't feel safe once you knew someone had opened the door on purpose. I sat on the couch with my hands folded over my stomach, trying to breathe like the air wasn't heavier in here, thicker, trapped, tasting faintly of metal and panic. A guard stood outside. Another, somewhere down the hall. Tommaso's men moved like shadows behind the walls, and still I couldn't stop picturing that violent slam against the door. The frame shuddering. Tommaso firing through it. His body in front of mine like he could take a bullet for a promise he didn't believe in. A soft knock came. Before I could answer, the door opened and Sophia slipped inside with a tray of food and a glass of water. Her face was carefully composed, but her eyes weren't. "You should eat," she said again, like she could speak normal into existence. I took the water with shaking fingers. "Is it finished?" Sophia hesitated. "For now." That was not comfort. It was a warning. She set the tray down and looked at me for a long moment, her gaze dropping to my stomach. "The baby?" I swallowed, still moving. A flicker of relief crossed her face. Then it vanished behind professionalism. "Good." She turned to leave. "Sophia?" I blurted before she could disappear back into the shadows. Do you think Tommaso will really keep me safe?" Sophia paused with her hand on the door. Her answer came quiet. "He's kept a lot of people alive." "That's not what I asked." She glanced back, and for a second I saw the woman beneath the employee. The woman who had probably cleaned blood out of marble and called doctors at 3 a.m. "He will keep you safe," she said softly. "Because if he fails, he won't survive it, even if his body does." Then she was gone. I sat there with the words twisting in my chest, even if his body does. So that was the truth of it. This wasn't just about protection. It was about his survival. About grief that still had its claws in him. About a dead woman's ghost and a man who believed love killed the things it touched. A guard's voice murmured outside the door. Low. Urgent. Another voice answered. Footsteps passed. My skin prickled. I forced myself to stand and pace the small room, one careful lap at a time. My legs felt too tight, like my body wanted to run, even though my brain knew there was nowhere to go. A sudden flutter inside me stopped me mid-step. I pressed my palm to my belly. "There you are," I whispered, voice trembling. "We're okay. We're still okay." Another knock, harder this time. Before I could answer, the door opened, and Tommaso stepped in. He looked like he'd been carved out of night, sleeves rolled up, no jacket. A faint smear of something dark on his knuckles that could have been blood or just shadow. His eyes were colder than the room. But he was here. My throat tightened. "You came back," I said, hating how small my voice sounded. His gaze pinned me. I said I would. He didn't apologize. Men like him didn't. They returned like returning was the only language they trusted. "What happened?" I asked. His jaw flexed. "We caught one, the other ran. And the traitor?" My pulse spiked as I said the word. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Not confirmed." Not confirmed meant not dead. My stomach turned. Tommaso looked around the room as if checking it for cracks, then took one step closer to me. not close enough to touch. Close enough that I could feel the heat of him. I'm moving you, he said. My heart kicked. Where? Not out of the building, he added, as if he knew exactly what I was about to think. To my floor, my sightline. My room isn't. Your room is compromised, he cut in. Everything is compromised until I know who opened my door. I stared at him. So the answer is to put me closer to you. Yes. And you call that protection? It is protection, he said flatly. And it's also strategy. The honesty of that hit like a bruise. I drew a breath, steadying myself. You said you were going to make me untouchable. His eyes didn't blink. I am. What does that mean? I asked, though I already felt the shape of the answer. He didn't hesitate. Tonight people will see you, hear you, understand what you are. My stomach clenched. A symbol. A wife, he corrected, voice sharp. And the mother of my heir. The words sent a chill through me. Tommaso, I whispered, if my brother sees me. His expression tightened. He already knows. My breath left my lungs. How? I managed. Because someone wanted him to, Tommaso said. Someone wanted this to spread. They wanted pressure. Reaction. I wrapped my arms around myself. He'll think I betrayed them. He'll think whatever suits him, Tommaso replied. Your brother doesn't think in feelings. He thinks in power. I flinched because it was true. The few times I'd seen my brother since I left, his eyes had been colder than mine. I don't want to be used to pull him into a war, I said. I left that world. I tried to leave. Tommaso's gaze dropped to my stomach again, lingering like it hurt. You can't leave, blood. I can't. My voice cracked. But I can refuse to be a weapon. His eyes lifted slowly to mine. Do you know why that man got as far as the hallway? I shook my head. Because they thought you were hidden, he said. A secret. A soft spot no one would notice until it was too late. My skin went cold. They got that close, he continued. Voice low, dangerous. Because I tried to keep you invisible. He took another step. Closer now, not touching. Just there, dominating the air. Tonight, he said. I reverse it. I swallowed hard. And if it makes it worse? His mouth twisted. Something like bitterness. Then it was always going to get worse. He turned slightly, reaching into his pocket. My body went tense, expecting a weapon. Instead, he pulled out a phone. He didn't hand it to me. He held it up so I could see the screen. 2 words. Unknown number. He knows. My knees went weak. That's him. Tommaso's eyes sharpened. You recognize the number? No, I whispered. But the phrasing, it's how my brother's people speak, like I'm an object being reported on. Rage flickered across Tommaso's face. Fast, controlled, lethal. Good, he said. I blinked. Good? It means he'll move, Tommaso said. And when he moves, he exposes who's feeding him information. My stomach turned. So you're baiting my brother. Tommaso didn't deny it. Chiara, he said, voice rougher now. They already used you once, at the clinic. I didn't create that. I walked into it. His hand lifted, stopping halfway between us, like he was about to touch my cheek, then changed direction and settled, careful and firm, on my shoulder instead. The contact shocked me more than his threats ever had. This time, he said quietly, I'm using the trap to catch the hand that said it. My throat tightened. And what if I get hurt while you're hunting? Tommaso's grip tightened just enough to make the answer clear before he even spoke. Then I burn the world down, he said. I stared at him, heart thudding. The terrifying part was that I believed him. The even more terrifying part was what that belief did to me, how it warmed something inside my chest that had been cold for years. I don't want your world to burn, I whispered. I just want my baby to live. Tommaso's eyes softened, barely, like a crack in ice. Then do exactly what I say tonight. Fear fluttered inside me, matching the baby's movement. "What are you making me do?" I asked. Tommaso leaned in slightly, voice turning intimate in the most dangerous way. "You're gonna stand beside me," he said, "where everyone can see you." A beat. "And if your brother calls," he added, "you're going to let me answer." My breath hitched. Because that wasn't protection, that was declaration. And somewhere deep in my bones, I knew the moment my brother heard Tommaso Piallo's voice on my line, the war would stop being a shadow in the hallway. It would become the whole sky.
By nightfall, the penthouse wasn't a home. It was a stage. My men moved with the quiet precision of a funeral procession. Black suits, earpieces, weapons hidden where only trained eyes would notice. The main living area had been cleared, lights adjusted, security cameras repositioned. Not for comfort, for optics. Because tonight wasn't about hiding Chiara Romano. Tonight was about making the world understand a single, irreversible fact. She was under my name, and anyone who reached for her would lose their hands. I watched her from the doorway as Sophia helped her into a dark, elegant dress that wasn't bridal and wasn't casual, something in between. Something that said wife without saying fairy tale. Chiara's hair was down, soft waves over her shoulders. Her face was pale, but her chin was lifted. She looked like a woman walking into a storm on purpose. When Sophia stepped away, Chiara turned and met my eyes. "I feel like I'm about to be fed to wolves," she said. "You are," I replied. Her throat tightened. "That's comforting." "It should be," I said, stepping closer. "Because the wolves are afraid of me." A flicker of something crossed her expression. Fear, anger, and beneath it, a stubborn refusal to crumble. "You're sure this is necessary?" she asked. I didn't soften it. Someone tried to break into the safe room. They will try again. The only difference now is that they won't be guessing where you are. They'll know. And they'll know I want them to know. Chiara's hand drifted to her stomach. Protective. Instinctive. My gaze followed it like it always did now. Like my body recognized my blood before my mind could build walls around it. "I hate that your plan involves me being visible," she said quietly. "I spent my whole life trying to disappear from that world." "I know," I said. "And now I'm being announced." "Yes." She let out a slow breath. "What if my brother comes for me?" My jaw tightened. "Then he steps into my territory." "And if he comes to kill you," she whispered. "I've had men try," I said. "They're all dead." Her eyes searched my face, like she wanted to find a crack where mercy lived. She wouldn't. Not tonight. I offered her my hand. Chiara stared at it like it was another contract. "I'm not doing this because I trust you," she said. I held her gaze. "Good. Trust is a weakness." Her lips pressed together. Then she placed her hand in mine anyway. Her skin was warm, trembling slightly. I closed my fingers around hers, firm, steady, not gentle, not rough. Final. We walked into the main room together. Captains were already there. A few allies. A few men who claimed loyalty because it benefited them. Faces I'd known for years. Faces I'd killed beside. Faces I still didn't fully trust. They all looked at her. Pregnant belly faintly visible now. My ring on her finger, placed earlier, quick and silent, no ceremony, catching light when she moved. A ripple went through the room. Not spoken, but understood. So it's real. I guided Chiara to stand beside me. Not behind. Not in the corner. Beside. "This is my wife," I said, voice calm, carrying. "Chiara Piallo." Chiara's fingers tightened around mine. A few men nodded. A few looked away too quickly, already calculating what this meant for the balance of power. Good. Let them calculate. I continued, eyes sweeping the room. Someone breached my building today. Someone tried to reach her. The air sharpened. "I don't care what family you serve," I said. "I don't care what flag you wave. If you touch her, if you even speak her name with disrespect, I will end you, and I will end the men who raised you." Silence. Heavy. Satisfied. Then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Not a normal call. A number my system flagged instantly. Unknown. Masked. But routed through channels I'd seen before. Romano. Chiara went still beside me. I felt it through the way her hand stiffened in mine. I lifted the phone to my ear without breaking my posture. "Speak," I said. A voice came through, calm, male, controlled. The kind of calm that came from growing up with blood as a language. "Tommaso Piallo," the voice said. "You're wearing my sister like a trophy." Chiara's breath caught. So it was him. Her brother. I kept my gaze forward, my voice steady. Your sister is my wife. A low laugh. You think paperwork makes her yours? I think your men tried to break into my home today, I said. So yes, I think you care. Silence on the line. Then quieter. Put her on. Chiara's fingers dug into my palm. I didn't move the phone. No, she's still Romano, he said. And I'm still her blood. You lost the right to claim her when you let her live alone, I replied. Chiara flinched, tiny, but I felt it. The voice sharpened. Careful. I stepped slightly closer to Chiara, my shoulder nearly brushing hers. A message without words. You're not alone. I'm being careful, I said. That's why I'm calling you back instead of burying your messenger in the river. Another pause. Then, why her? The question was almost genuine. Like even he couldn't understand the twist of fate that had put Chiara's body in my hands. She's carrying my heir, I said simply. A beat. Then his voice dropped. And if she loses it? My blood iced over. Watch your words. Answer, he said. Chiara's hand trembled. She didn't speak. She didn't interrupt. But I felt her heart in her pulse, frantic against my skin. If she loses it, I said, voice turning low, lethal, your family will be ash. The line went silent for 2 full seconds. Then he spoke again, slower now. You already lost one. Every muscle in my body locked. The room around me blurred at the edges. Chiara's gaze snapped to my face, eyes wide with shock, because she hadn't known that part. Not fully. Not the shape of it. Not the way it still owned me. You don't speak about her, I said through my teeth. But the damage was done. The ghost was in the room now. My dead lover. My dead child. The hallway. The flatline. The reason I'd built my life out of steel. The reason Chiara was wearing my name like armor. You think I don't know, her brother murmured. You think I don't know who ordered it? Chiara's breath hitched sharply. My blood went colder than it had during gunfire. Say it, I demanded. A soft chuckle. Not on the phone. My grip tightened around Chiara's hand so hard she winced. I loosened immediately, just enough to remind myself she was real. She was here. She was not a memory I could lose again. Her brother's voice came again, almost satisfied. Bring her to neutral ground, he said. Tomorrow night. 1 hour. No tricks. No, I said instantly. You don't get to keep her from her blood forever, he replied. And you don't get to pretend you're the only monster in this city. I felt Chiara's eyes on me, pleading without words. Not trust. Need. A need so raw it scraped my ribs. I'll respond, I said finally. Not tonight. Tomorrow, he repeated. Or I come to you. The line clicked dead. I lowered the phone slowly. The room was silent. My men watched me, waiting for orders, waiting for violence, waiting for the next move. Chiara stared up at me, her face pale. You knew, she whispered. You knew you lost. I didn't let her finish. I didn't want the words spoken out loud in front of wolves. I leaned closer to her ear, voice low enough that only she could hear. I'll tell you everything, I said. Later, when no one can use it against you. Her eyes filled, but she blinked it back. Strong. Always strong. And then, as if the universe wanted to punish me for even promising honesty, Luca's voice cut through my earpiece, tight with urgency. Boss, we have a problem. I didn't move my gaze from Chiara. What? The intruder we captured, Luca swallowed. He's dead. My pulse turned into ice. He was in our custody, Luca continued. Locked. Guarded. And someone still got to him. A betrayal inside my walls. Again, Chiara's fingers tightened in mine. And I knew, with a certainty that tasted like blood, tomorrow night wasn't just a meeting. It was a trap. And I was walking my wife straight into it.
The city looked different when you knew someone was planning to bleed on it. Night pressed against the windows of the penthouse, thick and watchful, as if it had leaned closer to listen. The room was still full of people, men with weapons hidden under silk and loyalty worn like masks. But everything felt far away, muffled by the echo of my brother's voice still ringing in my ears. You don't get to keep her from her blood forever. I stood beside Tommaso, my hands still locked in his, my pulse skidding wildly beneath my skin. Everyone else saw power when they looked at him. I saw a man holding himself together with sheer will. The meeting dissolved slowly after the call ended. Men murmured. Phones came out. Orders were given in low voices that carried violence in every syllable. I barely registered any of it. All I could think about was tomorrow night. Neutral ground. 1 hour. No tricks. A lie wrapped in polite words. Tommaso guided me away from the room without a word, his grip firm but not painful, like he was afraid I might disappear if he loosened it. We moved through corridors and locked doors until the world narrowed to quiet again. When we reached the bedroom, he shut the door behind us and leaned his forehead against it for a brief, dangerous second. I'd never seen him do that. Not lean, not pause. My chest tightened. "You lost a child," I said softly. He went still. "I didn't want you to hear it like that," he replied. "But I needed to hear it," I said. "If I'm standing in the middle of this war, I don't get to be protected by ignorance." He turned slowly, eyes dark and unreadable. "Knowing will make it harder." "I'm already here," I said. "Nothing about this is easy." Silence stretched between us, thick with things we'd avoided naming. Finally, he spoke. "She was pregnant," he said. "We weren't married. I didn't want to cage her. I thought love meant letting her choose." His voice tightened. "They ambushed us outside a restaurant. Bullets meant for me." My stomach twisted. "She died in the hospital," he continued. "So did the baby." I swallowed hard, tears burning behind my eyes. "I'm sorry." He laughed once, hollow. "Everyone is." I stepped closer without thinking, my hand rising to his chest, pressing flat over his heart like I needed proof it was still beating. He stiffened, but he didn't stop me. "That's why you're terrified," I whispered. "Not of me, of history repeating itself." His hand came up slowly, covering mine where it rested against him. "Yes," he said simply. The word felt like a confession carved into bone. "And my brother," I said quietly. "He knows something." Tommaso's jaw tightened. "He claims he knows who ordered the hit." My blood ran cold. "Do you think he's telling the truth?" "I think," Tommaso said, eyes burning, "that tomorrow will decide whether he's bluffing or trying to bury us both." Fear bloomed in my chest, sharp and undeniable. "You're still going?" "Yes." "And you're taking me?" "Yes." I pulled my hand back, wrapping my arms around myself. "That's insane." "It's inevitable," he replied. "If I refuse, he comes here, and I won't let him turn my home into a battlefield." My voice shook. "What if he plans to kill you tomorrow?" Tommaso stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Then he won't succeed." "And if he plans to take me?" His eyes flashed. "He won't breathe long enough to try." The certainty in his voice should have comforted me. Instead, it terrified me, because certainty like that only came from men willing to die for it. I pressed a hand to my stomach as the baby shifted, a reminder that something fragile and innocent was caught in the middle of monsters. "I don't want our child to grow up in a war," I said. Tommaso's expression softened, just barely. "Neither do I." "And yet," I whispered, "this is where we are." He nodded once. "This is where we are." We stood there for a moment, the weight of tomorrow pressing down on us. Then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, frowned, then answered without preamble. "Speak." I watched his face change as he listened, control tightening into something lethal. "What?" I asked. He ended the call slowly. "The autopsy came back," he said. My heart stuttered. "On the intruder?" "Yes." "And?" "He wasn't killed by one of ours," Tommaso said. "Different caliber, different angle." My breath caught. "So someone else silenced him?" "Yes." "Inside your building?" "Yes." "And they're still alive?" I whispered. "Yes." The room felt smaller, colder. A sudden, horrifying thought surfaced. What if tomorrow isn't about peace or negotiation at all? Tommaso met my eyes. "It isn't." "What if it's about forcing you into a choice?" I said. "Me. Or revenge." His gaze dropped to my stomach again, lingering, torn. "I won't choose," he said. I laughed softly, broken. "You don't get that luxury." A knock sounded at the door. Sharp, urgent. Tommaso moved instantly, opening it a fraction. Luca stood there, face pale. Boss, we intercepted a message. Tommaso didn't ask how. From who? Romano channels, Luca said. It wasn't meant for us. My heart pounded. What does it say? Luca swallowed. It says, bring the woman alive. The room spun. Alive. Meaning they expected death. Just not mine. Tommaso's hand closed around mine, fierce and unyielding. That changes nothing. It changes everything, I whispered. They're planning to kill you. He turned to me, eyes blazing. They'll fail. But what if they don't? I demanded. What if tomorrow ends with your blood on the ground and me standing there with your child? Stop, he snapped. I shook my head, tears finally breaking free. I won't be your second dead family. The words hit him like a blow. For the first time since I'd met him, Tommaso Piallo looked afraid. Not of enemies. Of losing me. He reached up, cupping my face with both hands. His touch firm, grounding, desperate. Listen to me, he said, voice low and intense. Tomorrow, no matter what happens, you do exactly what I say. And if you're hurt? You don't stop, he said. You don't hesitate, you protect the baby. And you? His forehead rested against mine, breath mingling with mine in the space between heartbeats. I'll fight, he said. I always do. The baby moved hard beneath my hand, a sudden, sharp reminder of life refusing to wait for war to end. I pressed my palm to my stomach, then placed Tommaso's hand over it. Feel that, I whispered. That's what we're fighting for. His breath hitched. I won't fail you, he said. I believed he meant it. I was terrified it wouldn't be enough. Outside, the city hummed on. Ignorant, indifferent. Tomorrow night, blood would be spilled. And one way or another, nothing would ever be the same again. If you've made it this far, thank you for spending your time with me. I post new dark mafia romance audiobooks 3 times a week, so make sure you're subscribed and hit that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Now tell me in the comments, do you trust Tommaso? Do you think Chiara made a mistake? Or is this the beginning of something neither of them can escape? Your comments help me write even better stories, and they help YouTube recommend my videos to more listeners. So don't be shy. And a little secret between us? Book 2 is already in the works, and it goes darker, deeper, and far more emotional than anything you've heard so far. Chiara will walk into a trap designed to shatter the most feared man in New York, and Tommaso Piallo will have to choose revenge, or the family he never planned to love. Stay close. You won't want to miss what happens next. She thought she could run from him. From the Mafia king. From the man whose child she carried. But love isn't what Tommaso wants from Chiara. Obedience is. And when he finds her, the price of escape will be far more dangerous than the prison she left behind. Welcome to Book 2 of the Mafia King's Accidental Heir.
Neutral ground was a lie men told each other, so they could pretend blood wouldn't be spilled. I stood at the window as dawn bled slowly over the city, gray light crawling between buildings like it was afraid of what waited below. In 12 hours, Chiara would be standing in the open with my enemies watching her breathe. In 12 hours, someone would try to kill me. Again. Behind me, the penthouse was quiet, too quiet. My men had rotated shifts without sound. Weapons were checked, then checked again. Routes memorized. Exit plans layered on top of contingency plans. And still, none of it felt like enough. Because none of it accounted for the one variable I couldn't control. Chiara. I heard her before I saw her. Soft footsteps. Careful. Like she'd learned the rhythm of my world and was trying not to disrupt it. Tommaso. Her voice cut through the silence sharper than any gunshot. I turned. She stood in the doorway wrapped in a dark robe, hair loose, eyes tired but clear. One hand rested over her stomach like it belonged there now, as natural as breathing. My chest tightened. You should be sleeping, I said. So should you. I didn't argue. There was no point. She stepped farther into the room, stopping a few feet away. Close enough that I could smell her soap. Clean. Familiar. Dangerous. You've been planning all night, she said. Yes. You're not telling me everything. No, her jaw set. I asked you not to do that anymore. I crossed my arms, forcing myself to stay where I was. And I told you knowing everything will only make today harder. Her eyes flashed. Harder for who? The answer sat heavy on my tongue. For me. Because the more she knew, the harder it would be to lie to her. And lying was the only thing keeping her from seeing just how bad this could get. They want me dead, she said quietly. Yes. And they want me alive. Yes. That means I'm leverage, she continued. It means if they can't kill you cleanly, they'll try to break you instead. I didn't answer. She took that as confirmation. Tommaso, she whispered, stepping closer. Are you walking me into a trap on purpose? I met her gaze. Didn't look away. Didn't soften it. Yes. Her breath caught, but she didn't step back. Why? She asked. Because they already built it, I said. I'm just deciding where it snaps shut. She stared at me like she was trying to reconcile the man who'd put his body in front of hers with the one saying this now. And if it snaps on us? She asked. It won't. That's not an answer. I exhaled slowly, then said the truth I'd been avoiding. Because if I refuse this meeting, they escalate. They stop pretending. They come for you again, somewhere I can't predict. Her eyes filled, but she blinked the tears back. Strong. Always strong. So this is you choosing the battlefield. Yes. And choosing me as bait. The word hit hard. I stepped forward before I could stop myself. You are not bait. What am I then? She demanded. I hesitated. A mistake. Everything, I said finally. And that's the problem. Silence fell between us, heavy and charged. She reached for my hand. I let her. Her fingers curled around mine, warm and real, grounding me more than any plan ever could. I need you to promise me something, she said. I already knew what it would be. I don't make promises, I replied. Make this one, she said. If it comes down to a choice, your life or revenge, you choose to live. My jaw tightened. Chiara, choose us, she interrupted. Choose the baby. The word us hit harder than baby ever could. Because us meant future. It meant survival beyond today. I pulled my hand free gently and lifted her chin so she had to look at me. I will do everything in my power to come back to you, I said. That's not what I asked. No, I agreed. But it's the only promise I won't break. She searched my face, like she was memorizing it in case this was the last time. Then she nodded once. Then I'll do my part. What part is that? She took a breath, steeled herself. I'll walk into that meeting like I'm not afraid. My chest tightened painfully. You are afraid. Yes, she said. But I won't let them see it. She stepped closer, pressing her forehead lightly against my chest. Not asking, just taking comfort where she could. For a moment, I let myself rest my chin on her head. Just a moment. Because moments like this were how men like me got weak. And weakness got people killed. A knock came at the door. Luca's voice. Tight. Focused. Boss. It's time. I closed my eyes briefly. When I opened them, Chiara was already stepping back, her face composed, walls up. The transformation terrified me. Because she was learning too quickly how to survive in my world. I turned to Luca. Any new intel? Yes, he said. Neutral ground changed. My blood iced over. To where? A private gallery on the river, Luca replied. Owned by a shell company tied to Romano money. Of course it was. They control the exits, Luca added. And the sight lines. Chiara stiffened beside me. I nodded once. Good. Luca frowned. Good. Yes, I said. It means they're confident. Confidence made men careless. I looked at Chiara. We leave in 20 minutes. She squared her shoulders. I'm ready. I didn't believe her, but I admired her for saying it anyway. As Luca turned to go, my phone buzzed. One message. No number. Bring her. Come alone. I showed Chiara the screen. Her lips pressed together. You won't. No, I agreed. I'll bring an army they can't see. She reached for me again, gripping my sleeve. Tommaso. I looked down at her. If this goes wrong, she said, voice steady despite everything, don't let them turn me into a weapon against you. I cupped her face, my thumbs brushing beneath her eyes. They won't get the chance. Because if they tried, there wouldn't be enough bodies in the river to count. Outside, engines started. The city woke up, unaware it was about to witness a war disguised as a meeting. And as I led my wife toward the door, one truth burned through every calculation I'd made. If they thought killing me would end this, they had no idea what I would become if they failed.
The car doors locked with a sound that felt permanent. Not loud, not dramatic, just final. I sat in the back seat of the armored sedan, hands folded over my stomach, trying to remember what it felt like to exist in a world where meetings didn't come with exit strategies and men didn't carry guns because they loved someone. Tommaso sat across from me, posture relaxed in a way I was starting to recognize as dangerous. He looked like a man heading to a business dinner, not a trap designed to end his life. That scared me more than his rage ever had. "You don't have to do this," I said quietly. He didn't look at me. "Yes, I do." The city slid past the windows. Bridges, water, early morning traffic pretending this was an ordinary day. Somewhere, people were buying coffee, kissing goodbye, making plans that assumed tomorrow was guaranteed. I wondered if I'd ever live like that again. The baby moved, a sharp, grounding flutter. I pressed my palm down, breathing through the fear. "We're okay. Right now, we're okay." Tommaso's gaze dropped to the movement despite himself. "Seatbelt," he said. I blinked. "What?" "You're not braced," he repeated, already leaning forward to pull the belt across me himself. The tenderness of the motion, so out of place, so careful, nearly broke me. "You think about everything," I murmured. "I think about what I can control," he replied. "And the rest?" His jaw tightened. "I eliminate." The car slowed. My stomach clenched as I looked out the window and saw the building. The gallery rose from the riverfront like a polished lie, glass and steel, elegant lines, soft lighting already glowing inside. Art banners fluttered gently in the breeze, announcing a private viewing that felt like mockery. Neutral ground. I almost laughed. Tommaso exited first. Men I barely noticed fanned out, invisible, unless you knew how to look. He turned back to me, offering his hand. I took it. The moment my feet hit the pavement, the air changed. Thicker, charged. Eyes were on us. I felt them before I saw them. Inside, the gallery was vast and white, walls lined with modern art, abstract violence, disguised as beauty. A long corridor led deeper inside, where voices murmured and footsteps echoed. Romano men. I knew their posture, their arrogance, their certainty that blood always came back to blood. And then I saw him. My brother stood near the center of the room, hands clasped behind his back like a king, waiting to receive tribute. Dark suit. Calm expression, the same eyes I remembered from childhood, sharp, calculating, already weighing what I was worth now. My chest tightened. "Chiara," he said, smiling as if this were a family reunion. "You look well." Tommaso's grip tightened around my hand. "She is," Tommaso said evenly, "and she will remain so." My brother's gaze slid to him, assessing. "You're not alone." Tommaso smiled without warmth. "Neither are you." The tension snapped tight. I took a breath and did the thing I'd promised. I didn't hide. I stepped half a pace forward, still within Tommaso's reach, but visible, unmistakable. "I didn't choose this war," I said, "but I won't pretend I don't exist in it." My brother's brow lifted slightly. "You never did like pretending." "No," I agreed. "I liked surviving." A few men shifted, weapons adjusted beneath jackets. The gallery felt smaller with every heartbeat. My brother studied my stomach openly now. "So it's true." "Yes," I said. "It is." He looked back at Tommaso. "You're brave, putting your air in the open." "I'm decisive," Tommaso replied. "There's a difference," my brother laughed softly. "You always did like control. And you always liked using people." Tommaso shot back. The words cut clean. I felt the baby move again, stronger this time, and panic flared. Stay calm. Stay visible. Stay alive. My brother stepped closer to me. Tommaso moved instantly, placing himself between us. "Don't," Tommaso said quietly. "I just want to talk to my sister," my brother replied. "Alone." "No," Tommaso said again, louder this time. "Final." I reached out, touching Tommaso's arm. "Let me speak," I said softly. "Just words." He hesitated. "Just a second." It felt like an eternity. Then he stepped half a pace back, but didn't release my hand. My brother leaned in, lowering his voice. "You're pregnant with this child," he said. "Do you understand what that makes you?" "Yes," I replied. "A mother," he scoffed. "It makes you leverage." "I know," I said, "but not yours." His eyes hardened. "You chose him over your blood." "I chose life," I said. "Something you've never valued." Silence rippled outward. My brother straightened. "This doesn't end well." "No," I agreed. "It never does." That was when I heard it. A sharp crack. Glass shattered somewhere behind us. Shouting erupted. Tommaso's arm wrapped around me, pulling me back hard as men surged forward, weapons flashing, chaos exploding through the gallery like it had been waiting for permission. "Down!" someone yelled. Gunfire tore through the air. Tommaso shielded me with his body, dragging me behind a marble pillar as bullets shattered art and lies alike. My ears rang. My heart slammed. "This was never a meeting," I gasped. Tommaso's voice was iron at my ear. "No, it was an execution." A man fell 20 feet away, blood pooling on white floor. Screams. Orders. Return fire. The gallery was a war zone now. I clutched my stomach, terror clawing up my throat. "The baby. I've got you," Tommaso said fiercely. "Move when I say move." Another explosion rocked the room, smoke filling the air. Through the chaos, I saw my brother retreating toward a side exit, protected by his men. He turned once, just once, and our eyes met. There was no regret in his gaze, only calculation. Tommaso fired. The shot missed. Intentionally or not, I couldn't tell. Then everything collapsed into noise and motion as Tommaso pulled me into a back corridor, men closing in around us. As we ran, one truth crystallized with terrifying clarity. This wasn't about territory. It wasn't about power. It was about forcing Tommaso to choose. And as bullets chased us through the smoke, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The trap hadn't been set to kill him. It had been set to make sure he couldn't save both of us. And whatever choice he made next would define the rest of our lives.
Gunfire rewrote the gallery into a graveyard of sound. I dragged Chiara through smoke and splintered glass, my arm locked around her waist, my body angled to take whatever came next. Men shouted behind us, Romano voices, Pialo voices, the difference meaningless once bullets started flying. Left, I snapped into my earpiece. Stairwell B. Now. We turned hard into a service corridor, just as rounds chewed into the wall where Chiara's head had been a second earlier. Plaster dust burst like breath from a lung. I shoved her forward. "Keep moving," I ordered. Her steps were short but fast. She didn't stumble. She didn't scream. God help me. She was braver than half the men I paid to bleed. The stairwell door slammed behind us. I kicked the release, jamming it with my heel, then took the stairs 2 at a time, pulling her with me. My men closed ranks around us, silent, lethal, practiced. Halfway down, my phone vibrated. "Luca." "Speak," I barked. "They cut the river exit," he said. "Boats compromised. Snipers on the opposite bank." I swore under my breath. "Who fed them our routes?" "Working it," Luca replied. "But, Tommaso, this wasn't Romano improvisation. The timing was exact. Meaning someone had planned for my contingency. Meaning someone had known my mind." We burst out onto a lower floor and into another corridor. This one narrower, lined with storage rooms and steel doors. The lights flickered. Smoke crept low like a living thing. Chiara gasped, one hand flying to her stomach. I stopped us in the shadow of a door, bracing my forearm against the wall as my men pushed past to secure the exit. "Talk to me," I said low and close. "Pain." She shook her head. "No, just fear." Good. Fear was survivable. A shot rang out nearby. Then another. Closer. I shifted, placing my body fully in front of hers. "Eyes on me," I said. "Breathe with me." She did. In out. In out. I could feel her shaking through my jacket. I could feel my own pulse trying to tear free of my ribs. A guard stumbled into view, bleeding from the shoulder. "Boss, Romano men are flanking from the loading bay." "Hold them," I said. 30 seconds. He nodded and vanished back into chaos. I turned back to Chiara. "We're changing routes." Her eyes widened. "Where?" "Up," I said. "Roof access through maintenance." That's not. I know, I cut in. Trust me. Trust. The word scraped. She nodded anyway. We moved again, up a narrow ladder slick with condensation. I went first, then reached down and hauled her up, careful, precise. Her breath hitched as she climbed, but she didn't slow. On the roof, the wind hit us hard, cold, sharp, clean compared to the smoke below. The river glinted black under the city lights. Sirens wailed somewhere far away, too far to matter. Helicopter, she asked, scanning. Negative, I said. Too visible. Another vibration at my wrist. Luca again. His voice was tight now. Tommaso, we've got confirmation. Say it. The intruder from last night, the one silenced in custody, he was killed with a suppressed round fired from the west stairwell. I already knew what he was going to say. That stairwell is controlled by our internal security, Luca finished. Your internal security. The betrayal landed clean and cold. Names started lining up in my head. Faces. Histories. Debts I'd forgiven because I believed loyalty was a ledger that balanced eventually. I was wrong. Get me the name, I said. A beat. Then, it's Raphael. My blood went ice. Raphael had been with me since the beginning. Raphael had bled for me. Raphael had been there the night I lost everything. The night my first family died. I closed my eyes for half a second. Where is he? I said. Unknown, Luca replied. He vanished during the gallery hit. Of course he had. A sound cut through the wind, a shout from the adjacent roof. A shape moved near the edge. Romano sniper. I shoved Chiara down behind a vent as a round cracked past where her head had been. I returned fire without looking, muscle memory taking over. The shape dropped out of sight. Chiara clutched my sleeve. Tommaso. I know, I said. Stay down. Another message buzzed my phone. Not Luca this time. Unknown number. You brought her. Good. My jaw tightened. Another message followed, immediate. Now choose. I scanned the rooftop, the neighboring buildings, the river below. Too many angles. Too many eyes. What does that mean? Chiara whispered, seeing my face change. I didn't answer. The third message came through like a blade slid between my ribs. The car or the boat? I looked at the map in my head. The armored car waiting 3 blocks south. The backup boat we'd repositioned after the first route was burned. Both compromised. Both predictable. Both traps. They're forcing your hand, Chiara said, voice steady despite everything. They want to see what you protect. They already know, I replied. Another shot rang out, closer. My men returned fire from the opposite roof. The city held its breath. I keyed. My earpiece. Luca, I want a ghost route. A pause. That's risky. So is breathing, I said. Do it. We'll lose visual, he warned. Then don't lose the sound, I snapped. Stay on my voice. I turned to Chiara, crouching in front of her, forcing her to look at me. We're not taking the car or the boat. Her brow furrowed. Then how do we? We disappear, I said. For 10 minutes. 10 minutes in a city like this might as well have been a lifetime. Another bullet pinged off metal nearby. Can you run? I asked her. Yes, she said without hesitation. I nodded once. When I say go, you go where I point. You don't look back. And you? I'll be right behind you. She searched my face, fear and trust warring. Promise. I didn't. I leaned in, pressing my forehead to hers, the wind tearing at us, the city roaring below. Whatever happens, I said quietly, remember this. None of this is your fault. Her breath caught. Tommaso, go, I ordered. We sprinted. Across the roof. Down a fire escape. Through a maintenance door I'd memorized years ago when I was planning how to kill the man who owned this building. Irony was a cruel companion. We burst into a narrow alley lit by a single flickering lamp. The sound of the city swallowed us. Traffic, horns, sirens, life continuing like nothing was wrong. A van screeched to a stop at the alley mouth. Wrong van. I pulled Chiara back just as the side door slid open and a man stepped out with a gun raised. Raphael. His face was calm. Almost sad. Boss, he said. You should have taken the boat. Rage sharpened my vision into something precise and surgical. You sold me, I said. I sold the idea of you, he corrected. Men like us don't get endings. We get replacements. Chiara's hand tightened on my jacket. Raphael's gaze flicked to her stomach. Beautiful work, though. Air and all. I fired. He went down hard, the shot clean and final. The van peeled away, tires screaming. For a moment, the alley was quiet. Then Kiara made a small, broken sound. I turned and saw blood. Not from her. From me. A dark stain spreading across my side where a round had caught me on the roof, hidden by adrenaline and movement. Her eyes went wide. You're hurt. I waved it off. It's nothing. She pressed her hands to the wound anyway, panic flaring. You're bleeding. I'm alive, I said. That's enough. Her hands trembled as she looked up at me. They wanted you to choose. I nodded. I chose wrong. No, she said fiercely. You chose us. Sirens wailed closer now, real ones. Police. The wrong kind of attention. I pulled her close, steadying her, steadying myself. This isn't over, I said. Your brother won't stop. She swallowed. Neither will you. A thin smile touched my mouth. No, because now I knew the truth. This war wasn't about territory. It was about inheritance. And someone wanted to make sure my child never lived long enough to claim it. As the sirens closed in and my blood soaked into the concrete, one certainty burned through the pain. Book 2 wouldn't be about survival. It would be about annihilation.
Blood looks different when it belongs to the man you love. It's darker than you expect. Thicker. It stains everything it touches and refuses to be ignored, like it knows it carries weight, consequence, history. Tommaso was still standing, still breathing, still trying to convince me the spreading red beneath my hands was nothing. It went through, he said calmly, as if that made it harmless. Didn't lodge. You're bleeding, I snapped, panic slicing through my voice. You don't get to decide that's nothing. Sirens wailed closer, bouncing off brick walls and metal dumpsters, compressing the alley into something tight and dangerous. Red and blue light flashed at the far end, growing brighter by the second. Police. Wrong kind of help. Tommaso's hand came up, gripping my wrist. Not hard, just enough to anchor me. Kiara, look at me. I did. His face was pale now, jaw clenched, eyes sharp with pain he refused to acknowledge. A man holding himself upright on stubbornness alone. We can't be here when they arrive, he said. You understand that. Yes, I whispered, but you can't move like this. I can move, he replied. I always do. I hated him in that moment. For the certainty. For the refusal to fall. For the way he'd already decided he'd bleed out quietly if it meant keeping me safe. Footsteps echoed somewhere beyond the alley mouth. Tommaso swore under his breath and scanned the fire escapes above us. There. I followed his gaze. Metal stairs zigzagging up the brick wall, rusted and narrow, barely lit by the flickering lamp. You expect me to climb that? I demanded. I expect you to survive, he shot back. Another siren. Closer now. I tightened my grip on him. Then lean on me. He hesitated, just for a fraction of a second. Then his arm slid around my shoulders. Heavy, solid, terrifying in its weakness. We moved together, slow at first, then faster as adrenaline shoved pain aside. I hauled him toward the fire escape, my muscles screaming, my breath burning, my mind locked on one thing only. Don't let him fall. Metal groaned as we climbed. My hands slipped once, skin scraping, pain flaring. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. Halfway up, Tommaso's breath hitched. Stay with me, I said urgently, not caring how desperate I sounded. You don't get to disappear on me now. A rough sound left his throat. I'm not going anywhere. We reached the landing just as police voices echoed into the alley below. Clear the area! I pushed him through the open window at the top of the stairs, tumbling into darkness after him. The space inside was cramped, a forgotten storage room filled with dust and old crates. The smell of oil and rot clung to the air. Tommaso collapsed against the wall, sliding down slowly. My heart slammed. No, I said, dropping to my knees in front of him. No, no, no. I'm fine, he said through clenched teeth. You're bleeding through your jacket? I shot back, ripping it open with shaking hands. The wound was ugly but not catastrophic. Still bleeding. Still dangerous. I pressed my scarf against it without thinking, applying pressure like I'd seen in movies, like instinct had taken over where reason failed. Tommaso hissed but didn't stop me. That hurts, he muttered. Good, I snapped, tears blurring my vision. That means you're awake. His mouth twitched despite everything. Sirens roared below us. Radios crackled. Doors slammed. They'll sweep the building, he said. We have minutes. Then talk to me, I demanded. Tell me what happens next. His gaze locked onto mine, intense even now. Next, we disappear. My stomach clenched. Like ghosts. Yes. And the baby? I whispered. My hand drifting to my stomach, fear clawing up my spine. What if the stress? What if... He covered my hand with his own blood-smudged fingers warm against my skin. Our child is strong, he said fiercely. Just like you. The words hit harder than any bullet. Our child. Not my heir. Not the baby. Our. I sucked in a shaky breath. You said this war was about inheritance, I said quietly. About making sure the baby never lived long enough to claim anything. Yes. And Raffaele, I continued, voice trembling with fury. He helped kill your first family. Tommaso's jaw tightened. He opened the door that night. Rage burned through me, hot, blinding, protective in a way I'd never felt before. They're not just trying to kill you, I said. They're trying to erase you and replace me, he finished. I looked at him, this man who dragged me into darkness and then wrapped himself around me like a shield, and something inside me hardened. Then they won't, I said. His eyes narrowed slightly. Chiara, they won't, I repeated. Not you, not our child, not me. A sudden pounding echoed through the building. Boots on stairs. Tommaso swore. We're out of time. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying. I stood with him, bracing his weight again. How? I asked. He glanced at a metal door at the back of the room. Service tunnel. Old. Forgotten. And if it's blocked? Then we make noise somewhere else and vanish in the confusion. I stared at him. You planned this. I planned for everything, he said grimly. We moved again, slipping through the door and into a narrow concrete tunnel that smelled of damp earth and rust. Pipes lined the walls overhead. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, counting down seconds we didn't have. My heart pounded so loud I was sure it would give us away. Tommaso, I whispered as we walked, if this keeps escalating, if my brother doesn't stop. He won't, Tommaso said immediately. Not now. Then what happens to me? I asked. He slowed, turning to face me fully despite the pain. You become untouchable. I let out a bitter laugh. You already said that. And now I mean it differently, he said. The tunnel lights flickered as we passed beneath them. I'm not hiding you anymore, he continued. Not behind walls, not behind lies. I'm pulling you into the center. Fear spiked. That's exactly where people die. Yes, he said. And it's also where power consolidates. The implications crashed over me. You're going to make me visible, I whispered. Not just as your wife. As my equal, he said. The words stole my breath. Tommaso, I said softly, your world doesn't forgive women. No, he agreed. But it fears them when they don't break. We reached the end of the tunnel. A rusted door cracked open to a quiet side street far from the gallery. No sirens here, no shouting. For now. Tommaso leaned heavily against the wall, breathing hard. I steadied him, my own legs trembling. We need help, I said. A doctor. I know someone, he replied. Off the books. I nodded, then hesitated. There's something else, I said. He looked at me sharply. What? I swallowed. When the shooting started, I felt a sharp pain. Just for a second. Every muscle in his body went rigid. Where? He asked quietly. My stomach, I said. It passed. But... His hand was on me instantly, firm but gentle, eyes scanning my face with terrifying focus. Are you bleeding? He asked. No, I said quickly. No, I don't think so. He held my gaze for a long second, then exhaled slowly. We don't take chances. Fear curled cold in my chest. Tommaso, if anything happens to you, he said, voice deadly calm, there won't be enough men left alive to remember why. The certainty in his words steadied me and scared me all over again, because this wasn't just a war anymore. It was a promise written in blood. As we stepped out into the quiet street and disappeared into the city, one truth settled deep in my bones. They hadn't just tried to kill my husband today. They had activated something far more dangerous. They had given Tommaso Piallo a reason to stop playing defense, and once he went on offense, no one would be safe.
Pain sharpened the world into edges. That was how I knew I was still alive. Every breath pulled fire through my side as we slipped into the back of the unmarked car Luca had staged 3 streets over. The door shut, engine turning over immediately, tires rolling before the echo settled. Clean, quiet, efficient. Chiara sat beside me, her hands still pressed to my wound, eyes flicking constantly between my face and her stomach like she was counting heartbeats. Mine. Then the baby's. I let her, because if I closed my eyes, I wasn't sure I'd open them again. Pressure, I muttered. Harder. She swallowed and pressed down, jaw tight, knuckles white. She didn't cry, didn't panic, just adjusted and held. Good. The car weaved through traffic, smooth and deliberate. Luca's voice came through the speaker, calm in the way only men who had survived too much could manage. Doctor is standing by. Private residence. 10 minutes. Make it 5, I said. A pause. Done. Chiara's fingers trembled slightly. You don't sound fine. I don't need to, I replied. I just need to last. Her eyes snapped to mine. You don't get to talk like that. I get to talk however I want, I said quietly. I'm the one bleeding. Her mouth tightened. You're also the one who keeps promising to come back. That landed harder than the bullet. I shifted, forcing myself more upright. Look at me. She did. I'm not dying tonight, I said. I don't break promises that matter. She searched my face, looking for lies. Found none. The car slowed, then turned sharply into a gated driveway that looked abandoned from the street. Inside, lights snapped on as we approached. A house that hadn't existed 5 minutes ago, if you didn't know how to look. The door opened before the car stopped. An older man waited inside, sleeves already rolled up, eyes assessing damage with surgical calm. Inside, he said. Chiara helped me out. I leaned on her more than I wanted to. More than pride allowed. The doctor worked fast, cutting fabric, cleaning the wound, stitching with hands that didn't shake. I focused on the ceiling, on breathing through my teeth, on not letting my mind drift back to the gallery floor slick with blood that wasn't all mine. Bullet passed clean, the doctor said eventually. No organ damage. You're lucky. I laughed softly. No. I'm prepared. He glanced at Chiara. She needs checking too. My head snapped up. She said she wasn't bleeding. She said, the doctor replied calmly. Humor me. Chiara met my gaze. Hesitated. Then nodded. The doctor examined her carefully, his movements gentle, respectful. I watched every second. Every breath she took. Finally, he straightened. No bleeding. Pulse is elevated, but that's expected. Stress can cause sharp pain without injury. Relief hit me so hard my vision blurred. Chiara exhaled shakily, one hand immediately returning to her stomach. The doctor packed his kit. She needs rest. Both of you do. We don't rest, I said. He didn't argue. Smart man. When he left, the room fell quiet except for the hum of the city outside, life continuing oblivious. Chiara sat on the edge of the bed across from me, shoulders slumped now that adrenaline had burned out. They planned it, she said softly. Yes. They knew your routes. Yes. They knew you'd bring me. Yes. She looked up, eyes fierce through exhaustion. Then this wasn't about scaring you. No, I agreed. It was about teaching me a lesson. And did it work? She asked. I stood slowly, testing the stitches. Pain flared. I ignored it. They wanted me reactive, I said. Emotional. Sloppy. Her lips parted. And are you? I crossed the room until I stood in front of her. No, I said. I'm focused. That scared her more than rage ever could. Tommaso, she whispered, what are you going to do? I crouched in front of her, taking her hands carefully, like I was holding something precious instead of something that could destroy me. I'm ending this, I said. Not tomorrow. Not eventually. Now. Her fingers tightened around mine. My brother is one piece, I cut in. Not the whole board. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You think there's someone above him? I know there is, I replied. Raphael didn't act alone. He was a door, not the hand. And the hand? She asked. I stood, turning away as the shape of the truth locked into place. The families who benefit if my bloodline ends, I said. The men who thought my first child was enough. Chiara rose behind me. They won't stop. No, I agreed. So I won't either. Silence stretched. Then she said the words I hadn't expected. Then stop trying to protect me by keeping me ignorant. I turned slowly. Her chin was lifted, spine straight, eyes steady. No fear. No denial. You want me in the center, she continued. You want me visible. Untouchable. Yes. Then I need to know what that costs, she said. Because I won't be your weakness. The baby shifted beneath her hand, present, alive, grounding. I stepped closer, placing my palm over hers. You are not my weakness, I said quietly. You are my line. Her breath caught. The line they crossed, I continued. And the line I will defend. A knock came at the door. Lucas stepped inside, his face grim. Boss, we confirmed it. Say it. The hit at the gallery wasn't sanctioned by the Romano Council, Lucas said. Your brother didn't order the kill. Chiara froze. What? She whispered. Luca went on. Someone higher used Romano men without permission. They wanted deniability. I closed my eyes briefly. There it was. They wanted a war without fingerprints, Chiara said softly. Yes, I replied. And they wanted me blamed for it. She looked at me, understanding dawning. So if you strike back wrong, I become the villain, I finished. And they inherit the ashes. Luca nodded. We have names. 3 families. Old money. Quiet. Bring me everything, I said. Finances. Movements. Weak points. He hesitated. This will be loud. No, I corrected. It will be surgical. Luca left. Chiara stared at me for a long moment. You're not going to burn the world down. I shook my head. No, you're going to carve it. Yes. She stepped closer, pressing her forehead to my chest carefully, mindful of the wound. I don't want our child raised in blood, she whispered. I rested my chin on her head. Then I make sure there's no one left to spill it. Outside, sirens faded into distance. Inside, the war changed shape. They thought today was the opening strike. They were wrong. It was permission. And now that permission had been granted, I would take everything from the men who tried to end my family, quietly, completely, and without mercy. Because this time, I wasn't fighting to survive. I was fighting to secure a future. And no one, no brother, no counsel, no ghost from my past, was taking that from me.
Power has a sound. I didn't know that before Tommaso Pialo's war room. It wasn't loud. It wasn't shouting or gunfire or the slam of doors. It was quieter than that. Low voices, steady footsteps, the soft click of screens lighting up with information that could ruin lives. It sounded like inevitability. I stood at the edge of the room with my arms wrapped around myself, watching men move around a long black table like planets orbiting a sun. Maps glowed. Names appeared and disappeared. Photos of men I'd never met and suddenly hated lined the screens. 3 families, old money, quiet power, the ones who wanted Tommaso dead without ever getting their hands dirty. And me erased along with him. My stomach tightened, and not just from nerves. I pressed a hand there instinctively, grounding myself in the one thing that mattered more than any of this. Still here, I told the baby silently. I've got you. Tommaso stood at the head of the table, jacket off, shirt still marked faintly with blood despite the fresh stitches beneath. He looked different, not wounded, focused. This wasn't the man who dragged me through smoke and gunfire. This was the man everyone feared. And the Romano Council? Tommaso asked calmly. Luca answered. They're furious. They didn't sanction the hit. Your brother's being squeezed from both sides. My chest tightened at the mention of him. So he's not in control, Tommaso said. No, Luca confirmed. He's reacting. Tommaso nodded once. Good. The word chilled me. I stepped forward before I could stop myself. What does that mean for him? The room stilled. Every eye turned to me. I didn't flinch. Tommaso looked at me, something unreadable passing through his gaze. It means he's vulnerable. And what are you going to do with that vulnerability? I asked. The question wasn't accusatory, it was necessary. Tommaso held my gaze for a long moment, then said, "Use it." A murmur rippled through the room, my spine straightened. "To kill him!" Silence snapped tight. Luca shifted uncomfortably. A few men looked away. Tommaso didn't. "No," he said. "Not yet." "Not yet." I swallowed. "Then what?" "I'm going to make him choose," Tommaso replied. The words echoed in my bones. "Choose what?" I pressed. He gestured to the screens. "Them. Or you." My breath caught. "You're putting me back in the middle," I said quietly. "Yes," he answered without hesitation. Anger flared. Hot, sharp, immediate. "You said I wouldn't be used." "I said you wouldn't be a weapon against me," he corrected. "There's a difference." I stepped closer, lowering my voice. "You don't get to decide that difference alone." A beat. Then Tommaso did something that stunned everyone in the room. He turned fully toward me, not away from the table. Not dismissive, present. "You're right," he said. The room froze. "I don't," he continued. "Which is why you're here." My heart stuttered. "Here, how?" He reached out. Not touching, but close enough that I felt the warmth of him. "Sit." He gestured to the chair beside him at the head of the table. Shock rippled openly now. Luca's brows shot up. Someone inhaled sharply. I didn't move. "You want me visible?" I said. "Equal. This is what that looks like." Tommaso nodded. "Yes." Fear curled in my stomach, tight and cold. But underneath it, something else. Strength. I walked to the chair and sat. The room adjusted instantly. Screens shifted. Data reorganized to face both of us. I placed my hands on the table, steadying myself. "Explain," I said. Tommaso pointed to one of the families. "They move money through hospitals." My jaw clenched. Another screen lit up. "This one controls shipping insurance." Another. "This one owns private security firms." "They don't pull triggers," I said softly. "They pull strings." "Yes," Tommaso replied, "and they believe women are leverage." My fingers curled slightly. "They're not wrong." He looked at me sharply. "They're wrong about me," I clarified, "but not about the tactic." A flicker of something like pride crossed his face. "I want them to think you're exposed," Tommaso said. "I want them to panic, make mistakes." "And how do you plan to do that?" I asked. He didn't answer. He slid a phone across the table toward me. My breath caught when I saw what was on the screen. A drafted press release, a single photo embedded at the top. Me and Tommaso, taken outside the gallery weeks ago, before everything exploded. His hand on my back. My face turned slightly toward him. Intimate. Clear. Unmistakable. Mafia King confirms Heir. Public appearance announced. My pulse roared in my ears. "You want to announce me?" I whispered. "Publicly." "Yes, and the baby." "Yes." "That's not visibility," I said. "That's a target painted in permanent ink." Tommaso leaned closer, his voice low and controlled. "It's a line in the sand." I looked around the room at the men watching us, at the screens mapping out power like a chessboard. "You're turning me into a symbol," I said. "Yes," he said again. "And symbols get destroyed." He met my gaze without blinking. "Only if they stand alone." The room felt suddenly too small. "You want me to do this?" I asked. "I want you to choose it," he replied. Silence stretched. My heart hammered. My thoughts raced. Fear for my child. Fear for myself. Fear for the brother who'd already lost me once and might lose me forever if I stepped into this light. But there was something else, too. Anger. At being hunted. At being hidden. At men deciding my worth like it was currency. I placed my hand over my stomach, feeling the steady, stubborn presence beneath. No more cages, I said quietly. Tommaso's breath stilled. No more, I repeated, louder now. If I do this, it's not as your shield, it's not as bait. Then, as what? Luca asked carefully. I lifted my chin. As your wife. The word landed heavy and irrevocable. As the mother of your child, I continued, and as a woman who refuses to disappear so powerful men can sleep easier. Tommaso stared at me like I'd just crossed the line he'd been guarding. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then we do it your way, he said. My chest tightened. Which is? I leaned forward, my voice steady, despite the fear screaming in my veins. We announce the heir, I said, but I speak. A ripple of surprise went through the room. Tommaso's eyes sharpened. You want the microphone? Yes, I said. I want them to hear me. Not rumors, not threats. Me. Silence. Then Tommaso said, very quietly, That's dangerous. I met his gaze. So is underestimating me. A long beat passed. Then he turned to Luca. Prepare it. Luca hesitated. Boss. Prepare it. Tommaso repeated. Luca nodded once. Yes. The room shifted again. Energy tightening. Plans were forming around a new center. Around me. Tommaso leaned closer, his voice just for me now. Once you step into this, there's no going back. I didn't look away. I know. And if they come harder, then they reveal themselves faster, I said. And you end them. Something fierce and reverent flashed across his face. You were never meant to be hidden, he said quietly. I felt the truth of it settle deep in my bones. As the men dispersed and plans moved forward, Tommaso stayed beside me, his hand hovering near mine, not touching, but there. Protective, respectful, equal. Outside, the city kept breathing, unaware that a war had just changed shape. They thought I was the weakness. They were wrong. I wasn't the reason Tommaso Piallo would fall. I was the reason he would win. And tomorrow, when I stood in front of cameras and spoke my truth into a world that wanted me silent, they would learn exactly what kind of mistake they'd made.
The war room emptied, but the tension stayed. It clung to the walls, the air, the quiet after men left with orders that would ruin lives. I stood there longer than necessary, watching Chiara from the corner of my eye as she gathered herself, one hand on the table, the other resting over her stomach like a promise she'd made to herself. She had just claimed a seat at my side in front of men who feared me, and she hadn't shaken. That should have been enough for one night. It wasn't. Come with me, I said quietly. She looked up, searched my face. Whatever she saw there made her nod without question. We didn't speak as we walked through the penthouse. The lights were lower here, softer, the kind meant for rest, not strategy. When I closed the bedroom door behind us, the click sounded louder than it should have. Final. Chiara turned to face me, her spine straight, chin lifted, eyes bright with adrenaline and something else, something deeper. You meant it, she said softly, making me visible. Yes. And letting me speak. Yes. She took a step closer. You didn't hesitate. I exhaled slowly. I did, just not where anyone could see. Her lips curved, not a smile. Something more fragile, more real. I chose this, she said. You know that. I do. And I'm not choosing it out of fear. I closed the distance between us then, stopping just short of touching her. I know. Her breath caught. The space between us felt charged, like everything we'd survived had been pushing us toward this moment, whether we were ready or not. Tommaso, she whispered, look at me. I did. Really looked. Not as leverage. Not as strategy. Not as the woman carrying my child. As her. Her eyes were dark, steady, full of something that felt like trust sharpened by defiance. The kind that didn't come easily and didn't break quietly. I'm still afraid, she said. So am I replied. That admission loosened something between us. She reached for me first. Her fingers slid into my hair, slow and deliberate, anchoring me to her like she was afraid I'd disappear if she didn't. The touch detonated low in my chest. Heat, want, something I'd buried with my dead. I didn't pull away. I leaned in. Our mouths met, not gentle, not rushed. Intentional. Her lips were warm, soft, opening under mine as if she'd already decided how this would go. I tasted her breath, felt the tremor in her hands as I slid one palm to her waist, careful of her body, reverent of what it carried. She made a small sound against my mouth, surprised, breathy, and tightened her grip in my hair. That sound nearly undid me. I kissed her again, deeper this time, my thumb brushing along her jaw, tilting her face just enough to claim the angle I wanted. She followed instinctively, trusting me, choosing me with every step she took backward until the backs of her knees hit the bed. She didn't fall. I guided her down. She lay against the sheets, dark hair fanned around her shoulders, chest rising fast. I hovered over her, braced on my forearms, giving her space even as my body demanded more. "Tell me to stop," I said quietly. Her eyes locked onto mine. "Don't." The word came out on a breathy hitch that sliced straight through my restraint. I kissed her again, slower now, deeper, my mouth trailing from her lips to her cheek, then her jaw. When I kissed her neck, she gasped, fingers curling into my shoulders like she needed something solid to hold on to. "Tommaso," she breathed. I pressed my forehead to hers, breathing her in, grounding myself. "You're safe," I murmured. "I've got you." Her hands slid down my back, deliberate, choosing. I know. That was it. Not surrender. Decision. I lowered myself beside her, drawing her with me so she could feel the steady thrum of my heart. She fit there like she'd always known the shape of me, her head resting against my chest, my arm wrapped securely around her back. We kissed again, less urgency now, more depth. Her mouth learned mine with quiet confidence, her body warm and alive against me. I traced slow lines along her arm, her shoulder, my touch speaking where words couldn't. She shifted, fitting closer, choosing closeness over distance. "I could walk away," she whispered, as if testing the truth of it. I stilled. "Yes, but I won't," she said, lifting her head so I had to look at her. "Not from you." My chest tightened painfully. "Say it," I asked, not sure I deserved it, needing it anyway. She swallowed, eyes shining. "I choose you." The words hit harder than any vow. I kissed her like a promise, slow, deep, unbreakable, my hand threading through her hair, holding her there as if the world could try all it wanted, but it would not take her from me. She kissed me back just as fiercely, breath hitching again, body pressing close in a way that spoke of trust, of want, of a future neither of us had planned, but both of us were now fighting for. When we finally broke apart, we stayed like that, foreheads touching, breaths tangled, hearts loud in the quiet room. Outside, the city waited. Enemies plotted. Wars prepared to burn. But here, just for this moment, there was only her choice and the truth of it settling deep into my bones. They could come for my power. They could come for my crown. But Chiara Romano, my wife, my equal, the woman who had just chosen me, she was mine. And for the first time since I'd lost everything, I let myself believe I was hers too.
The cameras didn't blink. That was the first thing I noticed when I stepped onto the terrace the next morning. The way the lenses stared back at me, glassy and unfeeling, waiting to decide who I was allowed to be. Wife. Heir bearer. Target. Tommaso stood at my side, immaculately composed, dark suit sharp against the pale city behind us. His hand rested at the small of my back. Not possessive, not guiding. Steady. I drew a breath and placed my palm over his hand. We do this together. The terrace overlooked the river, sunlight glinting off the water like nothing in the world was wrong. Below us, reporters murmured. Phones lifted. Whispers rippled. Power had a sound. So did fear. "Whenever you're ready," someone said quietly. Tommaso looked at me, not asking. Waiting. I stepped forward. The murmur stilled. "I won't keep this long," I said, my voice carrying farther than I expected. Calm, clear, mine. "Because I'm not here to perform." A ripple of surprise moved through the crowd. "I'm Chiara Piallo," I continued. The name still felt new on my tongue, but it didn't feel wrong. "I'm here because there's been a lot of speculation about my marriage, my pregnancy, and what it means." Cameras clicked faster. I won't answer questions about violence, I said. I won't respond to threats. And I won't pretend I'm unaware of what kind of world my husband lives in. Tommaso's presence at my back grounded me, a solid wall of heat and control. But I will say this, I went on, my hand drifting instinctively to my stomach. I chose this life with my eyes open. I chose my husband. And I choose to protect my child. The words settled like a challenge. If anyone believes that makes me weak, I said softly, they're welcome to test that assumption. Silence fell. Heavy. Final. I stepped back. Tommaso moved then. Just half a step forward. Just enough to signal that this was finished. That the line had been drawn and crossing it would be a mistake no one survived twice. We left without questions. Inside, the penthouse felt too quiet after the roar of attention. Doors closed. Security locked down. Phones started ringing immediately. Names I didn't recognize. Numbers that shouldn't have had access this fast. Tommaso ignored them all. He turned to me, his gaze sharp, searching. You okay? Yes, I said honestly. Then, after a beat, no. He nodded like that was the only acceptable answer. He guided me to the couch and sat beside me, close enough that our knees touched. His hand found mine again, fingers threading through like it was instinct now. You did exactly what we needed, he said. What you needed, I corrected. A corner of his mouth lifted. What we needed. That word again. We. It felt heavier now. Earned. A knock sounded. Luca entered, phone already in hand, his expression tight. It worked. Tommaso didn't ask how. They're panicking, Luca continued. Money's moving. Security details changing. And he hesitated, glancing at me. Say it, I said. Romano channels are on fire, Luca said. Your brother's furious. My chest tightened. At me? At losing control, Luca replied. You took the narrative. Tommaso's thumb brushed over my knuckles, grounding. And, Luca added, we intercepted a message. He handed Tommaso the phone. I watched Tommaso's face harden as he read. What is it? I asked. Tommaso met my eyes. An invitation. My pulse spiked. To what? To prove you meant what you said. He replied. I exhaled slowly. They're calling me out. Yes. Publicly? No, he said. Privately, which makes it worse. I stood before fear could root me in place. Then we don't go. Tommaso's gaze softened, but only slightly. If we don't, they'll interpret it as hesitation. And if we do, I demanded. They'll test you, he said. And me. Luca cleared his throat. It's a charity gala, old money, clean faces, dirty intentions. Of course it was. I looked at Tommaso, really looked at him. The man who'd shielded me with his body. The man I'd chosen last night, without hesitation. You said I wouldn't be hidden. I said quietly. Yes. And you said I'd be untouchable. Yes. I took a breath. Then we go. Tommaso's jaw tightened. Chiara! I won't be paraded, I said. I won't smile and pretend, but I will stand next to you. Luca studied me like he was seeing me for the first time. They won't expect that. Good, I said. He nodded and left. When the door closed, the tension snapped. Tommaso turned to me, his hands coming up to my arms, firm and warm. You don't have to keep proving yourself. I'm not, I said. I'm deciding. He searched my face, then pulled me into him. Slow, careful, protective. I rested my forehead against his chest, breathing him in, letting the steady beat beneath me remind me that this was real. Last night, I said softly, I chose you. His arms tightened. I know. Today, I continued, I choose us. His breath hitched, just once. He tilted my face up and kissed me, deep and grounding, like an anchor dropped in stormy water. I melted into it, my hands sliding into his hair again, the world narrowing to heat and breath and certainty. When we parted, I stayed close, my voice low. Whatever comes next, don't shut me out. I won't, he said, not again. Outside, the city adjusted to the new reality we'd just forced on it. Inside, my phone vibrated. Unknown number. I stared at it, then looked at Tommaso. Answer it, he said quietly. I did. My brother's voice came through, controlled, tight. You've made yourself very visible. Yes, I said. I learned from the best. A pause. You don't understand what you've done. I understand perfectly, I replied. You don't control me anymore, his breath sharpened. You think standing next to him makes you safe. I glanced at Tommaso, his presence solid at my side. No, I said. It makes me chosen. The line went dead. I lowered the phone, heart pounding. Tommaso kissed my temple, his voice low and fierce. They just realized something. What? I asked. That you're not the pressure point, he said. You're the pivot. I rested my hand over my stomach, feeling the quiet strength there. Let them learn. Because the woman they thought they could use had stepped into the light, and she wasn't stepping back. Not now. Not ever.
The gala was a slaughterhouse dressed in silk. Crystal chandeliers, white marble floors, men in tailored suits and women in diamonds heavy enough to buy cities. Charity banners hung from the walls like absolution purchased in advance. Every face smiled. Every heartbeat lied. I stood at the top of the stairs with Chiara at my side, my hand resting lightly at her lower back. Not guiding, not restraining, anchoring. The room shifted the second we appeared. Conversations stuttered. Eyes lifted. Calculations began. They had expected spectacle. They hadn't expected her. Chiara wore black, clean lines, no excess, nothing fragile about it. Her hair was swept back, her posture calm, her presence unmistakable. She didn't cling to me. She didn't hide behind me. She stood with me, and that unnerved them far more than fear ever could. I leaned in, my mouth close to her ear. Stick to my left. If I squeeze your hand once, we move. Twice, we leave. She nodded slightly. And if I squeeze yours? I glanced at her. Then I listen. A murmur rippled through the crowd as we descended the stairs. Good. Let them whisper. I scanned the room automatically. Exits, balconies, reflections in glass. My men were positioned where they belonged, invisible to anyone not trained to see violence in the margins. The first approach came quickly. A man with silver hair and polite eyes stepped forward, champagne in hand. Old money. One of the three. Tommaso, he said warmly. So good of you to support such a worthy cause. I smiled without warmth. I enjoy honesty in accounting. His smile faltered, just enough. And this must be your wife, he said, turning to Chiara. Congratulations. She met his gaze without blinking. Thank you. No tremor. No softness. He studied her for a beat too long. Mistake. Careful, I said quietly. Staring is rude. He chuckled, retreating a step. Of course. But his eyes had sharpened. Test one complete. We moved deeper into the room. Laughter brushed our shoulders. Music swelled and softened. Every step was deliberate. Then I felt it. A shift in the air. I tightened my hand at Chiara's back. Once. She leaned closer. What? Someone's out of place, I murmured. Her breath stayed steady. Where? Balcony. 3 o'clock. She didn't look. Good. A server passed us with a tray of drinks. Too stiff, too alert. Not staff. My gaze tracked him until he disappeared behind a pillar. I signaled subtly. Luca would see it. Tommaso, a familiar voice drawled. I turned. Her brother stood near the bar, dark suit immaculate, expression carefully neutral. No smile this time. No charm. Just tension. Chiara felt him before she saw him. I felt it in the way her spine straightened, in the slight hitch of her breath. Brother, she said evenly. Chiara, he replied. You look confident. She didn't rise to it. I am. His eyes flicked to her stomach. Back to me. You're enjoying this. No, I said. I'm finishing it. His jaw tightened. You think standing next to him makes you powerful? Chiara answered before I could. No. I think knowing my worth does. A few nearby conversations went quiet. Good. He leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. You don't know who you're standing in front of. Chiara lifted her chin. I do. I stepped in then, closing the distance just enough to remind him where the line was. Say what you came to say. His gaze locked onto mine. You've made enemies you can't see. I smiled faintly. I can see them just fine. That was when Luca's voice murmured in my earpiece. Balcony confirmed. Shooter. Clean sight line. My pulse went razor sharp. I squeezed Kiara's hand twice. She didn't hesitate. We turned together, smooth, unhurried, walking away from her brother as if nothing had happened, as if this were all theater. Behind us, chaos waited. As we reached the center of the room, a sudden crack split the air. Not loud enough to be obvious. Suppressed. Glass shattered behind us. I moved instantly, pulling Kiara into me, my body turning to shield as I drove us down behind a marble column. Screams erupted. Music cut. The room exploded into panic. My men moved fast. Too fast for civilians to track. I felt Kiara's hands grip my jacket, tight but steady. I'm okay, she breathed. I checked her without looking. Stay down. Another shot. Closer. I returned fire toward the balcony without hesitation. A body fell back out of sight. Exit now, Lucas snapped in my ear. Secondary route. I rose, hauling Kiara with me, one arm locked around her waist as we pushed through the panicking crowd. She stayed close, moving when I moved, trusting me with a clarity that burned. We burst through a service door into a quiet corridor just as alarms began to wail. I slammed the door shut behind us. For a moment, there was only our breathing. Kiara looked up at me, eyes bright, fierce, alive. They tried. Yes, I said, and failed. Her hand slid to her stomach instinctively, then back to my chest. This is what they meant. Yes. She didn't pull away. She stepped closer instead, pressing her forehead to mine despite the sirens, despite the war unfolding around us. They wanted to scare me, she said. I cupped her face, my thumb brushing her cheekbone. They underestimated you. Her breath hitched just once. Tommaso, she whispered, if this keeps escalating. It will, I said. And if it costs you everything? I leaned in, my voice low and absolute. Then everything was already worth it. She searched my face, then nodded, decision settling deep. I'm not leaving, she said. I didn't ask her to. I kissed her, quick, fierce, grounding. Right there in the corridor as alarms screamed and men hunted us. When we broke apart, she rested her hand over my heart, steadying. Let them come, she said softly. I smiled, cold and certain. They already had. And now they'd learned the truth too late. This war wasn't about breaking me. It was about surviving what I would do to protect her.
By the time the sirens faded, the city had already decided what the gala would be remembered as. A security scare. A misunderstanding. A rumor quickly buried under donor lists and polished statements. The truth was quieter. Someone had tried to kill my husband again. And failed. The car ride back to the penthouse was silent, except for the steady rhythm of Tommaso's breathing beside me. He sat close, one arm stretched along the back of the seat behind me, not touching. But there if I leaned. Not because I was weak, because I chose to. You didn't hesitate, I said softly. He glanced at me. Neither did you. I wasn't scared, I admitted. Not the way I expected. His brow furrowed. That worries me. It shouldn't, I replied. It means I trust you. The words settled between us, like a vow neither of us had spoken out loud. Back in the penthouse, security sealed the floor in seconds. Luca briefed Tommaso in low tones near the windows while I drifted toward the bedroom, the adrenaline finally bleeding out of my veins. My hands shook, not from fear, from aftermath. Tommaso joined me minutes later, loosening his tie as he walked. He watched me closely, like he was cataloging every breath, every blink. You holding together? He asked. Yes, I said honestly, then added, barely. He nodded once, understanding exactly what that meant. Come here, he said. I did. He pulled me into his chest, slow and careful, his palm sliding up and down my back in a grounding rhythm. I pressed my cheek against him, breathing in the familiar scent of his cologne and gun oil, and something darker underneath, something that belonged only to him. I keep thinking, I murmured. What if next time? There won't be a next time like that, he said. That's not what I mean, I said, lifting my head to look at him. What if next time you don't get there in time? His jaw tightened. Kiara. I know you're powerful, I continued. I know you're prepared, but I also know you're human. Silence stretched. Then he said quietly, that's why this ends soon. Not if, when. I studied his face, the shadows under his eyes, the faint bruise along his jaw from earlier chaos. How? By removing the center, he replied. The family's behind the curtain. And my brother? I asked softly. His gaze held mine. He's a symptom. That hurt more than I expected. I stepped back, wrapping my arms around myself. He used to read me stories when I was little. Tommaso didn't interrupt. He taught me how to ride a bike. I went on. How to throw a punch. He was already dangerous, but he was still mine. Tommaso reached for me again, this time cupping my upper arms. And now? Now he looks at me like I'm something he lost control of, I said. And I don't know which version of him scares me more. Tommaso leaned in, resting his forehead against mine. Whatever happens with him, you won't face it alone. My breath hitched. You keep saying that, I whispered, like it's obvious. It is, he replied. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, something inside me had settled. I want you to know something, I said. He waited. If it comes down to it, if protecting me puts your empire at risk. I swallowed hard. I won't ask you to choose me over everything you built. His eyes darkened. You don't get to decide that. Tommaso, I already chose, he said quietly, long before the gala, long before the cameras. My chest tightened painfully. When? The night you said you chose me, he replied. That wasn't the beginning. It was confirmation. I stared at him, heart pounding. You terrify me, I said. A faint smile touched his mouth. Good. No, I said, pressing my hand to his chest. Because you could destroy everything, including yourself. He covered my hand with his own. I won't destroy us. The baby moved beneath my palm, a sudden, sharp reminder of stakes higher than pride or power. I inhaled shakily. They're not going to stop. No, he agreed, but they're running out of moves. A knock sounded at the door. Luca. Tommaso turned his head slightly. Speak. We confirmed the shooter, Luca said. Not Romano. One of the three families. He didn't expect resistance. Tommaso's mouth curved into something cold. They never do. And, Luca added, your brother's been summoned by the council. He's in trouble. My stomach twisted. Because of me. Because he lost control. Tommaso corrected. I closed my eyes briefly. When I opened them, resolve had replaced grief. Then it started, I said. Yes, Tommaso replied. The end. Luca left. I looked at my husband, this man I'd been forced to marry, then chosen anyway, and felt the truth settle deep. I don't want to survive this, I said softly. He frowned. What? I want to live after it, I clarified. I want a life that isn't just threats and exits and contingency plans. His gaze softened, not weak, but real. Then I'll build it. For us? I asked. For you, he said. And the child. I'll earn my way into it. Emotion surged, sharp and overwhelming. I stepped into him again, holding on like the world could try whatever it wanted. But it wouldn't take this from me. Outside, the city buzzed with gossip and lies. Inside, the war narrowed its focus. They had taken their shots. Now Tommaso Pialla was done waiting. And I knew, deep in my bones, that whatever came next would decide not just who survived, but who ruled what was left behind.
By morning, the city was lying to itself again. News cycles spun the gala into background noise. Donors issued statements. Police called it a contained incident. No suspects. No names. Good. Silence was where men like me worked best. I stood at the window with coffee untouched, watching the river move like it always had, slow, inevitable, hiding everything beneath the surface. Behind me, Chiara slept, curled on her side, one hand resting over her stomach like instinct had rewritten her body's priorities overnight. That sight did something dangerous to me. It made the future feel real, and futures made men careless. I turned away before I let myself linger too long and walked into the adjoining office. Luca was already there, sleeves rolled up, tablet glowing with data that would ruin lives. "We're ready," he said. "Good," I replied. "Start with the insurance firm." Luca nodded. "Accounts are frozen. Audits triggered. Their private security contracts just evaporated. Quiet damage. No blood. No headlines. They'll feel it in hours," he added. "Days at most." "Good," I said again. "Pressure makes mistakes." "And your brother?" Luca asked. I stilled. "He's being isolated," Luca continued carefully. "Council's angry. They think he overreached." "He did," I said. "But he didn't plan the hit," Luca pressed. "He's not the architect." "No," I agreed. "He's the key." Luca frowned slightly. "You still think he doesn't know who is?" "I think," I said slowly, "that he knows more than he's admitting. And I think fear will loosen his tongue faster than loyalty." Luca hesitated. "Chiara, I won't involve her," I cut in. Luca held my gaze. "You already have." The words landed harder than I wanted them to. I exhaled through my nose. "I won't put her in front of him again. Not yet." Luca nodded, accepting it. "We intercepted another message last night." I looked at him sharply. "From who?" "From the same channels," he said. "Encrypted. Clean. Short." He slid the tablet toward me. "You can end this. Hand her over." My jaw locked. "They're escalating," Luca said. "They want her off the board." "They want leverage," I corrected. "They want me predictable. And they won't get either." I dismissed Luca with a nod and stood there alone for a moment, the glow of the screen reflecting back at me like a mirror I didn't recognize. Hand her over. They still didn't understand. Chiara wasn't something I possessed. She was something I protected. Something I'd chosen to build around instead of burn through. I heard soft footsteps behind me. I turned. Chiara stood in the doorway, wrapped in one of my shirts, hair loose, eyes sharp despite sleep still clinging to her. She looked like she belonged here in a way that terrified me. "You're planning without me," she said. "Yes." Her brow arched. "You promised not to do that." I set the tablet down and walked toward her, stopping just short of touching. "I promised not to shut you out. There's a difference." She crossed her arms. "Then talk." So I did. I told her about the pressure campaign, about the family's unraveling, about the message. Her face didn't pale. It hardened. "They want me," she said quietly. "They want to think they do," I replied. She stepped closer, close enough that I could see the resolve in her eyes. "And my brother?" "Yes." Her throat bobbed. "You're going to use him." "I'm going to confront him," I said. "There's a difference." She searched my face. "And if he breaks? Then we end this faster." "And if he doesn't?" she asked. I didn't answer immediately, because that answer was bloodier than she deserved. "Then I protect you anyway," I said finally. She studied me for a long beat, then nodded once. "I want to see him." My chest tightened. "No, I wasn't asking," she said calmly. "I need to look him in the eye and know whether he's already lost." "That's dangerous," I said. "So is pretending he doesn't matter," she shot back. Silence stretched. She wasn't wrong. That was the worst part. "We do it my way," I said at last. "Controlled. Secure. 1 hour." She didn't smile. "You always say that. And you always survive it," I replied. Her lips pressed together. Then she stepped into me, resting her forehead against my chest. "Not for comfort. For connection. I won't be traded," she said quietly. "Not for peace. Not for power." I cupped the back of her head, breathing her in. "No one is trading you." "Promise," she murmured. I closed my eyes briefly. "I don't make promises." She tilted her head back, meeting my gaze. "Then swear." The word felt heavier. Older. I leaned down until our foreheads touched. "On my life," I said. "No one takes you from me." Her breath hitched, not fear. "Something else." "Decision." She nodded once. "Then I'm ready." For the rest of the morning, I moved pieces into place. Calls made. Doors closed. Traps laid with patience instead of rage. By afternoon, Luca returned with news that made my blood run cold. "They've shifted tactics," he said. "Explain." "One of the families is leaking information," Luca continued. "About Chiara. About the baby." My vision sharpened. "To who?" "To law enforcement," he said. "Child services. Financial crimes." Chiara stiffened beside me. "They're trying to take my child," she said softly. I felt something snap inside my chest. "No," I said, voice turning lethal. "They're trying to provoke me." "And will it work?" Luca asked carefully. I looked at Chiara. at the woman who had stepped into my world without flinching, at the life growing inside her. Yes, I said quietly. It will, but not the way they expected. I turned to Luca. Activate phase 3. His eyes widened slightly. That's irreversible. Good, I replied. Chiara reached for my hand, squeezing once. Not fear. Resolve. Whatever you're about to do, she said softly, do it knowing I'm still standing. I squeezed back. That's why I'm doing it. Outside, the city continued pretending nothing was wrong. Inside, the last illusion fell away. They had come for my family using laws and lies instead of bullets. They thought that made them untouchable. They were wrong. Because the moment they threatened my child, they stopped being enemies. They became a problem. And problems didn't survive men like me.
The knock came at 3 a.m, not loud, not rushed, just precise enough to make my heart stop before the sound finished echoing through the penthouse. I was awake already. I had been for hours, lying on my side with one hand over my stomach, the other curled into the sheets where Tommaso should have been. He'd been in the war room again. Phase 3, Luca had called it, the part no one explained out loud. Tommaso didn't come to bed when he was about to do something irreversible. I sat up as the knock came again. Tommaso appeared in the doorway before I could move, fully dressed, eyes sharp, already alert like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Stay here, he said. I won't, I replied instantly. He didn't argue. That scared me more than shouting ever could. We walked together to the main living area, the lights dim, the city beyond the glass dark and watchful. Luca stood near the door, face pale, jaw tight. What happened? Tommaso asked. Luca exhaled. They moved first. My stomach clenched. Which one? Tommaso demanded. All of them, Luca said, simultaneously. My pulse roared in my ears. Moved how? Luca looked at me then, really looked at me, and something in his expression shifted. Say it, I said. They filed emergency motions. Luca continued. In 3 jurisdictions, alleging financial crimes, coercion, endangerment, and custody. I finished. The word tasted like blood. Yes, Luca said quietly. They're coming for the baby. The room tilted. I grabbed the back of a chair, breathing shallowly as panic surged hard and fast. They can't, I whispered. They don't even know my child yet. They don't need to, Luca replied. They just need a judge willing to listen. Tommaso's hand landed on my lower back, solid and grounding. Who signed? Luca swallowed. Your brother's name is on one of the affidavits. The silence that followed was deafening. My chest hurt like something inside it had cracked clean down the middle. He wouldn't, I said automatically. He wouldn't do that. Tommaso didn't contradict me. That hurt worse. He said he wanted me back. I continued, my voice shaking now. He said he wanted to protect me. Luca's voice was careful. This is protection, in his mind. My breath came out ragged. By taking my child? By removing you from Tommaso, Luca said. By breaking the alliance. Tommaso's jaw tightened until I thought his teeth might shatter. Where is he? Tommaso asked. Luca hesitated. In protective custody. I turned sharply. From who? Luca didn't answer. Tommaso did. From me. A cold, terrifying calm settled over Tommaso's features. The one I'd learned meant men died quietly. This was always his endgame, Tommaso said. Not war, control. No, I whispered. You're wrong. I stepped away from Tommaso before he could stop me, shaking my head. He wouldn't go this far. He wouldn't weaponize my pregnancy? Tommaso caught my wrist gently, but firmly. Chiara, I yanked my hand free. I need to hear. Do it from him. Lucas stiffened. That's not safe. I don't care, I snapped. I will not let you decide my brother's guilt without looking him in the eye. Tommaso stared at me for a long moment, something raw, flickering beneath the steel. You go near him, he said slowly, and this stops being a chessboard. It already is, I said. You just don't want me to see the blood. Another knock interrupted us, harder this time. Security. A man stepped inside with a tablet. his voice tight. Boss, court order. Tommaso took the tablet. I watched his eyes move as he read, watched something dark and final settle in his expression. What is it? I demanded. He didn't answer immediately. Then he handed me the tablet. Emergency temporary custody order. Unborn child. My hands trembled as I read the words. Legal, cold, devastating. They weren't taking my baby now. They were laying the groundwork to take my baby later. I looked up at Tommaso, tears blurring my vision. They're planning to take my child from me. No, he said quietly. They're planning to make you choose. My heart slammed painfully. Choose what? Your child, he said, or me. The room felt too small to breathe. They want you to leave, Tommaso continued. Publicly, cleanly, they want you to testify, to denounce me. I shook my head violently. I would never. I know, he said, but they think I will, I whispered. Yes. And if I don't? My voice broke. Tommaso stepped closer, lowering his voice. Then they escalate. I pressed my palm to my stomach, fear clawing through me. They can't just take my baby. They can try, Tommaso said, and if they do, the state becomes involved. My knees went weak. Then everything burns, Tommaso finished. I stared at him, truly seeing the edge we were standing on. You're talking about war, I said. I'm talking about survival, he replied. Another voice cut through the tension. I knew you'd see it that way. Every muscle in my body locked. The voice came from the balcony. I turned slowly. My brother stood there, flanked by 2 guards I didn't recognize. Government issue, not Mafia. His suit was immaculate, his expression unreadable. Get out, Tommaso said calmly. This is a private residence. My brother's gaze never left mine. Not anymore. My blood ran cold. What did you do? I whispered. He stepped inside, eyes softening just enough to hurt. I protected you. You betrayed me, I said. He shook his head. You're pregnant with a criminal's child. Tommaso moved. I stepped between them without thinking. No, I said, my voice shaking but fierce. You don't get to rewrite my life. My brother looked at my stomach. That baby doesn't belong in this world. It belongs with me, I snapped. With us. He sighed, like this pained him. You're not thinking clearly. I have never been clearer, I said. You're trying to steal my child. I'm trying to save you, he insisted. Tommaso's voice dropped to something lethal. Touch her again with your words, and I'll forget every law you're hiding behind. My brother finally looked at him. You already lost 1 child. The words sliced the air open. Tommaso froze. I turned sharply. How do you know that? My brother's silence was answer enough. My stomach dropped. You knew, I whispered. You knew who ordered it. His jaw tightened. That's why you're doing this, I said, realization crashing through me. You're cleaning up your own mess. He looked at me, something like regret flashing in his eyes. And in that moment, I understood the truth. This wasn't about saving me. This was about burying the past. I will never give you my child, I said, my voice shaking with fury. Never. My brother's expression hardened. Then you leave me no choice. Luca swore under his breath. Tommaso went completely still. What choice? I demanded. My brother lifted his phone. A video filled the screen. A hospital room. Monitors. A woman screaming. My scream tore out of me as recognition hit. That's not possible, I sobbed. She's dead. She was, my brother said quietly. Until she wasn't. The screen zoomed in. A child. Alive. Breathing. Not mine. Tommaso's. The world collapsed. My brother's voice echoed like a death sentence. You have a living son, Tommaso, he said. And now, you have leverage. Tommaso's breath shattered the silence. And in that moment, I knew Book 3 wouldn't be about war. It would be about who survives the truth. If you made it to the end, you are invested in this story and want more. I thank you for spending your time with me. I post new Dark Mafia romance audiobooks 3 times a week, so be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Tell me in the comments, was Chiara right to run? And do you think Tommaso is finally changing or getting even darker? Your comments help YouTube recommend my stories to more listeners, and they also help me write the next book. And yes, Book 3 is coming. The secrets, the betrayal, the baby. Everything explodes in the next installment. Stay close. You're not ready for what happens next. Tommaso Piallo buried his brother years ago. He mourned him. He survived him. But some ghosts don't stay dead. When the man who shattered his past returns from the shadows, he doesn't come for forgiveness. He comes for blood. For revenge. For the woman Tommaso would burn the world to protect, and the child growing inside her. This is Book 3 of the Mafia King's accidental heir. And this time, love won't be enough to save them.
The world didn't end when my brother-in-law showed me the video. It narrowed. That was worse. I stood perfectly still while Chiara's scream echoed off the glass and marble, while my blood went cold in a way I'd only felt once before, standing in a hospital hallway with red on my hands and a flatline screaming where a future should have been. A child. Alive. Mine. The room held its breath. Luca's hand drifted toward his weapon. My men tensed. Chiara swayed, one hand clutched to her stomach, the other reaching for something solid that no longer existed. My gaze never left the screen. Dark hair. My eyes. A small fist flexing in sleep. Real. Not a trick of editing. Not a lie spun thin enough to sell. Too detailed. Too cruel. My brother-in-law lowered the phone slowly, like a man who knew exactly how much damage he'd done. You should thank me, he said. I kept him alive. Chiara turned on him with a sound that wasn't human. You hit him. I protected him, he snapped back. From this. He gestured between me and Chiara. Blood, power, fire. This is the world that killed his mother. The words hit. Not like a gunshot. Like a blade twisting in an old wound. I felt Chiara's gaze on me, burning, searching, breaking. And still I didn't look away from the man who had just confessed to a sin unforgivable enough to start wars. How long? I asked quietly. The room froze at the sound of my voice. Say it again, he said, cautious now. How long? I repeated, calm as death. Have you been hiding my son? A pause. Then for years. 4 years. The number slammed into me with mathematical precision. For birthdays I'd never known existed. For years I'd mourned a child who had been breathing somewhere I couldn't reach. Chiara made a broken sound. I felt it in my bones. You let me believe he was dead, I said. He lifted his chin. I let you survive. Lucas swore under his breath. I stepped forward once. Just once. Every weapon in the room shifted toward me. My brother-in-law didn't move. You don't get to decide who survives my grief, I said. His jaw tightened. You don't get to raise children in blood. Chiara laughed then. It was hysterical. Sharp. Full of pain that could level cities. You stole a dead woman's child, she said, tears streaming unchecked down her face. And you think you're the hero? She would have agreed with me, he shot back. She wanted him away from this life. That was when I finally looked at Chiara. Really looked. Her face had gone pale, eyes too bright, one hand wrapped protectively over the life she carried now. 2 children. 2 futures. One man standing between them like a goddamn executioner with a badge. Get out, I said. He hesitated. Tommaso, get out, I repeated, and this time the promise in my voice made men flinch. You can't touch me, he said, grasping at law like a shield. Everything I've done is documented. Protected. If anything happens to me, I won't touch you, I said. He relaxed. Just a fraction. I'll dismantle you, I continued. Piece by piece. Publicly. Legally. Slowly. And when there's nothing left of your power but regret, then we'll talk about forgiveness. His mouth thinned. You think she'll forgive you? I didn't answer. Because Chiara was already pulling away from me. Not running. Withdrawing. That was worse. He left under guard, his footsteps echoing like a verdict. The doors closed. Silence fell like ash. I turned fully to Chiara then. She didn't look at me. Her voice came out flat. You knew. No, I said immediately. I swear, you knew something, she cut in. You always do. I took a step toward her. She stepped back. My chest tightened painfully. He's your son, she whispered. A living reminder of a woman you loved before me. That doesn't make him a threat, I said. Her laugh broke. It makes me one. No, I said sharper now. Don't you dare turn this into. Into what? She demanded, finally looking at me. The truth. I reached for her. She flinched. The flinch gutted me. I would never choose him over you, I said. That's not what scares me, she replied. What scares me is that you shouldn't have to choose at all. She pressed her palm to her stomach, breath uneven. You have a son out there who was stolen from you. And I have a family here, I said fiercely. With you. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Then why does it feel like I'm standing on the edge of something I can't survive? Because betrayal doesn't come from enemies. It comes from ghosts. From the past refusing to stay buried. From children hidden and secrets rotting until they poison everything they touch. I lowered my voice. I will bring him home. Her breath hitched. And what happens to us when you do? I didn't answer. Because for the first time since this war began, I didn't know. She turned away then, walking toward the bedroom with slow, deliberate steps like she was carrying something fragile inside her that might shatter if she moved too fast. Kiara, I said. She stopped back to me. I love you, I said. That hasn't changed. Her shoulders trembled. I know, she whispered. And somehow, that hurt more than if she'd said she didn't. When the door closed behind her, Lucas stepped up beside me. This changes everything, he said. Yes, I replied. Outside, the city slept. Inside, my world split clean down the middle. One son stolen. One child unborn. One woman slipping through my fingers because the past had risen from the grave with teeth. And I knew, deep in my blood, deep in my bones, Book 3 wouldn't be about winning. It would be about whether love could survive the truth, and whether forgiveness was stronger than the ghosts that came to collect what they were owed.
I locked the bathroom door and slid down against it like my bones had finally given up pretending. The marble floor was cold. The kind of cold that bit through skin and reminded you that your body was real even when your life no longer made sense. A living son. Tommaso had a child who had been breathing, growing, existing in the world, while I carried his heir inside me and built a future on the bones of a lie neither of us knew was there. My hands shook as I pressed them to my stomach. Easy, I told the baby. I've got you. I'm still here. But I didn't feel here. I felt like I was standing in the ruins of something I loved, trying to figure out which pieces were still safe to touch. I stood slowly, bracing one hand on the counter as nausea rolled through me. Not sickness, not yet. Just shock, just grief for something I hadn't even known to mourn. I looked at myself in the mirror. The woman staring back didn't look weak. She looked cracked. There was a difference. The shower turned on without me remembering deciding to do it. Steam filled the room, fogging the mirror, blurring the lines of my face until I barely recognized myself. Good. I needed the blur. I stepped under the water fully clothed, letting it soak through fabric and skin, grounding me in sensation because my mind refused to slow down. 4 years. That number echoed again and again. 4 years Tommaso had believed his child was dead. 4 years someone else had tucked him into bed. 4 years of stolen first words, first steps, first scraped knees. And now, that stolen life had detonated in our living room like a bomb no one could defuse. I slid my hands over my face, breath coming uneven. I wasn't angry at the child. That terrified me. I wasn't even angry at Tommaso. That terrified me more. I was angry at the space opening up between us, the unspoken questions clawing their way into the room. Would he go to him? Would he look at me differently once he held that child? Would I always be the woman who came after the dead one? The water went cold before I noticed. I shut it off and wrapped myself in a towel, my skin buzzing, my heart too loud. When I opened the bathroom door, the bedroom was empty. Of course it was. Tommaso didn't come to bed when his world cracked open. He went to war rooms and windows and silence. I dressed slowly, choosing softness over armor. A loose sweater, bare feet, something that felt like me instead of a role. When I stepped back into the penthouse, the lights were low. Tommaso stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to me, city lights carving sharp lines around his shoulders. He hadn't moved his jacket. He hadn't moved his stance, like if he stayed still long enough, the truth might rewind itself. I stopped a few feet away. Neither of us spoke. The distance stretched. "I'm not leaving," I said finally. His shoulders shifted, just barely. "I know," he replied. "You don't," I corrected quietly. "You hope." He turned then, slowly, carefully, like I might disappear if he moved too fast. "You don't have to stay tonight," he said, "or tomorrow, or at all." There it was, the offer that sounded like freedom and tasted like fear. "I'm not running," I said, "and I'm not punishing you for a secret you didn't keep." His jaw tightened. "Then what are you doing?" I stepped closer, close enough to see the fracture lines beneath his control. "I'm trying to understand where I fit now." "You fit here," he said immediately. "Too fast." I lifted my hand gently. "Don't." The word landed soft but final. "I need you to hear me," I said. "Not as your wife, not as the mother of your unborn child. As a woman who just found out the past isn't done with us." His eyes darkened. "It never is." "No," I agreed, "but it doesn't get to decide the future unless we let it." I swallowed hard. "I need time." He nodded once. "Take it." "And I need honesty," I continued, "even when it hurts, especially then." "You'll have it," he said. I studied him for a long moment. "You don't know what this is going to cost you." "I do," he replied quietly, "and I'll pay it." "That scares me," I admitted. "It should," he said. "It scares me too." The admission cracked something open between us. I took another step forward, then stopped. "I don't want to be replaced." His breath hitched. "You won't be." "I don't want to become a footnote in your story," I said. "The woman who came after tragedy." He crossed the distance between us in 2 strides and stopped himself just short of touching me, hands clenched at his sides like restraint was a physical thing. "You are not an after," he said, voice low and fierce. "You are the center." Tears burned behind my eyes. "And yet," I whispered, "there's a child out there who was here first." "Yes," he said. "And there's a woman here now who chose me when she didn't have to." The words wrapped around my ribs, tight and aching. "I don't know how to share you," I said. "I won't ask you to," he replied. "Not tonight." The city hummed behind him, endless and indifferent. "Where will you sleep?" I asked. "On the couch," he said. "Unless you tell me not to," I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to pull him close, to anchor myself in something familiar, something strong. But love wasn't always about holding on. Sometimes it was about not breaking what was already fragile. "Stay," I said, "just not with me." He nodded, accepting the boundary without resentment. That mattered more than anything else. As I turned back toward the bedroom, my hand drifted to my stomach again. "You should know," I said softly without looking back. "This baby feels everything I feel." His voice followed me, quiet and reverent. "Then I'll make sure what you feel next is safety." I paused in the doorway. "I hope so," I said. "Because if I feel like I'm losing you—" I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't have to. The door closed gently behind me. I lay down alone, staring at the ceiling, one hand on my heart, one on my stomach, caught between a future I wanted and a past that refused to stay buried. Somewhere in the same city, a little boy slept, unaware that his existence had just fractured 2 lives already hanging by a thread. And I understood then, fully, painfully. Book 3 wasn't going to ask whether love existed. It was going to ask whether love was strong enough to survive being shared. And I didn't yet know the answer.
I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of the couch with the city breathing through the glass and counted every regret I'd ever buried alive. They had names now. One of them was 4 years old. I replayed the video until my hands stopped shaking. Not because it hurt less, but because pain eventually becomes background noise if you let it. The boy slept curled on his side, thumb near his mouth, lashes dark against his cheeks. My lashes. Her eyes. A face that didn't belong to a ghost. I muted the sound and stared until the sun started to bleed gray into the sky. Luca arrived without knocking. Talk, I said without looking away. They moved him, Luca replied. Again, that got my attention. Where? Unknown, but not with the state anymore. I turned sharply. Explain. Luca grimaced. Your brother-in-law didn't trust the system either. He handed the boy off to a private guardian. Old money. Clean record. Off-grid enough to vanish. Rage flared hot and bright. He doesn't get to give my son away like property. He thinks he's saving him, Luca said carefully. Everyone thinks they're the hero, I replied. That's how children get buried. Luca hesitated. There's more. Of course there was. One of our own flagged the transfer, he continued. Not one of mine. My blood went ice. Say the name. Luca didn't answer immediately. That was confirmation enough. Raphael, I said. Luca nodded. What's left of his network? He didn't die alone. The ghost that refused to stay buried. I exhaled slowly. So the man who helped kill my first family helped hide my son. Yes. And now he's selling information again. Yes. I stood, every muscle in my body coiled tight. Then we stopped playing defense. Luca's voice dropped. Chiara asked me not to tell you something. I stilled. What? She was contacted last night, he said. Private number. Distorted voice. My chest tightened painfully. About the boy? No, Luca replied. About her. I closed my eyes. What did they say? They told her, Luca continued, that if she left you, publicly, permanently, they'd make the custody case disappear. I turned slowly. She didn't tell me, I said. She didn't decide yet, Luca replied. She asked for time. That hurt more than any betrayal. Not because she'd considered it, because she'd carried it alone. They're forcing a choice, Luca said. And they're betting you'll lose either way. They're wrong, I replied. Are they? He asked quietly. Because if you move too fast, you confirm their narrative. If you move too slow, they take your child. And if I move smart, I said, I take everything. Luca watched me carefully. You're talking about burning the shield. Yes. That exposes Chiara. No, I said. It exposes them. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the office. Where are you going? Luca asked. To prove something, I said. To myself. I stopped outside the bedroom door. Didn't knock. Didn't go in. I wasn't allowed there right now. That was the price of restraint. Instead, I sent one message. I know they contacted you. I'm not angry. We will decide together. No reply. I deserved that. By noon, the city was a chessboard again. I met with men who didn't smile. With accountants who could erase lives with numbers. With lawyers who knew how to turn truth into smoke. By dusk, we had a location. A compound outside the city. Not flashy. Not guarded like a fortress. A place meant to disappear children. I stood over the satellite image, jaw tight. That's where my son is, I said. Yes, Luca confirmed. But if you go in loud, I won't, I said. This isn't a rescue. He frowned. Then what is it? A reckoning, I replied. I left before night fully fell. No convoy. No weapons visible. Just me, dressed like a man who'd lost something he wasn't sure he deserved back. The gate opened after a short conversation, and a name I hadn't spoken in years. Inside, the house was warm. Lived in. Toys scattered across a rug. A woman met me in the hallway. Mid-40s, calm eyes, no fear. You shouldn't be here, she said. I know, I replied. But I am. You can't take him, she said gently. He's safe. I'm not here to take him, I said. That stopped her. I just need to see him, I continued. Once. She studied my face for a long moment, then nodded. He's in the back garden. I stepped outside. The boy sat on the grass, stacking stones into a crooked tower, tongue caught between his teeth in concentration. My knees almost gave out. He looked up. Our eyes met. Something passed between us, recognition without understanding. Hi, he said. My voice failed. I swallowed hard. Hi. He tilted his head. You look sad. I laughed quietly, broken. I am. Why? He asked. Because the truth was too heavy for a child. Because I was gone too long, I said. He nodded, like that made sense. What's your name? He asked. I knelt slowly, keeping my distance. Tommaso. He smiled. I'm Matteo. My son's name hit like a prayer and a curse. That's a good name, I said. My mama liked it, he replied casually. My chest shattered. She did, I whispered. He went back to his stones. I stood there, watching him breathe, watching proof of a life stolen and preserved all at once. I didn't touch him. I didn't promise anything. I didn't say goodbye, because I wasn't ready to lie. When I left, the woman spoke softly behind me. He asks about you sometimes. I paused. He doesn't know you, she said, but he knows someone's missing. So did I. Back in the car, night closing in, my phone buzzed. Kiara, we need to talk. Now. I stared at the message, heart pounding, because whatever choice she'd been forced toward, I knew one thing with brutal clarity. I would not lose another child, and I would not sacrifice the woman I loved to save myself, which meant the next move would cost blood, forgiveness, or both. And Book 3 was just beginning to collect its debts.
The call came while I was standing barefoot in the kitchen, staring at a cup of tea I'd already forgotten to drink. I knew the voice before it spoke. You don't sound well, my brother said calmly, like he hadn't just detonated my life and walked away. I closed my eyes. You shouldn't be calling me, I said. And yet here I am, he replied, because you deserve options. My hand tightened around the edge of the counter. You don't get to use that word anymore. Listen to me, he said. This doesn't have to end in blood. I laughed, sharp and broken. It already has. You just moved it off screen so you could sleep at night. A pause. Controlled. Calculated. They're preparing the next filing, he continued. If it goes through, the state gets involved. Investigations, psych evaluations, endless delays. And? I asked. And if you leave him, he said quietly, it all disappears. There it was. Clean. Surgical. Devastating. I walk away, I said. Publicly. Yes. Denounce my husband. Yes. And in return, you let me keep my child. You protect both of them, he corrected. You remove them from danger. I pressed my palm to my stomach, breath shallow. By destroying the man I love. Silence stretched. Then, softer. You think this ends well if you stay? I opened my eyes and looked toward the living room, toward the city beyond the glass, toward the couch where Tommaso had spent the night without sleep or complaint. I think, I said slowly, that leaving him would end me. He sighed. You're choosing a war you can't win. I'm choosing a life I can live with. The line went dead. I stood there shaking long after the call ended. Fear and fury tangling so tight, I could barely tell them apart. That was when the door opened. Tommaso stepped inside, jacket still on, eyes darker than I'd ever seen them. Not violent, haunted. You saw him, I said. Yes. You didn't take him. No. Relief and pain crashed together so hard, my knees nearly buckled. Why? I whispered. He crossed the room slowly, stopping a careful distance away. Because if I took him without destroying the cage first, I'd only be moving him from one prison to another. My throat tightened. They called me. He nodded. I know. I stared at him. You said you weren't angry. I'm not, he replied. I'm terrified. The honesty stole my breath. They offered me custody, I said, in exchange for you. I know, he said again. Silence swelled between us, thick with everything unsaid. I didn't answer them, I continued. I needed to see you first. He searched my face like he was afraid to hope. And? I stepped closer, my voice shaking but sure. I won't leave you to save myself. His jaw clenched. That's not a fair choice. No, I agreed. It's a real one. He reached for me then, slow, hesitant, giving me time to pull away. I didn't. His hands came to my waist, warm and steady, grounding me in the middle of the storm. I pressed my forehead to his chest, breathing him in like oxygen. They think I'm the weak point, I murmured. They always do, he said. I tipped my face up to his. Promise me something. I don't. Try, I interrupted. He swallowed. What? Don't disappear into this, I said. Don't turn into a man I can't reach. His hand slid up my back, holding me closer. I'm right here. I kissed him then. Not desperate. Not frantic. Intentional. My mouth fit to his like it always had, familiar and devastating all at once. He exhaled into the kiss, restraint shuddering through him, before he kissed me back, deep, slow, claiming without taking. I slid my fingers into his hair, grounding us both, and felt the tension coil and ease as he rested his forehead against mine. Choose me, I whispered. I already did, he said. The baby shifted beneath my ribs, a quiet reminder of what we were fighting for. Then Luca's voice cut through the moment from the doorway. We have a problem. We turned as one. They moved again, Luca said. The boy. And this time, it wasn't subtle. My heart slammed. Where? Luca hesitated. They want you to follow. Tommaso's body went rigid. They left a trail, Luca continued, just enough to be seen. A trap. I felt it instantly. They're forcing your hand, I said. Yes, Tommaso replied. And they're using him to do it. Luca looked at me carefully. They know you won't run from your child, I lifted my chin. Neither will he. Tommaso turned to me, eyes burning. If we walk into this... I know, I said. It could cost us everything. I took his hand and placed it over my heart. Then don't let it, I said softly. Don't let them turn love into a weapon. For a long moment, he just looked at me. Then he nodded once. Prepare the car, he told Luca. We're ending the illusion. As we moved together toward the door, fear crawled up my spine, but underneath it was something stronger. Certainty. They thought the child would break us. They were wrong. Because if they wanted to see what a mother and a father would do when love was threatened, they were about to learn. And nothing in their carefully laid plan would survive what came next.
The road narrowed as the city fell away. Streetlights gave up one by one, replaced by trees and darkness, and the kind of silence that existed only where men buried things they didn't want found. The car moved without headlights for the last mile, guided by memory and instinct and a trail meant to be followed. A trap that wanted to feel like fate. Chiara sat beside me in the back seat, posture straight, hands folded over her stomach. She hadn't spoken since we left. She didn't need to. Her presence burned hotter than any weapon. They want us separated, Luca said quietly from the front. Different entrances. Controlled chaos. Not happening, I replied. They'll try anyway. I know, I said. That's why we let them think they're succeeding. Chiara finally turned to look at me. You're going to bait them. I met her gaze. We already are. The compound appeared out of the dark like a scar. Low buildings, private road. Too much space around it to be accidental. Lights glowed warm inside. Safe. Normal. A lie with teeth. The car rolled to a stop behind a stand of trees. My men fanned out silently, shadows among shadows. Luca looked back at us. Once we cross that line, everything changes. I nodded. Good. He hesitated, then glanced at Chiara. You sure? She didn't flinch. I've never been more sure of anything. Luca got out. The door closed. For a moment, it was just the two of us and the ticking of cooling metal. I turned to Chiara, every instinct screaming to memorize her face. If this goes wrong... She cut me off by grabbing my jacket and pulling me to her. The kiss wasn't soft. It was fierce, demanding. Her mouth pressed to mine like she was claiming ground, not asking permission. I felt it in my spine, in the way control snapped tight, then slipped. I cupped the back of her head, fingers threading into her hair, meeting her intensity with my own. Our breaths tangled. Teeth grazed. The kiss turned rougher, deeper, fueled by fear and want and the knowledge that nothing after this would be the same. She climbed onto my lap without hesitation, knees bracketing my thighs, hands gripping my shoulders like she needed the anchor. Don't you dare die, she breathed against my mouth. I kissed her jaw, her cheek, her neck, slow there, grounding, my lips lingering just below her ear as she shivered. I'm not going anywhere, I said, voice rough. Not without you. Her fingers tightened in my hair, a breathy sound catching in her throat that went straight through me. She pressed her forehead to mine, breath uneven. "This isn't goodbye," she said. "This is us choosing." I kissed her again, harder this time, then forced myself to stop before restraint shattered completely. I rested my forehead against hers. "If I squeeze your hand twice, you move to Luca." She nodded. "And if I squeeze yours, then I burn everything between us and daylight." A corner of her mouth lifted. "I knew there was a reason I married you." We separated reluctantly. The door opened. Night rushed in. We moved. The front door of the main building opened before we reached it. A man stepped out, polite smile, empty eyes. "Mr. Piallo," he said. "Mrs. Piallo, thank you for coming." I didn't slow. "Where's my son?" "Inside," he replied. "But only one of you may." I hit him. Not hard enough to kill. Hard enough to drop. "Change of plans," I said, stepping over him. The inside smelled like lemon cleaner and money. Too clean. Too curated. The walls were lined with art meant to calm. It didn't. Movement erupted from side corridors. Men with guns. Men with confidence. Too much confidence. "Chiara," a familiar voice called. My blood went cold. Her brother stepped into the open, hands visible, suit immaculate, face carved from certainty. "This ends now," he said. I shifted subtly, putting myself half a step in front of her. "You brought me here," Chiara said, voice steady. "So say it." He looked at her with something like sorrow. "You don't belong in this." She laughed sharp. "You don't get to decide where I belong." He turned to me. "You brought the war to her doorstep." "No," I replied. "You did. When you hid my child." A ripple went through the men. "Enough," he snapped. "You want him back? Walk away. Publicly. Tonight." Chiara's hand slid into mine. I squeezed once. She didn't move. "I won't," she said. Her brother's jaw tightened. "Then you leave me no choice." Lights cut. Darkness swallowed the room. Gunfire erupted. I pulled Chiara into me, pivoting hard as shots cracked past where she'd been standing. My men returned fire instantly, chaos exploding exactly where it had been planned. "They're trying to separate you," Luca barked through my earpiece. "I know," I replied, shoving a door open and dragging Chiara through with me. We burst into a side hall, narrow, dim, echoing. I slammed her against the wall, not roughly, but fast, shielding her with my body as bullets chewed plaster. Her breath came fast. Mine matched it. I kissed her then, quick, fierce, forehead to forehead, mouths brushing like a promise sealed in fire. "Move when I move," I ordered. She nodded. We ran. The corridor opened into a smaller room. Children's toys scattered across the floor. My chest seized. He'd been here. A door at the back stood ajar. A small sound came from beyond it. I froze. "Tommaso," Chiara whispered. I pushed the door open slowly. A child stood inside, eyes wide, clutching a stuffed animal, frozen by noise and fear. "Matteo. My son." The world fell silent. He looked at me, and something in his face softened with recognition that didn't need explanation. "Papa," he whispered. The word shattered me. I took one step forward. Behind us, footsteps thundered closer. Chiara moved beside me, placing her hand over mine, steady as stone. "We're here," she said softly, to him, to me, to the future cracking open in front of us. Gunfire roared again, and as I reached for my son for the first time, I knew with absolute certainty someone was about to pay for every second they'd stolen from us. And this night was going to decide who walked out alive.
The first thing I noticed was how small he was. Not fragile. Small in the way children are when you realize how easily the world can break them. Matteo stood frozen in the doorway, clutching a stuffed bear with one ear chewed thin, eyes too big for his face, too calm for the chaos exploding behind us. Gunfire cracked somewhere down the hall. Men shouted. Glass shattered. And Tommaso stopped breathing. I felt it beside me, felt the way his body went still, like every instinct he had was fighting between kill everything and don't scare him. "Papa?" The word landed like a prayer. And a wound. Tommaso dropped to one knee instantly, slow, careful, putting himself at Matteo's level like he was approaching something sacred. "Yes," he said, voice breaking on the word. "It's me." My heart clenched so hard I thought it might stop. I stepped forward, too, keeping my movements calm, my hands open. "Hi," I said softly. "You're safe. We're here to take you somewhere better." Matteo's gaze slid to me, curious, wary. "Are you nice?" The question gutted me. "Yes," I whispered. "I promise." A sharp crack echoed closer. Too close. Tommaso reached for Matteo. That was when everything went wrong. A body slammed into the doorway from the side, weapon raised. I screamed Tommaso's name as he twisted, shielding Matteo with his own body as the shot rang out. It hit me. Pain exploded white hot through my side. I went down hard, the world tilting violently as Tommaso roared my name, his voice tearing through the chaos like an animal sound ripped from his chest. Chiara! I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could only feel burning, tearing pain, and the terrifying knowledge that I was falling away from myself. Hands were on me instantly. Tommaso's. Stay with me, he said, frantic now, control gone. Stay with me. My breath hitched. I'm okay? Lie. I saw the blood spreading across my sweater, dark and fast. Tommaso swore violently, one hand pressing hard against the wound, the other braced on the floor to keep himself steady. Luca, he shouted. Now! Gunfire surged again, closer, louder. Luca skidded into the room, eyes going sharp as he took in the scene. We have to move. They're collapsing the corridor. Tommaso didn't look away from me. Get her out. And the boy? Luca demanded. Tommaso's jaw clenched. I grabbed his sleeve with shaking fingers. Tommaso, listen to me. He looked down at me, eyes wild, terrified. Take him, I whispered. Don't leave him. No, he snapped. I'm not choosing. You already did, I said, forcing the words through the pain. You chose both. Now finish it. His breath shuddered. Another explosion rocked the building. Luca swore. We have 30 seconds. Tommaso looked between me and Matteo, his son standing frozen, tears finally spilling down his cheeks. That was when I understood something terrifying and beautiful. This was what it meant to love someone with your whole life. You bled so they didn't have to. Go, I whispered again. I'm not dying here. You don't get to decide that, Tommaso said hoarsely. I get to decide this, I replied. If you leave him behind, you'll never forgive yourself. And I won't forgive you either. That did it. I saw the moment he broke. He kissed my forehead fiercely, hands trembling. I'm coming back for you. You better, I whispered, because I'm not done with you yet. Luca hauled Matteo into his arms, murmuring reassurances as the boy cried silently, face pressed into Luca's shoulder. Tommaso hesitated one last heartbeat. Then Luca dragged him back as gunfire tore through the doorway again. They disappeared into smoke and sound, and I was alone. The pain surged as adrenaline faded, sharp enough to make me gasp. A shadow fell over me. My brother. He crouched beside me, eyes cold, assessing. You should have left, he said. I laughed weakly. You really don't understand me at all. He reached for me, and I slapped his hand away with what strength I had left. Don't touch me, I hissed. You don't get to pretend concern now. His jaw tightened. You chose him. Yes, I said. Every time. He stood abruptly as sirens wailed in the distance. Clean this up. He ordered someone unseen. She's not dying here. Hands lifted me. Strangers. Rough, but efficient. My vision blurred, consciousness slipping like water through my fingers. As darkness crept in, one thought anchored me. Tommaso will come back. He had to, because I wasn't done fighting. Not for my child. Not for his. Not for the family we were clawing into existence with blood and broken promises. And somewhere deep inside the pain, something else stirred. Rage. If they thought hurting me would end this, they had just made me dangerous. And when I woke up, I was going to burn down every lie that had brought us here, one by one.
I don't remember getting out of the building. I remember leaving her. That was the moment my body split in half. One part moving because it had to, the other tearing itself apart because it refused to accept what I was doing. Luca dragged me through smoke and gunfire while Matteo cried into his shoulder, small fists clutching fabric like it was the only solid thing left in the world. My son, my blood, alive. And Chiara was bleeding on the floor because she loved us both enough to choose sacrifice over safety. I ripped free from Luca the second we cleared the perimeter. She's still inside, I snarled, trying to turn back. Luca slammed me against the armored truck, eyes hard. And if you go back now, you die. Then what happens to either child? The words hit because they were true. I pounded my fist into the metal until pain bloomed sharp and grounding. Get him safe, I ordered. Now, what about you? I turned toward the burning compound, jaw set. I'm finishing this. 2 of my men grabbed me. Not to stop me, to follow. We moved fast, flanking, cutting through the chaos the way I'd trained them to for years. This wasn't a rescue anymore. It was extermination. Inside, the compound had collapsed into screaming confusion. Alarms shrieked. Fire licked along the ceiling. Men ran without orders. That was my favorite kind of enemy. I found my brother-in-law near the rear exit, shouting into a phone, panic cracking his voice for the first time. You lost control, I said calmly from behind him. He spun. I shot him in the leg before he could speak. He went down hard, screaming, hands scrabbling at the floor. I stepped over him and pressed the barrel of my gun to his forehead. Where is she? He laughed through the pain. You think she's? I fired again. The scream turned wet. I'll ask once more, I said evenly. Where is my wife? Terror finally broke through his arrogance. Medical wing, he gasped. They were stabilizing her. I ordered it. You ordered her shot. I ordered her contained, he cried. I didn't know. I pulled the trigger again. Not fatal. Yet. Then I left him bleeding and screaming for men who were already dead. The medical wing was chaos, lights flickering, blood on the floor, overturned gurneys. I followed the trail like a hunter follows scent. I found her in the last room. Chiara lay pale against white sheets, blood soaked through the bandage at her side, monitors screaming too loud in the quiet that followed gunfire. Alive. Barely. I dropped to my knees beside her bed, hands shaking as I took her face in my palms. Chiara, I whispered. Stay with me. Her lashes fluttered. Tommaso, she breathed, voice barely there. Did you? He's safe, I said immediately. Matteo is safe. Her lips curved in the faintest smile. Then her eyes rolled back. No, I snarled. No, boss, one of the medics shouted. We're losing her. Fix it, I roared. They worked frantically, hands flying, orders shouted over alarms. I stood there useless for the first time in my life, watching the woman I loved bleed because the world had decided love was a weakness. I pressed my forehead to her hand, breathing her in. You don't get to leave, I whispered fiercely. You don't get to choose me and then disappear. Minutes stretched into eternities. Then a long, steady tone. The monitor stabilized. She's holding, the medic said breathlessly. I exhaled for the first time since the gunshot. I stayed until they moved her, until she was secured, sedated, alive. Only then did I step back. Only then did I allow the other half of me to surface. I walked back into the corridor, blood on my hands, vision cold and clear. My brother-in-law was still alive when I returned. Barely. I crouched in front of him, ignoring his whimpers. You stole my son, I said quietly. You shot my wife. I was protecting. I shot him again. This time in the shoulder. Protection doesn't look like this, I said. This looks like ego dressed up as morality. He sobbed now. Good. You don't get to die tonight, I continued. You get to live long enough to watch everything you built turn to ash. I stood. Take him, I ordered my men. Alive. They dragged him away screaming. Outside, dawn broke red and ugly over the horizon. Lucas stood by the truck, Matteo asleep in the back seat, a blanket wrapped around his small body. Luca met my eyes and nodded once. She's alive, I said. Luca's shoulders sagged in relief. Good. I climbed into the driver's seat and rested my forehead against the steering wheel for one fractured moment. 2 children. 1 woman. A war that had crossed every line. And as the sun rose on the wreckage of everything they'd tried to control, one truth burned through me with brutal clarity. They had taken my mercy for weakness. They had taken my love for leverage. And now they were going to learn what happens when a man who has nothing left to lose finally decides to take everything back. Because Chiara had bled for this family, and anyone who touched what was mine would beg for death before I was done.
I woke to the sound of my own breathing, ragged, shallow, too loud in a room that smelled like antiseptic and smoke and something darker underneath, metallic, final. Pain bloomed the moment consciousness settled. It wasn't sharp at first. It was heavy. A deep, dragging ache that reminded me my body had been opened by violence and stitched back together by hands that didn't care who I was, only that I lived. Live, I told myself. You don't get to rest yet. My fingers twitched, then moved. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried. Kiara! Tommaso's voice came from my left, rough and low, like it had been scraped raw. I turned my head slowly, the movement sending a wave of nausea through me. He was there, sitting too close to the bed, jacket gone, shirt wrinkled, blood, not mine, stained along his knuckles and the cuff of his sleeve. His eyes were wrecked, not cold, not controlled, wrecked. You're awake, he said, like it was a prayer he didn't trust yet. Unfortunately, I rasped. A sound broke out of him, half laugh, half sob, and he leaned forward, pressing his forehead to the edge of the mattress like his strength had finally given out. You were shot, he said unnecessarily. You lost a lot of blood. I noticed, I whispered. You look terrible. His mouth twitched. You should see the other guy. I tried to smile. It came out crooked. Where? I swallowed. Where's the baby? He was instantly still. Safe, he said, firm and immediate. No trauma. Doctor checked twice. My chest loosened enough for me to breathe again. And Matteo? I asked. His breath hitched. Safe, he said again, softer now. Asleep. He's stubborn. I huffed weakly. That tracks. Tommaso reached for my hand then. Slow, careful, like he was afraid I'd disappear if he moved too fast. His fingers wrapped around mine, warm and real and shaking. You saved him, he said hoarsely. I didn't, I replied. I just refused to let you break. His grip tightened. I left you, he said, not accusing, confessing. I walked away. You didn't leave, I said. You came back. Tears finally spilled from his eyes, silent and furious. He bent his head, pressing his mouth to my knuckles like it hurt too much to look at me and breathe at the same time. I thought I'd lost you, he whispered. I thought the cost finally caught up to me. I squeezed his hand as hard as I could manage. You're not allowed to get rid of me that easily. A shaky breath tore out of him. Kiara, he said, voice breaking. There are things I've done tonight, things I will do next, that will change us. I know, I replied. You might hate me for them. I met his gaze. I already love you knowing exactly who you are. That stopped him. Really stopped him. The door opened softly and Luca stepped in, eyes alert, posture controlled, but there was relief there too. She's awake, Tommaso said unnecessarily. I can see that, Luca replied dryly, then softened. Good to have you back, Chiara. Try not to get sentimental. I murmured. It doesn't suit you. A corner of his mouth lifted. There's a situation, Luca said, turning to Tommaso. Contained. But it needs your attention. Tommaso didn't look away from me. Say it. Your brother-in-law is alive, Luca said, in custody, and there's press movement. Too coordinated to be organic. Tommaso's jaw tightened. They're trying to spin it. Yes. And Matteo? I asked quietly. Luca looked at me. He keeps asking for his father. Tommaso closed his eyes briefly. Go, I said. His eyes snapped back to mine. No. Yes, I insisted. He's been waiting 4 years. Don't make him wait longer. I won't leave you again. I'm not going anywhere, I said. I'm too angry to die. That earned a breathless sound from him, something close to laughter. I'll be right outside, he said finally. I won't go far. He leaned down then, careful of the IV lines, and pressed his lips to my forehead. Not a kiss meant to claim, a kiss meant to anchor. When he straightened, his hand lingered at my cheek for a second longer than necessary. Then he left. The room felt colder without him. A nurse came in soon after, checking vitals, murmuring reassurances I half heard. When she left, silence crept back in. That was when the weight of it all hit. The gunshot, the blood, the choice. The child who had looked at me with terrified eyes and trusted me anyway. Tears slid silently into my hair. I pressed my hand to my stomach, feeling the faint, reassuring movement beneath my skin. "We're still here," I whispered. "Both of us." The door opened again. This time, it wasn't Tommaso. It was a woman I didn't recognize. Late 30s, sharp eyes, calm presence. She stopped just inside the doorway. "Mrs. Piallo," she said. "I'm Elena Weiss. Family law. I represent children whose lives have been complicated." My pulse spiked. "You represent Matteo," I said. "Yes," she replied. "And now, potentially you." I studied her carefully. "For what?" She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "There's already a sealed motion moving through the courts. Emergency jurisdiction transfer. If it goes through, Matteo becomes a ward of the state until permanent placement is decided." Cold flooded my veins. "Because of tonight," I whispered. "Because of who his father is," she corrected. "And because someone wants leverage." I closed my eyes briefly. "When?" I asked. 48 hours, she said. "Unless we move first." I met her gaze, something steel hard settling into place. "Then we move," I said. Her lips curved slightly. "That's what I was hoping you'd say." After she left, I lay back against the pillows, staring at the ceiling. I had been shot. I had nearly died. And still, this was only the beginning. They thought hurting me would slow us down. They thought children were bargaining chips. They thought love was a weakness. I smiled faintly despite the pain. They were about to learn the most dangerous truth of all. A woman who survives doesn't come back softer. She comes back ready. And when Tommaso returned, with our son's name on his lips and blood still drying on his hands, we were going to make the world regret ever attaching our family to the word expendable.
Matteo fell asleep with his hand curled into my shirt like it was the most natural thing in the world, like he'd always belonged there. I sat in the quiet room the safe house doctors had converted into something warm. Low lights, clean walls, no windows, and listened to his breathing even out. Each breath was a quiet miracle I didn't trust yet. For years stolen. For years I couldn't get back. I brushed my thumb lightly over his hair, barely touching, afraid of waking him or worse. Afraid this was another lie the world would rip away if I blinked. "Papa," he murmured in his sleep. The word hit deeper this time. I closed my eyes. "I'm here," I whispered. "I've got you." The door opened softly behind me. Luca didn't speak. He didn't need to. I knew that look. I eased Matteo down carefully, tucking the blanket around him with a precision that surprised me. When I stood, my knees protested, adrenaline bleeding out, reality settling in. I stepped into the hall and closed the door quietly behind us. "Say it," I said. "They're moving faster than expected," Luca replied. "Emergency filings. Media whispers. And Weiss is right. The state wants custody leverage." "They won't get it," I said flatly. "They might," Luca countered, "if this turns into a public morality play." I turned toward the security monitor wall, watching feeds of empty corridors and parked cars. "Then we don't let it turn public." Luca hesitated. "Chiara, I know," I said. "She's the fulcrum. She's also wounded. And stronger than all of them," I replied. "A beat." "She asked for you," Luca said. My chest tightened. I moved. Chiara's room smelled like antiseptic and warmth and something fiercely familiar. She was propped against pillows, color still pale but eyes sharp, alive in a way that felt like defiance. "You left," she said softly. "I stayed close," I replied, crossing to her bedside. "You held him," she said. "Yes." Her eyes softened. "Did he?" "He called me Papa," I said quietly. Her breath caught. I took her hand, careful of the four. "He asked if you were nice." She laughed weakly. "And?" "I told him yes," I said. I didn't even hesitate. Her fingers tightened around mine. "Good. Because he's right." I leaned closer, lowering my voice. "They're coming for him. Legally." "I know," she said. "Elena told me." I searched her face. "You shouldn't have to fight this." Her gaze hardened. "I'm not fighting. I'm deciding." I nodded. "Me too." Silence settled, heavy, intimate, shared. "Tommaso," she said after a moment, "what happens when the world learns you have 2 children?" "I stopped pretending the world gets a vote," I replied. A corner of her mouth lifted. "I married the right man." I bent and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, slow, reverent. "I will not let them take him." "And me," she asked quietly. I looked at her, really looked. I won't lose you either. She studied my face like she was measuring truth. Then she nodded once. Then here's what we do. I waited. We go first, she continued. Not with violence. With visibility. My jaw tightened. They'll exploit that. Let them try, she said. We file for guardianship. Joint. Emergency. We frame it as protection, not possession. They'll dig into our past, I said. They already are, she replied. The difference is who controls the story. I exhaled slowly. It's risky. So is tonight, she said. So is love. I leaned closer, my forehead touching hers. I will burn cities for you. I know, she whispered. That's why I'm asking you not to. A nurse appeared at the door. Mr. Piallo, your son is awake. My heart kicked hard. I'll be back, I said to Chiara. Bring him, she said. If he wants. He did. Matteo patted in, clutching his bear, eyes wide but curious. He stopped just inside the room, gaze locking on Chiara. She smiled softly. Hi. He looked at me. She's the nice lady. I crouched. She is. He considered this, then walked closer, slow, careful, and held out the bear. For you, he said to Chiara. So you don't hurt. Her eyes filled instantly. Thank you, she said, voice steady through tears. That's very kind. He nodded, satisfied. I watched the moment happen, something delicate stitching itself together despite blood and betrayal and war. And I knew then, this wasn't a family being built. It was a family being forged. Luca cleared his throat from the doorway. There's one more thing. I straightened. What? Your brother-in-law is talking, he said. Names, dates, and a final condition. My blood went cold. Which is? He wants a deal, Luca replied. Immunity for information that could end this. Chiara met my gaze over Matteo's head. Do you believe him? She asked. I believe, I said slowly, that men like him only tell the truth when they're afraid. And are you afraid? She asked. I looked at my son, at my wife, at the future trying to exist in a world determined to destroy it. Yes, I said. Enough to finish this properly. I kissed Chiara's forehead, then Matteo's. Heir. Stay here, I told them. Both of you. As I turned to leave, Chiara called my name. I looked back. Whatever deal you're offered, she said, calm and fierce. Remember this, no one gets our children as currency. My jaw set. No one, I agreed. Outside, the city waited, hungry for scandal, blood, answers. I welcomed it, because if they wanted a reckoning, I was done hiding the cost. And the next move would make one thing painfully clear. You don't threaten a man's family and walk away with your hands clean. Not when he's finally learned how much he has to lose.
Pain teaches you where your edges are. Not the sharp pain, the screaming, blinding kind, but the low, constant ache that settles in and says, this is your body now. Adapt. I adapted. I learned how to breathe shallowly without panicking, how to sit up without seeing stars, how to hold myself still when fear tried to climb my spine and remind me that nothing about our lives was stable. Matteo sat cross-legged on the floor near my bed, lining up toy cars with meticulous care. Red, blue, yellow, red again, order. Children understood it instinctively when adults failed to provide it. You're very serious about this, I said softly. He glanced up at me, solemn. They crash if I don't. Something in my chest twisted. I understand that, I told him. He smiled at me then. Small, careful, like he wasn't sure yet whether smiling was safe. I like you, he said. My eyes burned. I like you too, I replied. Very much. He nodded, satisfied, and went back to his cars. I watched him for a long moment, my hand resting over my stomach. 2 lives connected to mine now in ways I hadn't planned and couldn't undo. And I wouldn't undo them even if I could. The door opened quietly. Tommaso stepped in, suit jacket gone, sleeves rolled, the weight of the world still carved into his posture. He stopped when he saw Matteo, his expression softening in a way that felt private and devastating. Matteo looked up. Papa. Tommaso crossed the room in 2 strides and crouched, resting his forearms on his knees. Hey. The boy leaned in, whispering something I couldn't hear. Tommaso's mouth curved. You're right. She is. I swallowed. Tommaso stood and came to my bedside, keeping his movements careful. How do you feel? Like I lost an argument with a wall, I said, but alive. His thumb brushed my knuckles. Light, grounding. That's my favorite version of you. Your standards are questionable, I murmured. He leaned in, resting his forehead briefly against mine. Not desperate. Not possessive. Present. Matteo watched us with open curiosity. Can she come home now? He asked. My heart stuttered. Tommaso answered carefully. Soon. I smiled at Matteo. We're working on it. He considered that. Okay? A nurse appeared at the door, signaling quietly. Matteo gathered his cars obediently and padded out, pausing to wave at me before disappearing down the hall. When we were alone, the air shifted. You talked to him, Tommaso said. Yes, and? I told him the truth, I replied, that he's safe, that he's wanted, that no one is going to disappear on him. Tommaso closed his eyes briefly. About me? He asked. I told him you're stubborn, I said, and that you keep your promises even when it costs you. He let out a breath. I hope that's true. I studied him, really studied him. The bruises he pretended not to have, the tension he carried like armor. Sit, I said. He did. I reached for him then, slow and deliberate, my fingers sliding into his hair at the nape of his neck. He stilled, instantly, breath-catching. Not because of desire, but because of permission. This wasn't urgency. This was need. I drew him closer, until his forehead rested against my shoulder, his breath warm against my skin. My free hand traced slow, grounding lines along his spine, feeling the tension ease beneath my touch. You don't have to be strong in here, I murmured. His hands came up to my waist, careful of my injury, holding me like he was afraid I'd vanish if he loosened his grip. I don't know how to do this, he admitted quietly. Be a father to a child who already learned how to survive without me. You don't replace what he had, I said. You add to it. He nodded, absorbing the words. And you don't earn your place with him by bleeding, I continued. You earn it by staying. His breath shuddered. He lifted his head just enough to look at me. And with you? I brushed my thumb along his jaw. Same rule. He leaned in then, kissing me softly. Slow, reverent, nothing rushed about it. His lips lingered like he was memorizing the moment, like he needed to anchor himself in something real. I kissed him back, gentle and steady, my fingers tightening in his hair as emotion swelled. This wasn't fire, it was warmth. When we parted, we stayed close, foreheads touching. There's more, he said. I know, I replied. They're offering a deal, he continued. Your brother, names, proof, enough to bury the families pushing this. An immunity, I guessed. Yes. I exhaled slowly. And you don't trust it? No. Neither do I said, which is why we don't trade. His brow furrowed. Then how do we protect Matteo? We don't protect him by hiding, I said. We protect him by changing the rules. I reached for the folder on the bedside table, the one Elena Weiss had left behind. I slid it toward him. I signed the emergency filing, I said. Joint guardianship, medical affidavits, protective injunctions. His eyes widened slightly. Without me? With you, I corrected. I signed my part. You sign yours. Today. Silence stretched. They'll come harder, he said. Yes. They'll dig up everything. Yes. They'll try to break you, he added. I met his gaze without blinking. They already tried. He nodded once, something fierce and proud flickering across his face. A knock interrupted us. Luca stepped in, expression tight. We have confirmation. Of what? Tommaso asked. Luca glanced at me, then back to him. The deal your brother offered. It wasn't just information. My stomach tightened. It included timing, Luca continued. A coordinated release, court filing, media leak, and... He hesitated. A witness. My pulse spiked. Who? Luca's jaw tightened. Elena Weiss. The room went cold. The lawyer? I whispered. Yes, Luca said. She's been playing both sides. She gets immunity for testimony that paints you as unstable and Tommaso as dangerous. Tommaso went perfectly still. I felt something settle deep in my chest. Not fear. Clarity. I reached for Tommaso's hand and squeezed once. They think they can turn me into a liability, I said calmly. They think wrong, he replied. I looked at Luca. How long until it breaks? 24 hours, he said. If we don't move first, I nodded, then we move. Tommaso's eyes burned into mine. You sure? I thought of Matteo lining up cars so they wouldn't crash, of the baby shifting beneath my ribs, of the kiss that hadn't been fire but had been everything else. Yes, I said, because this isn't just about surviving anymore. He leaned in, his voice low and absolute. It's about claiming. I smiled, slow, dangerous, unafraid. No, I said. It's about telling the world exactly who we are. Outside the room, the city waited, hungry, judgmental, ready to tear us apart. Let it try. Because the next chapter of this war wouldn't be written in shadows. It would be written in daylight, and they were about to learn how dangerous a mother becomes when you threaten her children, and how unforgiving love is when it finally stops asking for permission.
Daylight was a weapon. By noon, the city knew my name again. Not whispered, not mythologized, but printed in clean black type beside words like custody dispute and criminal exposure and alleged danger to minors. They didn't say Mafia. They didn't have to. I stood in the conference room watching the screen cycle through headlines while Luca coordinated damage control with 3 phones and a grim expression. They're moving faster than planned, he said. Weiss didn't wait. I felt nothing. That scared me more than rage ever had. They never do when they think they're holding the knife, I replied. Where is she? Already in protective custody, Luca said. Federal. I nodded once. Then she thinks she's safe. Luca hesitated. The emergency hearing is set for tomorrow morning. They won't wait for tomorrow, I said. They won't need to, he replied. They're filing for immediate removal based on imminent risk. My jaw tightened. They're coming for Matteo tonight. Yes. And Chiara. Collateral, Luca said quietly. Or leverage. Depends how cooperative she appears. The word cooperative burned. I turned away from the screens and toward the window. Down below, the city moved on, indifferent to the fact that my family was being measured and judged by people who had never bled for anyone. They think law makes them clean, I said. They think paperwork washes blood away. Luca didn't disagree. They want a monster, I continued. Someone loud. Someone obvious. And you're not going to give them that, he said. No, I replied. I'm going to give them something worse. I left the room and walked straight to Chiara's. She was sitting up now, color returning to her face despite the bandage beneath her sweater. Matteo sat beside her on the bed, legs swinging, chewing on a cracker like the world hadn't just tilted sideways. They both looked at me. My chest tightened. Hey, I said. Matteo grinned. Papa. She says I can stay. You can, I said. Always. Chiara studied my face. She saw it immediately, the stillness, the precision. They moved, she said. Yes. How bad? Bad enough that they think they're winning, I replied. She nodded once. Then they're about to get careless. I crouched in front of Matteo. I need you to listen to me, okay? He went serious instantly. Okay. Some people might come and ask questions, I said gently. If that happens, you stay with Luca. You don't go anywhere unless he says it's okay. Matteo frowned. Why? Because you're important, I said. And important things get protected. He considered this, then nodded solemnly. I'm important. Yes, I said. You are. I stood and turned to Chiara. We need to move you. Her eyes narrowed. You're not separating us. I'm not, I said. I'm consolidating. She exhaled slowly. Where? Somewhere that forces them to hesitate, I replied. Somewhere public enough they can't disappear you, and private enough we control the exits. Your mother's old estate, she guessed. Yes. She smiled faintly. They'll hate that. Good. Luca appeared in the doorway. We have confirmation. Weiss gave a full statement. Chiara stiffened. Against us. Yes, Luca said. She claims you're unstable due to trauma and pregnancy, and that Tommaso is exerting coercive control. My vision went razor sharp. They're going to paint you as a victim, I said to Chiara, and me as the threat. Chiara's mouth curved slowly. They picked the wrong woman. I took her hand, grounding myself in the warmth of her skin. It's going to get ugly. It already has, she replied. Now it gets honest. A vibration buzzed in my pocket. Unknown number. I answered. You should have taken the deal, my brother-in-law said calmly. I closed my eyes briefly. You're still talking. For now, he said. They're filing the removal order tonight. You won't live to see it enforced, I replied. He laughed. You can't touch me. You need clean hands. No, I said. I need clean timing. I ended the call and handed the phone to Luca. Trace it, I said, and leak his involvement with Raphael to the press. Slowly, credibly. Luca's eyes widened. That will trigger a counterstrike. Yes, I agreed. From people who don't want to be exposed. And if Chiara gets caught in the crossfire? I looked at her, this woman who had bled for my son, who had stood between me and everything sharp and unforgiving in the world. She won't, I said, because this time we're not reacting. Chiara squeezed my hand. Tell me the plan. I leaned in, voice low, lethal, precise. Tonight, I said, we make them choose. Choose what? She asked. Which truth they want to die for, I replied. Outside, sirens wailed faintly in the distance. Inside, my family drew closer together. Not because we were afraid, but because we were finally done pretending this war could be won quietly. They wanted to expose me. They wanted to take my children. They wanted to break the woman I loved and call it justice. Tomorrow, they'd learn something the hard way. There is nothing more dangerous than a man who has already buried one family and refuses to lose another.
The estate remembered blood. Not literally, no stains on the marble, no ghost rattling chains, but the walls knew what kind of family had been forged here. Old money, older violence, the kind that smiled politely while deciding who would disappear next. I felt it the moment we crossed the threshold. Matteo clutched my hand tighter, his small fingers warm and trusting. Tommaso walked a step ahead, posture calm, lethal, every inch of him tuned to threat. They'd followed us. I knew it before Luca confirmed it, before security feeds flickered with unfamiliar shapes just beyond the tree line. They want a spectacle, I murmured. Tommaso didn't turn. They'll get one, just not the one they planned. Inside, the estate came alive with controlled motion, guards positioning, phones lighting up, doors locking with quiet finality. It felt like standing at the center of a tightening circle. I sat Matteo on the couch and knelt in front of him, forcing my voice to stay light. Do you remember the rule we talked about? I asked. He nodded solemnly. Stay with Luca. And if things get loud? I don't run unless Luca tells me. He recited. My chest ached. Good job? He hesitated, then wrapped his arms around my neck in a fierce, sudden hug. You smell like the hospital, he said. I laughed softly into his hair, blinking hard. I know, I'm sorry. It's okay, he said. Papa smells like metal. That one made me smile for real. Tommaso turned at that, something unreadable flickering across his face. Luca appeared at the doorway, eyes sharp. They're making their move. How? Tommaso asked. Legal first, Luca replied. Emergency injunction filed 15 minutes ago. Medea's already circling the gate. My stomach tightened. They want me on camera. Yes, Luca said. They want you emotional. I stood slowly. Then let's not disappoint them, I said. Tommaso turned fully now. No. Yes, I replied. They've already decided who I am. If I hide, I confirm it. You're injured, he snapped quietly. You shouldn't. I was shot, I cut in, and I lived. That already ruined their narrative. Silence stretched between us, thick and electric. You said we go first, I continued. This is what that looks like. Tommaso searched my face, jaw tight, eyes burning. If they push, then I push back, I said. Publicly. Luca exhaled slowly. They're bringing child services. My blood went ice cold. When? I asked. Any minute, he replied, with a court officer. I looked at Matteo. At the boy who lined up cars so they wouldn't crash. At the child who'd been hidden and shuffled and nearly erased. I straightened my shoulders. "Bring them in," I said. Tommaso's voice dropped to a warning. "Chiara." "I'm not afraid," I said. "I'm done being managed." The front gates opened 10 minutes later. Cars rolled in, unmarked, official, press vans, hovering like vultures just beyond the property line. A woman stepped out first, clipboard in hand, posture neutral. Child services. Behind her, a man in a suit. Court officer. Behind them, my brother. He looked pleased. That told me everything I needed to know. They entered the estate like they owned it. "This is a private residence," Luca said calmly. "State your purpose." The woman cleared her throat. "We're here to ensure the safety of 2 minors under emergency order." My brother smiled thinly. "This doesn't have to be dramatic." I stepped forward before Tommaso could stop me. "It already is," I said. Every camera snapped to life. The woman hesitated. "Mrs. Piallo, I know who you are," I interrupted. "And I know why you're here." She blinked. "Ma'am, you're here because someone convinced the judge I'm unstable," I continued evenly. "Because I was shot while protecting my husband's son. Because I'm pregnant. Because my life doesn't fit neatly into your definitions of safe." The man in the suit shifted uncomfortably. My brother watched me closely now. "And you believe," I went on, "that removing children from the only people who have bled for them is protection." The woman swallowed. "We're required to investigate." "Good," I said. "Then investigate everything." I turned slightly, angling my body so the cameras caught the full picture. Tommaso behind me, Matteo peeking from behind Luca's leg, my hand resting protectively over my stomach. "Investigate the man who hid a child for 4 years," I said calmly. "Investigate the coordinated media leaks. Investigate the witness who sold her testimony for immunity." My brother's smile faltered. "And investigate," I finished. Why the only time anyone cared about these children was when they could be used as leverage. The silence was deafening. Tommaso's hand came to the small of my back, steady, grounding, present. The woman cleared her throat again. "Mrs. Piallo, we still need to speak with the children." "You may," I said, "with their parents present, on record." The court officer frowned. "That's not standard." "Neither is kidnapping dressed up as procedure," I replied. My brother stepped forward. "You're emotional. You're not thinking clearly." I turned to him slowly. "No," I said. "You just underestimated how clearly I think when I stop being afraid of you." His eyes flashed. "You're making this worse. For you?" I said softly, "Yes." A phone buzzed. Luca glanced at it, then up at Tommaso. "The leak worked. Raffaele's name just hit the wires. With receipts." My brother's face went gray. Tommaso leaned down, voice low in my ear. "We can stop this now." I shook my head slightly. "No, we finish it." I looked back at the officials. "You can take notes," I said. "You can ask questions, but you will not remove my children today." The woman hesitated, then nodded slowly. "We'll reassess." The court officer checked his phone, face tightening. "We need to pause enforcement," my brother exploded. "You can't just—" "Yes," the man snapped. "We can." Cameras caught everything. My brother stared at me like he'd never seen me before. "You chose him," he hissed. I met his gaze without flinching. "I chose my family?" He turned and walked out, rage barely contained. As the gates closed behind them, my knees went weak. Tommaso caught me instantly, arms firm, unyielding. "You did that," he said quietly. "You stopped them." "For now," I replied. "For good," he corrected. "They overplayed their hand." I leaned into him, breath shaky, heart pounding. Matteo tugged at my sleeve. "Did we win?" I knelt again, meeting his eyes. "No," I said honestly. "But we didn't lose." He smiled, satisfied with that. As the estate settled into uneasy quiet, one truth rang clear and terrifying and exhilarating all at once. they had dragged us into the light to destroy us. Instead, they'd handed us the spotlight, and from here on out, nothing about this war would stay hidden. Not the blood, not the love, and not the reckoning that was coming for everyone who thought our family was something they could take.
The estate breathed again after they left. Not relief, readjustment. Like a predator settling back into tall grass after being exposed to the sun. The cameras were gone, the officials retreating with their clipped apologies and 2 quick reassessments, but the danger hadn't evaporated. It had learned. I stood on the terrace with the doors open behind me, night creeping back in, the city lights distant and irrelevant. My phone buzzed constantly, names I ignored, allies recalculating, enemies pretending not to panic. They'd seen Chiara. That changed everything. Luca stepped beside me. They're scrambling. Good, I said. Media's split, he continued. Half painting you as the devil. Half asking why the state tried to remove children from a bleeding pregnant woman. I turned my head slightly. And my brother-in-law? Missing, Luca replied. He left the estate and vanished. No phone. No escort. I smiled without warmth. He's going to do something stupid. Yes. Soon. Luca hesitated. There's another issue. Of course there was. Elena Weiss, he said. She's recanting. That got my attention. Publicly. No, Luca replied. Privately. Through intermediaries. She says she was coerced. I snorted. She wants protection. She wants forgiveness, Luca corrected. I turned fully then. She doesn't get either. She has something, Luca said carefully. Something bigger than the brother-in-law. I considered that. Say it. She has proof the custody push wasn't just legal pressure, Luca continued. It was a cover. For what? For a transfer, he said. Matteo wasn't just hidden. He was sold. The word hit like a bullet. I felt my hands curl into fists at my sides, the night air suddenly too thin. Sold to who? I asked. Luca met my eyes. A family you thought was neutral. The past refused to stay buried. Bring her, I said quietly. And double security. Luca nodded and moved away. I stayed where I was for a moment longer, breathing through the anger, not suppressing it, shaping it. Rage was useless without direction. Behind me, the doors opened. Chiara's presence hit before her voice ever could. You're vibrating, she said softly. I turned. She stood there in a simple sweater, hair loose, color stronger in her cheeks despite the bandage beneath the fabric. Alive, watching me like she always did, seeing past the posture to the fracture lines underneath. Good evening, I said lightly. She crossed the terrace and stopped in front of me. What now? Not a question. A readiness. They sold him, I said. Her breath caught. Who? Not who, I corrected. How many? Her eyes darkened. Then this isn't just about us anymore. No, I agreed. It never was. She studied my face. You're not going to burn the city. I smiled faintly. I'm going to reorganize it. A beat passed. Come inside, she said. You're not allowed to be alone with your thoughts right now. I followed her back into the warmth of the estate, into rooms that felt safer because she existed in them. Matteo's laughter echoed faintly from down the hall, Luca teaching him a card trick badly, on purpose. I watched Chiara watch the sound. You're thinking about him, I said. I'm thinking about both of them, she replied. About what kind of world they inherit if we stop halfway. I reached for her hand, grounding myself. We won't. Her fingers laced with mine. Promise. I leaned in close, my voice low and absolute. On everything I am. We were interrupted by raised voices near the office. Elena Weiss stood inside when we entered, composed, pale, eyes too alert. She looked like a woman who had finally realized the cliff edge she'd been dancing on was real. You asked to see me, she said. I asked to hear you, I replied. Carefully. She swallowed. The custody filing was a smokescreen. The real transaction was offshore. Matteo was listed as an asset, contingent future heir. The neutral family brokered it. Chiara went still beside me. They wanted leverage, Weiss continued. Not just over you. Over the next generation. My jaw locked. And my brother-in-law, I said. He was paid, she admitted. To believe it was protection. I laughed quietly. Everyone tells themselves a story. Weiss shifted. I can testify. I can dismantle the case. But I need guarantees. No, Chiara said calmly. You need consequences. Weiss turned to her, startled. Chiara stepped forward, one hand resting instinctively over her stomach. You don't get safety. You get truth. And whatever that truth costs you. Weiss looked at me, desperation flaring. If I go public, they'll kill me. I tilted my head. If you don't, I will. Silence slammed down. I'll testify, Weiss whispered. Good, I said. You'll start by naming everyone. When she was escorted out, Chiara leaned back against the desk, breath shaky, but eyes fierce. That was the right call, I said. I know, she replied. I'm just tired of bleeding for other people's greed. I stepped into her space, hands settling at her waist, careful, protective, present. She leaned into me without hesitation, forehead pressing into my chest. I'm here, I murmured. Her fingers gripped my shirt. Don't shut me out when this gets worse. I won't, I promised. Not again. She tilted her face up, eyes searching mine. They're going to come for us harder now. Yes, and you're still choosing this. I kissed her, slow, grounding, my mouth lingering at the corner of hers like a vow I was sealing into muscle memory. I choose you, I said. Every version of this war. Her breath hitched. Then so do I. Outside, the night thickened, conspiracies rearranging themselves in the dark. Inside, our family drew closer. Not because we were afraid, but because we were aligned. They had tried to buy a child. They had tried to steal a future. They had tried to turn love into currency. Now they were about to learn the final, unforgiving rule. You can't purchase what's already been claimed. And the reckoning they started was no longer something they could survive by running.
Night changed the estate. In daylight, it pretended to be elegant, controlled, respectable. At night, it remembered what it was built for. I lay awake listening to the house breathe, the quiet shift of guards changing posts, the distant murmur of voices carried through stone, the low hum of generators buried deep enough that no one outside could hear them. My body ached in places no doctor could touch, pain layered with exhaustion and something sharper beneath it. Awareness. The kind that never really leaves once you've been hunted. Tommaso hadn't come to bed yet. I wasn't surprised. He never did when he was carrying too many ghosts at once. I pushed myself upright slowly, ignoring the protest from my side, and slipped on a robe. The mirror caught my reflection as I passed. Pale, scarred, eyes too bright, but I didn't stop. I wasn't here to recognize myself. I followed instinct instead of sound, down the hall, past Matteo's room where soft breathing drifted through the door. I paused there, resting my palm briefly against the wood. Still here. Still safe. For now. The office light was on. Tommaso stood inside, sleeves rolled, jacket abandoned over a chair, hands braced on the desk as if the weight of the world had finally decided to press down all at once. Papers were scattered, maps, names, connections drawn in ink like veins. He looked tired, not weak, worn. I leaned against the doorframe. You're going to break the desk if you keep threatening it like that. He turned instantly. Relief flashed across his face before he could stop it. You shouldn't be up, he said. I was shot, I replied lightly, not grounded. He crossed the room in 3 strides and stopped himself just short of touching me, the same careful restraint he'd been practicing since the compound. How does it feel? He asked quietly. Like my body remembers things I wish my mind could forget, I said. But I'm still here. His jaw tightened. You shouldn't have to be this strong. I stepped into his space anyway, lifting my hands to rest flat against his chest. His heart was racing. Too fast, too controlled. Neither should you, I said. Yet here we are. He covered my hands with his, anchoring them there like he needed the contact to stay real. They sold him, he said again, like saying it twice might finally make it make sense. I know. They treated my child like an asset. I know. They would have done the same to ours, he added quietly. I didn't flinch. That's why they lose, I said. He searched my face. You're not afraid. I am, I admitted. But fear doesn't own me anymore. Silence stretched between us, thick and intimate. I slid my hands up, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt, feeling the heat of him beneath it. He inhaled sharply, restraint cracking just enough to let something raw through. You're shaking, I murmured. So are you, he replied. Yes, I said, but for once, not from pain. I leaned up and kissed him. Slowly, deliberately. This wasn't desperation. This was choice. His mouth responded instantly, controlled but deep, his lips moving against mine like he was grounding himself in the proof that I was alive, that we were still here. His hand slid to my waist, firm but careful, holding me like he understood exactly how breakable and unbreakable I was all at once. I sighed into the kiss, my fingers tightening in his shirt as something inside me loosened. Just a little. We broke apart only long enough for breath. "You don't get to carry this alone," I whispered. "I don't know how not to," he admitted. "Then learn," I said, "with me." His forehead dropped to mine, breath uneven. "If this costs you—" "It already has," I interrupted, "and I'm still standing." His hand slid up my back, drawing me closer until my body fit against his like it had been shaped for this space. I felt the tension in him ease, just a fraction, as if my presence gave him permission to exhale. I rested my cheek against his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow beneath my ear. "Mateo asked me something earlier," I said softly. He stilled. "What?" "He asked if families can be taken apart," I said. I told him yes. His arms tightened. "But I also told him," I continued, "that they can be put back together in new ways, stronger ways." I felt his breath shudder. "I don't know how to be a bridge," he said quietly, "between what was taken and what we're building." I pulled back enough to look at him. "You don't have to be a bridge." "Then what?" "A foundation," I said. "Something solid enough that everything else can rest on it." He held my gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. "I will burn anyone who threatens that," he said. "I know," I replied. "Just don't burn yourself with them." He leaned down, kissing my temple, my cheek, the corner of my mouth, each one slower than the last, like he was mapping me back into his body. When his lips brushed my neck, heat bloomed low and aching, not frantic, but deep. I tilted my head instinctively, letting him there, my breath catching softly as his mouth lingered, unhurried, reverent. His hand slid along my spine, stopping at the small of my back, holding me steady. This wasn't fire, it was warmth after devastation. When he pulled back, his eyes were darker, softer, dangerous, in a quieter way. "They're not done," he said. "No," I agreed, "but neither are we." A knock sounded softly at the door. Luca's voice followed. "We need you. Both of you." Tommaso didn't move right away. He looked at me, really looked, like he was committing this moment to memory before the next battle. "I choose you," he said again, like it mattered that I heard it now. I reached up and touched his face, thumb brushing beneath his eye. "Then choose to come back alive." A faint smile touched his mouth. "Always," he said. As we walked out together, shoulders aligned, steps matched, I felt it settle deep in my bones. This war wasn't just about what had been stolen. It was about what we were refusing to give up. And anyone who stood between us and that future was about to learn how dangerous love becomes when it's no longer willing to be quiet.
By dawn, the city had chosen sides. Not publicly, not cleanly, but in the way phones stopped ringing for some people and wouldn't stop ringing for others. In the way money paused mid-transfer. In the way certain doors closed quietly while others cracked open just enough to watch. Fear was a currency, and it was changing hands. I stood in the underground garage beneath the estate, hands resting on the hood of the car, listening to Luca finish his report. Concrete walls. No windows. No echoes. The kind of place where decisions got made without witnesses. "Elena Weiss went on record an hour ago," Luca said. Full statement. Names, dates, offshore accounts. "Good," I replied. "She didn't include everything," he continued. "She held something back." "Of course she did." "What?" "She claims she was threatened into silence by a third party," Luca said. "Won't name them unless she's guaranteed protection." I smiled faintly. "She's learning." "And the neutral family?" Luca asked. "They're not neutral anymore," I said. "What about my brother-in-law?" "Still missing," Luca replied. "But we intercepted movement." "Where?" "Heading north," Luca said. "Private airfield. Running." I pushed off the car and straightened. "He won't leave the country." Luca frowned. "You're sure?" "He needs to be seen as reasonable," I replied. "As misunderstood." He'll surface somewhere public enough to look innocent. A press conference? Luca guessed. No, I said. A plea. For forgiveness? For custody, I corrected. Luca went still. He's going to try to take Matteo again. Yes, I said. Through the courts. Through sympathy. And Chiara, I agreed. The thought tightened something dangerous in my chest. I headed for the stairs. Get the car ready. Where are you going? To remind him, I said calmly, that he doesn't get to touch what's mine anymore. The drive was quiet. Too quiet. I watched the city slide past the tinted windows, glass towers and brick alleys, and places where men like me had built empires by understanding one simple truth. People believed what they needed to believe to feel safe. Today, they needed monsters and martyrs. I'd give them neither. The building he chose was predictable: private hospital, philanthropic wing. Cameras already positioned outside like it was a red carpet event instead of an attempted rewrite of history. I arrived through the back. No spectacle. No guns visible. Just a man in a tailored coat walking through white halls where people pretended morality could be sanitized. He was in a recovery room, arm in a sling, face pale, expression carefully humble. He looked up when I entered. For a second, fear flashed. Then he smiled. "Tommaso," he said softly. "I was hoping you'd come." I closed the door behind me. "I'm sure you were," I replied. "You should sit," he said. "We need to talk." I didn't move. "You don't get to rewrite what happened," he continued, "but you do get to stop it from getting worse. By giving you what you want," I said. "By giving Matteo stability," he corrected. "By giving Chiara a way out." I stepped closer. "She doesn't need a way out," I said. "She chose her life." "You think that choice will stand up under scrutiny?" he asked. "A criminal empire. Blood. Violence." I leaned down until we were eye level. "You hit a child," I said quietly. "You sold information that got people killed. You ordered a woman shot." He flinched. "You don't get to speak about scrutiny," I continued. "You get to beg for mercy." He swallowed. "You can't kill me here." I smiled. "I'm not here to kill you," I said. "I'm here to make sure you understand what comes next." I straightened and pulled my phone from my pocket. One tap. The screen lit up. A live feed. A press conference, already in progress. Elena Weiss at a podium. Behind her, documents projected in neat, damning columns. Financial incentives tied to the concealment and attempted transfer of a minor. Her voice echoed faintly through the speaker. "Including payments authorized by." I turned the screen so he could see the name appear. His name. His face drained of color. "You lied," he whispered. "No," I replied. I waited. "You can still stop this," he said desperately. "You can pull her back. You can bury it." I leaned in one last time, my voice low enough that only he would ever hear it. "You took my child," I said. "You hurt my wife. You tried to steal my future and call it protection." His breath came fast. "You don't get an ending," I finished. "You get consequences." Sirens wailed outside. Footsteps thundered in the hall. I turned and walked out without looking back. Because the thing about monsters is that they don't need to roar when the trap finally closes. Back at the estate, Chiara was waiting. She stood at the window, arms folded loosely, watching the gates like she could feel the shift in the world the same way I could. "It started," she said. "It's ending," I corrected. She turned to me, eyes searching. "What did you do?" "Nothing," I said. "I let the truth breathe." She stepped into me without hesitation, her forehead pressing against my chest. "I felt it," she murmured, like a weight lifting. I wrapped my arms around her, careful and firm. "It's not over yet." "I know," she said, "but they can't pretend anymore." I kissed the top of her head, breathing her in. From the other room, Matteo laughed, pure, unburdened, real. 2 lives, 1 future, and a city that had finally realized it had backed the wrong side of a war it didn't understand. They wanted to see what kind of man I was when cornered. They were about to learn something much worse. What kind of man I became when I was free to stop holding back.
The estate was too quiet after the sirens. Not peaceful, suspended. Like the house itself was waiting to see if it was finally allowed to stand down. I stood in the bedroom doorway watching Tommaso move through the space like a man who hadn't yet decided whether the ground beneath his feet was solid. His jacket lay discarded over a chair. His phone buzzed endlessly on the dresser, unanswered. He loosened his cuffs, rolled his sleeves again, then stilled like the motion had finally run out of places to go, The war outside was shifting. The war inside him was not. You didn't eat? I said. He didn't turn? Neither did you. I was shot, I reminded him mildly. He finally looked at me then, not sharp, not armored, just exposed. I almost lost you, he said. The words landed heavy, unadorned. Not dramatic, not controlled. Truth. I crossed the room slowly, every step measured, my body still protesting but my resolve firm. I stopped in front of him and lifted my hands to his chest, feeling his heart hammering beneath my palms. But you didn't, I said. I'm still here. His breath shuddered. I keep replaying it. The sound. The way you fell. I slid my hands up, fingers curling into the fabric at his shoulders, anchoring him. Then stop standing there like you're still watching it happen. His jaw tightened. I don't know how. Yes, you do, I said quietly. You just don't let yourself. I tugged him closer. Gentle, but sure. He resisted for half a heartbeat. Then he broke. He surged forward, hands coming to my waist with a low sound that was more growl than breath, pulling me into him like he needed to feel something solid before the world shifted again. His mouth found mine hard, too hard at first, like he was trying to pour every unspoken fear into the kiss. I met it without flinching. My fingers slid into his hair, gripping, holding him there, grounding the force of it. His lips softened against mine, the edge easing as the kiss deepened. Not frantic now, but hungry, deliberate, full of all the words neither of us had said. I felt it everywhere. The need, the anger, the relief. He kissed me like a man reclaiming ground he'd almost lost. I pressed closer, my body fitting against his, my breath hitching as his mouth moved to my jaw, then my neck, slow there, reverent, lips lingering just long enough to make my knees threaten to give. Kiara, he murmured, voice rough, like saying my name was both prayer and apology. I'm here, I whispered. I'm not going anywhere. His hands tightened, then eased, like he was relearning how to touch without bracing for loss. He rested his forehead against mine, breath uneven. I don't deserve you, he said. I pulled back just enough to look at him. Don't do that. It's the truth. No, I said firmly. That's fear wearing humility's face, and I won't let you hide behind it. His eyes darkened, not with anger, with something deeper. You bled for my son, he said quietly. For us. Yes, I replied, because you would have done the same. Because love isn't clean. He swallowed. I reached up and cupped his face, thumbs brushing beneath his eyes. You don't earn me by suffering. You keep me by staying. Something cracked then. He kissed me again, slower this time, deeper, his mouth moving against mine like he was finally letting himself feel everything he'd locked away since the compound. His hand slid along my back, firm and possessive, without ever crossing into careless, pulling me close until the space between us disappeared. I felt the heat build, low, steady, unmistakable. I broke the kiss just long enough to breathe. Bedroom. He didn't argue. The door closed behind us with a soft, final sound. He guided me to the bed carefully, like every movement mattered, like my body was something precious instead of fragile. When he leaned over me, his gaze searched my face, asking a question without words. I nodded. That was all he needed. He kissed me again, slower now, exploring instead of claiming, mouth at my lips, my cheek down the line of my throat. My breath caught as his lips lingered at my collarbone, my fingers threading into his hair, grounding and urging at the same time. This wasn't frantic. This was intentional. His hands learned me again, my waist, my back, the curve of my hip, touching like he was reminding himself I was real, that this moment existed now, not in memory or regret. I arched into him with a soft sound I didn't bother to hide. He groaned low in response, control fraying but never breaking, his mouth returning to mine as heat coiled tight and bright between us. The world narrowed to breath and pressure, and the way his name felt leaving my mouth. When we finally slowed, foreheads pressed together, breaths uneven, it felt less like an ending and more like an anchor dropping into place. He brushed his thumb along my cheek, gentle again. I love you, he said. No hesitation, no fear. I smiled, chest aching in the best way. I know. He laughed softly, breathless. You're impossible. Yes, I agreed. And still here. We lay together in the quiet aftermath, his arm around me, my head resting against his chest. Outside, the estate settled, guards repositioning, phones finally going silent, the world adjusting to a new reality it hadn't voted for. After a while, I spoke again. They'll come back, I said. Yes, he replied. Different angle, different lies. Yes, and Mateo will feel it, I added quietly. He tightened his arm slightly. I won't let them touch him again. I know, I said. But protecting him doesn't mean hiding him from the truth forever. He was quiet for a long moment. You think I should tell him? He said. I think, I replied carefully, you should let him grow into it with you standing beside him. Not ahead of him, not instead of him. He nodded slowly. You're good at this. At what? At seeing the path without pretending it's easy. I smiled faintly. Someone has to. A small sound drifted down the hall. Soft. Footsteps, then a pause. A knock. Papa, Mateo's voice, hesitant. I had a bad dream. Tommaso closed his eyes briefly, then smiled. Come here, he called. The door opened, and Mateo padded in, clutching his bear, eyes heavy with sleep. He climbed carefully onto the bed between us, without being told, curling instinctively into Tommaso's side. I shifted to make space, my hand resting protectively over my stomach. Safe. Warm. Together. As Mateo's breathing evened out again, Tommaso looked down at us. His family, forged in blood and choice and unforgiving love. This is it? He said quietly. Yes, I replied. This is us. Outside, the city was still learning the consequences of what it had tried to take. Inside, we were no longer just surviving. We were building something they could never own. And for the first time since the war began, I believed, with aching, fragile certainty, that love might actually be enough to carry us through what came next.
Morning didn't bring peace. It brought confirmation. I stood in the kitchen watching Mateo eat cereal like the world hadn't nearly swallowed him whole. He lined the spoon up carefully with the bowl before every bite, brows drawn together in concentration. Chiara sat at the table, wrapped in one of my sweaters, one hand on her tea, the other resting instinctively over her stomach. Domestic. Ordinary. Everything they had tried to steal. My phone buzzed for the fourth time in under a minute. Luca. I stepped out onto the terrace before answering. They're accelerating, he said without preamble. Who? I asked, though I already knew. Everyone, Luca replied. The neutral family is denying everything. The brother-in-law's attorney is claiming medical duress. And the state, I closed my eyes briefly. Say it. They're filing a renewed emergency motion, Luca said. This time citing you as the imminent risk. I exhaled slowly. Of course they are. They're not going for Chiara anymore, he continued. She's too visible now. Too sympathetic. So they aim higher, I said. At me. Yes. And Mateo? They'll try to remove him under the premise of protecting him from you, Luca said grimly. The words landed hard. They'll paint you as unstable, he added. Violent. A danger to minors. I looked back through the glass doors at my family. Chiara laughing softly at something Mateo said, her smile real despite everything. They're not wrong, I said quietly. Luca hesitated. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant, I replied. But violence is part of me. Denying it won't save us. Then what will? Luca asked. I watched Mateo lift his spoon again, careful, precise. Ownership, I said, of exactly who I am. I ended the call and went back inside. Chiara looked up immediately. She always did. Bad, she said. Yes. How bad? Bad enough that hiding won't work anymore, I replied. She nodded slowly. Then don't hide. Mateo glanced between us. Are we in trouble? I crouched in front of him. No, I said honestly. We're just making sure no one ever scares you like that again. He considered this. Okay. That trust nearly broke me. I stood and met Chiara's gaze. They're coming for me. I know, she said softly. They'll try to separate us, I continued. Legally. Publicly. She reached for my hand. They can try. I squeezed back. It's going to get ugly. Her eyes sharpened. It already has. The difference now is we're not pretending otherwise. I kissed her forehead, then Matteo's hair. I need to go. Where? Chiara asked. To make a record, I said. One they can't erase. Luca met me at the car. Are you sure? He asked. No, I replied. But I'm done letting them define me. The building I chose wasn't a courtroom. It was worse. A press forum. Live-streamed. Neutral moderators. The kind of place where words could still kill reputations faster than bullets ever could. The room buzzed when I walked in. Cameras lifted. Whispers rippled. I took my seat without expression. The moderator cleared her throat. Mr. Piallo, thank you for agreeing to speak. I didn't come to speak, I replied calmly. I came to answer. That shifted the room. About the allegations, she began. Yes, I said. Let's start there. I looked directly into the camera. I am a violent man, I said evenly. Gasps. Murmurs. The moderator stiffened. Mr. Piallo, I have ordered violence, I continued. I have committed it. I will not pretend otherwise to make you comfortable. Silence fell. But I am also a father, I said. Twice. The word carried. They say my children need protection from me, I went on. What they mean is they need protection from the truth of how power actually works. I leaned forward slightly. My son was stolen from me, I said. Hidden. Sold. Used. Not by criminals in the dark, but by men in suits who called it stability. The moderator swallowed. And my wife, I continued, was shot because she refused to trade one child's safety for another's silence. The room was utterly still now. I will not apologize for destroying anyone who threatens my family, I said. I will not ask forgiveness for choosing them every time. A beat. But here is what I will do, I said calmly. I will submit to every legal safeguard necessary to keep my children with me. Transparency. Oversight. Restrictions. Whispers erupted. I will put my life under scrutiny, I continued. Because if you believe monsters don't love their children, you've never met one willing to burn himself down to keep them safe. The moderator tried to interrupt. I held up a hand. And if the state believes removing children from parents who fight for them is justice, I finished, then the state should be prepared to explain why it keeps failing the children it already has. I stood. This isn't a plea, I said. It's a line. I walked out before anyone could stop me. Outside, Luca waited, eyes wide. You just detonated the narrative, he said. Yes, I replied. Now they can't move quietly. Back at the estate, Chiara was watching the live feed when I walked in. She didn't speak. She crossed the room and wrapped her arms around me, holding tight like she understood exactly what it had cost. They're going to come for you harder, she whispered. I know. And for me. I know. And for Matteo. My jaw tightened. I won't let them. She pulled back enough to look at me. You can't protect us by standing alone. I'm not, I said. She searched my face. Then swear it. I met her gaze. I won't make another move without you. Her breath hitched. Good, she said. Because whatever happens next, we face it together. From the hallway, Matteo's voice drifted in. Papa, the news says your name. I crouched again, meeting his eyes. Do you know what it means when people talk about you? I asked. He shrugged. That you matter. I smiled, sharp and proud and aching. Exactly. As night fell again, the world outside reorganized itself around the truth I'd just thrown into it. They would retaliate. They would escalate. They would try to make an example out of me. But now they would have to do it in the open. And that was the mistake that would end them. Because the most dangerous thing you can do to a man like me is force him to stop hiding the love he's willing to destroy everything for.
The knock didn't come like a knock. It came like authority. 3 sharp raps, perfectly spaced, loud enough to cut through the house without raising their voice. The kind of sound that didn't ask permission because it assumed compliance. Matteo flinched. I felt it immediately. Felt the shift in the air, the way Tommaso's body went still beside me, the way Luca's footsteps changed in the hall. Not rushed, not panicked. Prepared. I stood before anyone could tell me not to. Tommaso's hand caught my wrist. Chiara, I turned to him. I won't hide. His jaw tightened. Then he nodded once. Stay with me. Always. We walked together to the front hall. Luca was already there, phone in hand, eyes flicking between security feeds and the heavy front doors. "They're not press," he said quietly. "Federal." My stomach dropped. Not fear, not exactly, more like inevitability. "Warrant?" Tommaso asked. "Yes," Luca replied. "And no." I frowned. "That's not how." "Emergency detention," Luca said, "citing public safety concerns following your statement." Tommaso exhaled slowly. "They moved fast. They had it ready," Luca said. "They were just waiting for you to say the wrong thing." Tommaso looked down at me. "They're going to try to take me." I swallowed hard. "Or scare you into disappearing." "Yes." "And Matteo?" I asked. "They'll say he needs immediate protective placement," Luca said. "Temporary. Pending review." My vision sharpened. "No," I said. "That doesn't happen." Tommaso's thumb brushed my knuckles. One small grounding touch. "They'll try." The knock came again. Louder. "I'll handle this," Tommaso said. I shook my head. "We handle it." The doors opened. 2 agents stepped inside. Neutral expressions, hands visible, postures stiff, with rehearsed professionalism. Behind them, a woman with a tablet and eyes that slid past us like she was already rewriting the room. "Tommaso Piallo?" one agent said. "You're requested to come with us." "On what grounds?" Tommaso asked calmly. "Protective custody," the woman replied. "Given the volatility surrounding your public admission and the risk it poses to minors in your care." I stepped forward before Tommaso could respond. "You mean my children?" I said. The woman finally looked at me. "Mrs. Piallo." "No," I interrupted. "You don't get to use my name while you threaten my family." A flicker of annoyance crossed her face. "Ma'am, we're not threatening. You're attempting to separate a father from his children using language designed to sound benevolent," I said evenly. "Call it what it is." The agents exchanged a glance. Tommaso's presence at my side was a solid wall, quiet, contained, dangerous. "I'll go," he said suddenly. My heart slammed. I turned sharply. "Tommaso." "I'll go," he repeated. "On one condition." The woman stiffened. "You don't set conditions." "Yes," he said calmly. "I do." Silence stretched. "Say it," she snapped. "My wife remains here," he said. "With both children. No interviews. No evaluations. Without counsel present. No removal orders." The woman scoffed. "That's not how—" "Then I don't move," he replied. I felt the weight of him then, not the power, not the violence, the choice. The woman studied him for a long moment, calculating. "This isn't an arrest," she said. "It's temporary." "Everything is," Tommaso replied. Another beat. Finally she nodded. 6 hours. Evaluation only. "And my lawyer," Tommaso added. "Already en route," she said tightly. My chest felt too tight to breathe. Tommaso turned to me, eyes steady. "I need you to stay calm." I laughed softly, bitter. "That's insulting." A corner of his mouth lifted. "I love you." "I know," I said. "That's why this terrifies me." He leaned in and pressed his forehead to mine. Brief, intimate, unguarded. "They won't break me." "They won't," I agreed. "But they'll try to break us." "They can't," he said. I believed him. That was the problem. He knelt in front of Matteo then, voice softening in a way that split my chest open. "Hey," he said. "I need to step out for a bit." Matteo frowned. "Did you do something bad?" "No," Tommaso said immediately. "I told the truth. Sometimes people get scared when you do that." Matteo considered this. "Will you come back?" Tommaso didn't hesitate. "Yes." "When?" "Soon," he said. "Before dinner." Matteo nodded solemnly. "Okay." I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from breaking. As they led Tommaso toward the door, my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I grabbed his hand. "Hey," I said quietly. He turned. "If they push," I continued, "if they try to make you doubt yourself." "They won't," he said. "Remember this." I finished anyway. "You are not the monster they need you to be. You're the man who came back." His eyes softened. "I'll remember," he said. The door closed behind him. The sound echoed like a gunshot. The house felt wrong without him. Too big, too hollow. Matteo stood frozen for a second, then looked up at me. Papa's coming back, he said. Yes, I replied, kneeling in front of him and pulling him into my arms. He always does. Luca approached quietly. We have movement. From who? I asked. Everyone, he said. Supporters, enemies. The neutral family just issued a denial. I nodded. Of course they did. And, Luca added carefully, your brother is resurfacing. My blood went cold. Where? Online, Luca said. He scheduled a live address. I closed my eyes briefly. They're countering, I said. Yes. I straightened, adrenaline slicing clean through the lingering pain in my side. Good? I said. Luca blinked. Good? They think taking Tommaso buys them leverage. I replied. It doesn't. I stood and handed Matteo to Luca. Take him to the den. Put on the movie he likes. Stay with him. And you? Luca asked. I walked toward the office. I'm going to make sure they understand something, I said. What? That I'm not the quiet half of this marriage. The screen lit up as I pulled the live feed. My brother appeared, polished, somber, regret carefully practiced. My sister is a victim, he began. And I've stayed silent too long. I leaned closer to the camera, fury sharp and clear. No, I whispered. You stayed strategic. My phone buzzed. Unknown number, I answered. Mrs. Piallo, a voice said. This is Judge Holloway. We need to speak. I smiled slowly. Of course you do, I said. So do I. Outside, the city held its breath. Inside, something dangerous and unstoppable took shape. They had taken my husband. Now they were about to meet his wife. And this time, I wasn't bleeding for anyone. I was about to go on the offensive.
The room was designed to make men talk. No windows, neutral colors, a table bolted to the floor, 2 chairs, one comfortable, one not. Fluorescent lights calibrated to be just bright enough to exhaust you without crossing into obvious cruelty. I took the uncomfortable chair. The woman across from me introduced herself as Dr. Klein, federal psychological evaluator. Her voice was calm, practiced, meant to sound like safety. I smiled at her politely. That unsettled her. Mr. Piallo, she began, folding her hands. This isn't a punishment. It never is, I replied. This is about assessing risk, she continued. Your own words have raised concerns. My honesty raised concerns, I corrected. That tends to happen. She noted something on her tablet. Do you believe violence is justified? Yes, I said. She paused. Looked up. Under what circumstances? When it's the only thing standing between my family and people who want to use them, I answered calmly. Another note. You see how that sounds, she said. I see how it's framed, I replied. Those are different things. She studied me for a long moment. Do you consider yourself dangerous? I leaned back slightly. To the wrong people. And who decides who those people are? She asked. I do, I said without hesitation. Her jaw tightened. You understand why that alarms us, she said. Yes, I replied. You're used to men who lie about it. Silence stretched. She tried a different angle. Your wife was recently injured. Shot. Do you feel responsible? Yes. The word came out heavy. She watched me closely. Does that guilt affect your judgment? No, I said. It sharpens it. She wrote again. Mr. Piallo, she said carefully, if the court determines that your presence poses a destabilizing influence on the children. They won't, I said. She blinked. You don't know that. I do, I replied. Because they're already trying too hard. Her lips thinned. This isn't about winning. It never is, I said. It's about control. She leaned back, assessing. You're very certain of yourself. I'm very certain of my priorities, I corrected. And if those priorities conflict with the law, then the law should ask itself why, I said. A knock sounded at the door. She stood. We'll take a short break. When she left, the room felt smaller. Not because I was afraid, because Chiara wasn't here. I closed my eyes briefly, breathing through the instinct to burn the building down from the inside. I imagined her at the estate, focused, lethal in her own way, already turning their pressure into a weapon. They'd underestimated her. That was going to cost them everything. The door opened again. Not Dr. Klein. A man in a tailored suit stepped in, smile too smooth, eyes too alert. "Mr. Piallo," he said pleasantly. "I'm Assistant U.S. Attorney Marcus Hale." Of course he was. "I'm not answering questions without counsel," I said. "You don't have to," he replied. "I'm not here to question you." I raised an eyebrow. "Then leave." He chuckled softly and took the other chair, the comfortable one. "I'm here to offer you an off-ramp," he said. I said nothing. "You're becoming a problem," he continued. "Not because of what you've done, but because of what you've admitted." "Transparency is inconvenient," I said. "It's destabilizing," he countered. "And destabilizing men lose their families." There it was. "You take me out of the picture," he went on. "Temporarily, quietly. Your wife and children remain untouched. Protected, even. And in exchange," I said flatly, "I disappear." "For a time," he replied. "Psych hold. Rehabilitation. A narrative the public can digest." I laughed once sharp. "You think Chiara would agree to that?" His smile faltered. "Just slightly." "She doesn't need to," he said. "We just need the judge." I leaned forward, lowering my voice. "You're making a mistake." He straightened. "You don't threaten federal prosecutors." "I'm not threatening you," I said. "I'm warning you." He stood. "This is your chance to be selfless." I met his gaze, unwavering. "I've already done that." He paused at the door. "Think about it." The door shut. Minutes passed. Then Luca's voice crackled faintly through the hidden speaker I knew was there. Not supposed to be active, but Luca never played by their rules. "She's live," he said quietly. My pulse spiked. "Chiara." "Yes." "What is she doing?" "Everything," Luca replied. The screen on the far wall flickered to life. A live feed. Chiara stood at a podium. Not shaking. Not apologizing. Radiant with controlled fury. "My husband is not missing," she said clearly. "He is being detained without charge because honesty frightened people who prefer silence." The room went very, very still. "And let me be clear," she continued, one hand resting protectively over her stomach. "Any attempt to remove my children under the guise of protection will be met with immediate legal action, public exposure, and consequences that will follow every name attached to it." I felt something in my chest loosen and harden at the same time. "This is not a plea," Chiara said. "This is a boundary." Cameras flashed. Reporters leaned forward. "My family is not a bargaining chip," she finished. "And I am not the woman you think will break quietly." The feed cut. I smiled. The door flew open. Dr. Klein returned, expression tight. "We're ending the evaluation." "So soon," I said pleasantly. "You'll be released pending review," she snapped. "Under supervision." "Of course," I replied, standing. As they escorted me out, my phone buzzed in my pocket. One message. From Chiara. I told them no. "Come home." I lifted my head, spine straight, steps unhurried. They had tried to isolate me. They had tried to turn love into leverage. Instead, they'd given my wife a microphone and reminded the world of one fatal truth. You can cage a man. But if the woman he loves is still free, the war is already lost. And this one was about to end in our favor.
The house exhaled when Tommaso walked back through the door. Not metaphorically, literally. The tension that had been pulled tight through stone and steel and people who loved us finally loosened. Like the estate itself had been holding its breath until he returned. I didn't wait. I crossed the hall barefoot, ignoring Luca's warning look, ignoring the ache in my side, ignoring everything except the man standing there, free, furious, alive. Tommaso didn't say a word before I reached him. He caught me mid-step, arms coming around me with a sound that tore out of his chest like restraint finally giving up. He held me like he needed proof, like he needed to count my bones. I pressed my face into his shoulder, breathing him in. "You came back," I whispered. "I told you I would," he said, voice rough. "They tried to make me disappear." "I know," I said. "They underestimated how loud I can be." A broken laugh left him. He pulled back just enough to look at my face, his hands framing it like he was afraid I'd vanish if he blinked. "They put me in a room and tried to name me," he said. "Like a thing they could define." "And?" I asked. "I let them talk," he replied. "Then I let you answer." My throat tightened. "I meant every word," I said. I wasn't posturing. "I know," he said. "That's why they panicked." Behind us, Matteo hovered uncertainly, bear clutched to his chest. Papa? He asked softly. Tommaso's entire body changed. He knelt immediately, arms opening without hesitation. Matteo ran into them, small body colliding with certainty, and Tommaso folded around him like this was where he was always meant to be. They didn't take you, Matteo said, voice muffled. No, Tommaso replied firmly, they won't. I watched them, one hand resting over my stomach, something hot and fierce blooming in my chest. Family wasn't quiet. It wasn't polite. It was a line drawn so deep into the ground that anyone who crossed it did so, knowing they might not come back out. Luca cleared his throat gently. We're not done. Tommaso looked up. Talk to me. They're retreating, Luca said. But they're not surrendering. Of course not, I said. The prosecutor is distancing himself, Luca continued. The judge is walking back the emergency motion. Public pressure is working. But, Tommaso said. But your brother, Luca finished. He's gone to ground. My spine stiffened. He won't stay quiet. No, Luca agreed. He's losing leverage. That makes him dangerous. Tommaso stood, Matteo still clinging to his side. Then we end this. I stepped closer. Not like before. He met my gaze. No, we moved into the study, the door closing behind us. The world narrowing to strategy and truth, and the quiet certainty that this was the final stretch. They tried to break you, I said. What did they ask for? Me, he replied simply. My silence, my absence. I nodded. And when that didn't work, they went for you, he said. Yes, I replied. That was their mistake. Tommaso's jaw tightened. I won't let them touch you again. You don't have to, I said. They already did, and they lost. He watched me carefully. You're not shaking. I already bled, I said. What else do they have? Silence stretched between us. Then Luca spoke. We have confirmation. Of what? Tommaso asked. The neutral family is fracturing, Luca said. They're offering names in exchange for protection. Tommaso scoffed. Cowards. Pragmatists, Luca corrected. They see which way this is going. And my brother, I said. Luca hesitated. He's not running anymore. My stomach dropped. Then what is he doing? He's planning to force an ending, Luca replied. Public. Emotional. Tommaso went still. How? By turning you into the villain one last time, Luca said. He's filing for guardianship. My breath left me in a rush. On what grounds? Tommaso asked coldly. On mine, I said quietly. They both turned to me. He's going to claim I'm coerced, I continued. That I'm afraid. That I stayed because I was trapped. Tommaso swore softly. And if I testify, I added, if I let him put me on a stand, he thinks he can fracture us. He won't, Tommaso said instantly. He might try, I replied, which is why we don't let him. Luca frowned. What are you proposing? I lifted my chin. We go first. Again. Tommaso studied me. You want to testify? Yes. Voluntarily, he said. Yes. That's dangerous. So was loving you, I said gently. I did it anyway. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. They'll tear you apart. I know, I replied. Let them try. He searched my face for a long moment, conflict warring with pride. You don't have to, he said. I know, I replied. I want to. Luca exhaled slowly. If she testifies, the narrative flips completely. Exactly, I said. He thinks he knows my silence. He doesn't know my voice. Tommaso reached for my hand, lacing his fingers with mine. If you do this, I'm with you, every step. I know, I said. That's why I can. A soft sound came from the doorway. Matteo stood there, watching us with the quiet seriousness of a child who had learned too early that adults make decisions that ripple outward. "Are you fighting again?" he asked. I crouched in front of him. "We're finishing something." "Will it make you go away?" he asked. "No," I said firmly. "Nothing will." He considered that, then nodded. "Okay." Tommaso watched the exchange like it hurt and healed him at the same time. When Matteo left, Tommaso pulled me into his arms, holding me tight but careful. "They'll come for blood," he said into my hair. "Let them choke on it," I replied. He laughed softly, dark and proud. "You're terrifying." "Yes," I said. "Imagine how they feel." Outside, the city was already shifting, alliances breaking, stories rewriting themselves in real time. The war wasn't over, but it had changed. They'd tried to isolate us. Instead, they'd welded us together. And as I rested my hand over my stomach, feeling the steady reminder of what we were protecting, one truth rang clear and unshakable. They could subpoena me. They could dissect my life. They could drag my name through every courtroom and headline they wanted. But when I stood up and told the world exactly who I chose, they wouldn't just lose the case. They would lose the war. And this time, there would be no shadows left to hide in.
Courtrooms don't smell like justice. They smell like paper, disinfectant, and the quiet fear of people who believe words are safer than truth. I stood at the defense table, hands folded loosely, posture calm enough to unsettle the people who wanted me twitching. Chiara sat 2 rows back beside Luca, spine straight, chin lifted, one hand resting protectively over her stomach. She didn't look at me. She didn't need to. I could feel her presence like gravity. Across the aisle, my brother-in-law adjusted his tie for the 3rd time in under a minute. He looked composed, respectable, like a man who believed presentation could overwrite reality. He was wrong. "Case number," the clerk began. The judge entered, and the room rose. As we sat, the prosecutor stood immediately. "Your Honor, the state is requesting temporary guardianship of the minor, known as Matteo Romano Piallo, citing ongoing exposure to criminal influence and..." "Objection," my attorney said smoothly. "Relevance and assumption." The judge raised a hand. "I'll allow argument." Briefly, the prosecutor nodded. "The father has publicly admitted to acts of violence. The environment is unstable, and we have reason to believe the mother's consent to this arrangement is compromised." There it was, the lie dressed as concern. The judge turned her gaze to Chiara. "Mrs. Piallo, you've requested to testify." "Yes," Chiara said, standing before anyone could caution her. My chest tightened. She walked to the stand without hesitation, passing me without a glance, her presence quiet but unbreakable. She placed her hand on the Bible, voice steady as she swore the oath. When she sat, the room leaned forward. The prosecutor smiled thinly. "Mrs. Piallo, can you tell the court why you've remained with your husband despite his admissions?" Chiara didn't blink. "Because he tells the truth." A ripple went through the gallery. "Isn't it true," the prosecutor continued, "that you were isolated from support systems after your marriage?" "No," Chiara replied. "I was protected from people who used love as leverage." The prosecutor frowned. "Did your husband ever threaten you?" "No." "Did he coerce you into staying?" "No." "Did he ever make you afraid?" Chiara paused. My heart stopped. "Of losing him," she said. "Yes." Silence crashed down. The prosecutor tried to recover. "Mrs. Piallo, you were shot." "Yes." "Because of his world?" "No," Chiara said calmly. "Because of a man who thought he could steal children and call it protection." My brother-in-law shifted. The prosecutor turned slightly. "Your brother disagrees." Chiara turned her head then, slowly, and looked directly at him. "My brother hid a child for 4 years, she said evenly. "He facilitated illegal transfers. He accepted money to remain silent." "That's an allegation," the prosecutor began. "No," Chiara said. "It's documented." Our attorney stood. "Permission to submit evidence A through F." The judge nodded. "Proceed." Folders slid across the bench. Screens lit up. Account trails. Emails. Timestamps. My brother-in-law's face drained of color. Chiara continued, voice unwavering. "He told himself he was protecting me. What he was doing was protecting his power." The prosecutor's voice tightened. "Mrs. Piallo, are you saying your husband is not dangerous?" Chiara smiled faintly. "No," she said. "I'm saying he's precise." The judge leaned forward. "Explain," she said. Chiara turned slightly, finally meeting my eyes. My husband is dangerous to people who try to take children, she said. To people who trade human lives like assets. To people who believe love is a weakness they can exploit. She looked back at the judge. He is gentle with our son, she continued. He is patient. He listens. He shows up. He came back for a child he didn't even know existed yet. And he stayed. The prosecutor tried one last angle. Mrs. Piallo, are you afraid of your husband right now? Chiara didn't hesitate. No, she said. I trust him with my life. And with my children's. The judge held her gaze for a long moment. Thank you, she said quietly. You may step down. As Chiara passed me on her way back, her fingers brushed mine, just once. Steady. Then it was my brother-in-law's turn. He took the stand with shaking hands. The prosecutor opened gently. You acted out of concern for your sister's safety. Yes, he said quickly. She was trapped. She didn't see it. Chiara laughed softly from the gallery. Every head turned. The judge raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Piallo. Apologies, Chiara said. It's just, he's never listened to me before. I don't know why he started today. A murmur rippled. The defense attorney stood. Sir, did you receive compensation from the neutral family? No, he said too fast. The attorney tapped the screen. Then perhaps you can explain this wire transfer. The room went deadly quiet. My brother-in-law stammered. That was consulting. For hiding a minor? The attorney asked. The judge's expression hardened. And this, the attorney continued, is a message instructing a third party to delay discovery until the asset matures. Care to explain what asset refers to? My brother-in-law broke. He didn't cry. He collapsed. I was trying to control the damage, he whispered. I didn't think. You never do, Chiara said quietly. The judge struck the gavel. Enough. She looked down at the bench, then back up at the room. This court does not remove children from parents who show up, she said. It removes children from people who hide them. She turned to me. Mr. Piallo, your methods concern me, she said evenly. But your commitment does not. My pulse hammered. Temporary guardianship is denied, she continued. And this court orders an immediate investigation into the actions of the petitioner. My brother-in-law went pale. The gavel struck again. We are adjourned. The room erupted. Cameras. Voices. Chaos. I didn't move. Chiara did. She crossed the aisle and stood in front of me, eyes bright, breathing steady. You didn't flinch, she said softly. Neither did you, I replied. She smiled, slow, fierce, proud. We're not done yet. No, I said. But we won today. She reached for my hand and squeezed. In that moment, under fluorescent lights, surrounded by the wreckage of lies, I understood something with brutal clarity. They hadn't just failed to take my family. They had put us on record. And now, no matter what came next, the world would remember exactly who stood up and who fell apart when the truth finally asked to be heard.
Victory doesn't feel like people think it does. It isn't loud. It doesn't cheer. It doesn't even smile right away. It feels like shock, slowly giving way to breath. The courthouse steps were chaos. Reporters shouting, cameras flashing, people trying to grab pieces of a story that no longer belonged to them. Tommaso walked beside me, one hand firm at my back, the other gripping mine like the world might try one last time to pull us apart if he let go. They're arresting him, Luca said quietly as we reached the car. I didn't turn. I know, I replied. My brother was let out the side entrance in cuffs 10 minutes later. No speech, no dramatic exit, just the hollow look of a man who had finally run out of places to hide. I felt nothing, no triumph, no grief, just finality. Tommaso watched my face carefully as the car pulled away from the courthouse. Are you okay? Yes, I said honestly. I stopped waiting for him to be someone else a long time ago. He nodded, understanding more than words could ever cover. Back at the estate, the gates closed behind us with a sound that felt permanent. Safe. Matteo ran to us the moment we stepped inside, launching himself at Tommaso's legs with zero hesitation. Papa, Luca said you won. Tommaso crouched instantly, scooping him up. We did. Matteo frowned. All of us? Tommaso glanced at me. Yes, I said, kneeling in front of them. All of us. That seemed to satisfy him. He wiggled down and ran off toward the den, already bored with the idea of danger, now that it no longer felt immediate. children were merciful like that. The adults weren't. The house filled quickly. Lawyers, security, people cleaning up messes that had been allowed to fester for too long. Papers were signed. Calls were made. Statements were prepared and declined. I sat in the study with a blanket around my shoulders, exhaustion finally catching me now that adrenaline had nowhere left to go. Tommaso stood at the window, phone pressed to his ear. "No," he said calmly. "That family is finished. You'll take the deal that keeps you alive, or you won't take anything." A pause. "Yes," he continued. "Today," he ended the call and turned to me. "It's done," he said. I searched his face. "Done? Done?" "As done as things like this ever get," he replied. "The neutral family is cooperating fully. Assets frozen, names handed over." "And the prosecutor?" I asked. "Resigned," he said. "Effective immediately." I exhaled slowly, something deep in my chest finally unclenching. "They tried to make us disappear," I said. "And instead," Tommaso replied, crossing the room to sit beside me, "they put us on record forever." I leaned into him, resting my head against his shoulder. For the first time since the clinic, my body allowed itself to shake. Not fear. Release. Tommaso wrapped his arm around me, pulling me close, letting me tremble without trying to stop it. "You were extraordinary today," he murmured. I laughed weakly. "I told the truth. That's the part they didn't plan for," he said. I tilted my face up to his. "Neither did you." He smiled faintly. "No." Silence settled between us, not heavy, earned. After a moment, I spoke again. "They're going to remember this." "Yes," he agreed. "They'll tell stories." I continued. "Paint you as a warning." "I don't mind," he said. "Warnings keep people alive." I studied him. "And you?" He met my gaze without flinching. "I'm done living in reaction." My heart thudded. "What does that mean?" "It means," he said slowly, "that I don't want my children growing up surrounded by unfinished wars." I straightened slightly. "You want out?" "I want change," he corrected. "There's a difference." "And if the world doesn't allow that?" I asked. His mouth curved. "Then I'll build a smaller one inside it. One they can't touch." I reached for his hand, lacing our fingers together. "I want that." "I know," he said. A soft knock sounded at the door. Luca leaned in. "There's one more thing." Of course there was. "The judge," he said. "She issued a permanent order." My pulse spiked. "Against us?" "No," Luca replied. "For us." Tommaso went still. "Full custody," Luca continued. "Recognized parentage. Legal protection stacked so high, it'll take an act of Congress to touch your family again." My breath caught. "And," Luca added, "a sealed commendation noting exceptional parental commitment under extreme circumstances." I laughed, a broken sound halfway to a sob. That might be the strangest sentence I've ever heard. Tommaso closed his eyes briefly. Then he stood, crossed the room, and pulled Luca into a rough, rare embrace. "Thank you," he said simply. Luca blinked, clearly startled, then nodded. "Always." When Luca left, Tommaso turned back to me. "It's over," he said. I searched his face, then nodded. "Yes." He knelt in front of me then, hands coming to rest over my stomach, his forehead pressing gently against it. "I promise you," he said quietly, "no one will ever use our children again." Tears slid silently down my cheeks. "I know," I whispered. "Because you don't make promises you can't keep." He looked up at me, eyes dark and steady and full. "You changed everything," he said. "So did you," I replied. "You came back." We stayed like that for a long moment. Grounded, breathing, real. Later that night, after Matteo was asleep and the house had finally settled, Tommaso stood beside me on the terrace. The city lights stretched out before us, vast and indifferent, and still somehow ours. "They'll keep watching," he said. "Yes," I agreed. "And we'll keep living," he continued. I smiled softly. "That might be the bravest thing we've done yet." He slid his arm around me, pulling me close. "Tomorrow, we would begin the work of healing. Tomorrow, we would learn what peace actually required. But tonight, the war was done, and we were still standing, together, with one chapter left to write, and this time, it would be ours alone.
Morning came quietly. No sirens. No phones vibrating with bad news. No men at the gates waiting to see which version of me would walk out. Just light. Soft, pale sunlight spilling through the windows of the estate like it had always been welcome here. Like the house finally understood it wasn't a fortress anymore. It was a home. I stood in the doorway of the nursery we'd finished only days ago, watching Kiara rock slowly in the chair by the window. She was humming, something low and wordless, a melody that felt older than either of us. Matteo sat cross-legged on the floor at her feet, carefully stacking wooden blocks into a crooked tower, tongue poking out in concentration. "Papa," he whispered when he noticed me, like loud joy might break the moment. I crouched beside him. "What are you building?" "A house," he said seriously. "This part is strong so it doesn't fall." He pressed a block into place and looked up at me like he'd just explained the meaning of life. I swallowed hard. Kiara looked up then, eyes warm, tired, alive in a way that still felt like a miracle. "You're staring," she said softly. "I'm remembering," I replied. She smiled like she knew exactly what I meant. I crossed the room and knelt in front of her, resting my hand gently over her stomach. The baby shifted beneath my palm, strong, insistent, real. "I used to think legacy was something you built with blood," I said quietly. "With fear." Kiara reached down and threaded her fingers through mine. "And now I know it's built with mornings like this," I said. "With staying." Matteo knocked his tower over and laughed, full-bodied, unafraid. The sound cracked something open in my chest that had been locked tight for decades. Later, after breakfast and spilled juice and a minor crisis involving socks that didn't feel right, we walked the grounds together. No guards in sight. No tension humming beneath the surface. Just us. Kiara leaned into me as we walked, her hand fitting perfectly at my side like it always had. Like it always would. "They'll keep talking," she said. "I know. They'll keep telling stories about you." "I know." She stopped walking and turned to face me. "Does it bother you?" I thought about it. About the man they'd painted me as. About the man I had been. About the man I was choosing to be. "No," I said finally. "Because the people who matter know the truth." She studied my face, then nodded. "That's enough for me," she said. We stood there for a moment, the breeze lifting her hair, the world wide and open in front of us for the first time since the clinic. I took her hands. "I need to say this out loud," I said. Her eyes softened. "Then say it." "I will always choose you," I said. "Not the safest path. Not the quiet one. You." Her breath hitched. "I will choose our children," I continued. "Every time. Even when it costs me." She stepped closer, resting her forehead against my chest. "I never needed you to be gentle with the world." I wrapped my arms around her. "Only with you." Her fingers tightened in my shirt. That night, after Matteo fell asleep clutching his bear, Kiara and I lay together in the quiet dark. No urgency. No fear chasing the moment. Just warmth. Her leg draped over mine. My hand tracing slow, familiar lines along her back. Her breath evening out as she relaxed fully into me, trusting me with the parts of her that had once learned to brace. "You stayed," she murmured sleepily. "So did you," I replied. "I would have burned everything for them," she said. "For you." "I know," I said. "That's why I don't have to." She smiled against my chest. In the dark, I stared up at the ceiling and felt something settle deep in my bones. Not vigilance. Not rage. Peace. Earned. Scarred. Real. They had tried to take my son. They had tried to break my wife. They had tried to turn love into leverage and call it law. Instead, they gave me everything I didn't know how to ask for. A family. A future. A reason to be more than what I was trained to be. As Kiara's breathing slowed and the house slept around us, I made one last promise, to myself, to the children breathing safely under my roof, to the woman who had walked into my life carrying both grief and hope. No more running. No more hiding. No more surviving. From here on out, we live. And anyone who ever doubts what love is capable of can look at us and understand exactly why they lost.
The contraction started just before dawn. Not dramatic, not cinematic, Just a tightening low in my back that made me pause mid-step and breathe through it like I'd been taught. Tommaso knew anyway. He always knew. He was out of bed before I said a word, already at my side, one hand steady on my lower back, the other resting over my stomach like he could calm the storm inside me by touch alone. "It's time," he said quietly. I nodded. "Yes." Matteo woke up when we passed his room, rubbing sleep from his eyes, clutching his bear. Tommaso knelt in front of him, voice calm, unshaken. "You remember what we talked about," he said. Matteo nodded seriously. "I stay with Luca." "And when we come back," Tommaso added, "you'll meet someone important." Matteo's eyes widened. "The baby?" "Yes," I whispered, smiling through another wave. "Your baby brother," he grinned, huge, unafraid. "I'll protect him." I believed him. The hospital room was quiet, no chaos, no fear, just breath and pressure, and Tommaso's voice grounding me every step of the way. "I'm here," he kept saying. "I've got you. You're doing this." When our son finally cried, sharp and alive and undeniable, something inside me broke open completely. Tommaso sobbed. No shame. No restraint. He held our newborn with hands that had once been feared and now trembled with awe, pressing his forehead to mine as the baby settled between us. "Alejandro," he whispered, "my son, our son." Later, hours later, lifetimes later, Tommaso stood by the window holding Alejandro against his chest, sunlight spilling over both of them. Matteo climbed carefully onto the bed beside me, peering at his brother like he was something sacred. "He's small," Matteo whispered. "So were you," Tommaso said gently. Matteo looked up at him. "You came back," Tommaso swallowed hard. "I always will." I watched them, my husband, our children, and felt something deep and certain settle into my bones. We didn't get a perfect beginning. We didn't get a gentle story. We got something better. A family chosen again and again. Love forged under fire. A future no one could take from us anymore. Tommaso came to my bedside then, leaning down to kiss me. Soft, reverent, full of everything we'd survived. "You did this," he whispered. "We did." I corrected. Outside, the city went on. Inside, our world began. And for the first time since I'd ever known his name, the man who once ruled through fear held his legacy in his arms. Not as an heir, not as a weapon, but as proof that love, when chosen without apology, is the most powerful thing of all. If you're still here, thank you. Thank you for staying through the darkness, through the fear, through the moments where love was tested, broken open, and rebuilt from ash. This story wasn't gentle, it wasn't easy, and it was never meant to be. You listened to a man who believed love was a weakness, learn how to kneel for it. You listened to a woman who was never meant to survive, become the voice that changed everything. You listened to a family forged not by blood alone, but by choice, sacrifice, and relentless devotion. Tommaso and Chiara's story is about this truth. Love doesn't save you by being soft. It saves you by being brave. If you felt angry, if you cried, if you whispered, "Don't do it," or "Please come back," into the dark while listening, that means you lived in this world with them. And that's the greatest gift a storyteller can receive. Thank you for giving your time, your heart, your attention. Thank you for choosing this series, for trusting it to carry you through obsession, grief, forgiveness, and finally, hope. If this story moved you, the best way to support it is simple. Leave a comment, like the video, subscribe for more stories like this. Because every click tells us you want more stories where love is dangerous, loyalty is earned, and happily ever after is fought for, not handed out. This chapter is closed. This family is safe. But the world of dark romance? It's just getting started. Until the next story, thank you for listening.